is about, and then we can get into the verdict.
Yep.
So, just briefly, until people start coming, like, when are we expecting the verdict?
Right now, actually, waiting for it. Yeah.
And how detrimental do you think this is going to be? Because when you look at it, I mean, I just seen you send the
Yep.
performer for the result,
Yeah,
and
it's
the
four
performer
pages
is
long. Yeah,
sorry,
it's 4 pages long. Yeah,
yeah,
crazy.
but even the first question it says basically, did Trump rape this woman? So essentially,
Yep.
if that's a yeah, how much how problematic is that going to be?
It's super damaging for his campaign. He will also be ordered to pay damages, assuming the verdict is yes. And damages will be decided at a later date. Right? This is a civil court case. This is not a criminal court case, so he will not be seeing any jail time, assuming the verdict is guilty. If it's not guilty, then obviously he doesn't have to pay anything. Yeah.
So one thing I read was he didn't bring any witnesses up. Like, what's the reason
Correct.
for that?
Yeah. No witnesses, no defense. Just he was just there by himself, being deposed last, I believe, November, where he made fun of the lawyer. Which, I mean, it's funny, but doesn't exactly help his case.
Yeah. So I mean, now that we've got a bit more viewers in, do you want
Yep.
to give people an overview of essentially what what this civil case is about?
Okay. Yeah. Can do. So there's a woman. Her name is Jean Carroll. She Elizabeth Jean Carroll. She is or was a magazine columnist, a dating advice person. And she claims that somewhere between 1996 and 1997, it's not exactly clear because people don't exactly remember years. That she was raped by Donald Trump at a clothing store. That is her claim. He denies this, of course. He claims that she's simply doing it to sell a book. That is his argument. But he did not bring forth any witnesses to testify on his behalf. He simply did so on his own. So that's pretty much like the gist of it. And she has been talking about this case for, I believe, over a year now. She went on Anderson Cooper's show to discuss it last year. And
Of course she did.
what's that?
I said, of course she did. Anderson Cooper, of all people.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of a weird interview. She was talking about the experience, and it's she's kind of a weird person, I guess.
Did she bring up any witnesses? Like, because I haven't been following this, but like I've.
I believe she had people
Yeah.
testify on her behalf. Yes, she had like friends that she had confided in about what happened.
Interesting.
So that's the thing. So she had witnesses. She brought up a plethora, not plethora, but she brought up witnesses. Trump,
Yeah,
it
like
seems
character witnesses, basically. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, Trump seems like he thought, you know what, this case isn't even worth it. He didn't even He didn't even bring any witnesses. He
Yeah.
didn't. He wasn't even there. If I read correctly. So essentially, I mean, is this something that Trump's like thinking it's no big deal? Like, I get these civil cases all the time, and I can't waste my time being in court all the time. Or
Well,
what was his
he
psyche?
was deposed though. He was deposed. He just doesn't have to be there because this is a civil case. He doesn't have to stand before a judge. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what his strategy is. I mean, I'm sure he got some advice from lawyers to just attend a deposition and not much else.
So, Brick, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I saw the impromptu space and thought I'd drop in.
Do you know anything about this case?
I've been following it, not super close. I remember when the allegations first came out. I think the first time I saw E. Jean Carroll, she was on CNN talking to Anderson Cooper and had that famous clip where she thought that there was something really sexy about rape. So, my opinion of her is she's got a couple of gears loose, I think. Definitely a different outlook on things. And, it's a civil case, so it's not a unanimous verdict isn't needed. It's only a 51% type of deal. And, I'm hoping it breaks for President Trump. And I think to Ian's comment about why he didn't testify, this isn't one of those things where no matter what President Trump does, it's going to be used against him. He could go there and deliver the most complete and factual takedown of the allegations. It would be used against him. So he was in a no-win situation. I think he made the right call not to testify.
what about Brick? The fact that he never brought any. So him testifying, that's fine. That makes sense. What about the fact that he never brought any witnesses at all?
Well, let me ask you this. How many witnesses do you have to an allegation about something that probably never happened 20 years ago? I mean, this is not something that's like, especially for as many things as President Trump has done at that time as a businessman in New York. He doesn't really, he wasn't wearing a body cam. You're not making a weekly diary of what you said to somebody or may have said, or it's ridiculous.
Hey, Bricks, you just reminded me. I didn't realize it was the same woman, but didn't that woman, basically the woman accusing him of rape, I did see a clip from that interview where she said, most people consider rape is sexy, but didn't she also in that interview basically say that he didn't assault her, that there was no violent assault or anything?
Yeah, I think so. I think she did say something to that effect, and then she like sort of came on to Anderson Cooper. So the whole thing is just really weird. Yeah, she's in space, I think.
Well, so the deliberations only took less than 3 hours. So, whatever the verdict is, it seems that it was unanimous, right? So that's interesting. It could go either way, right? Depending on what, I haven't been following it super close, but it could go either way for Trump.
But what Brick's saying is you don't need unanimous. You only need 51%. And remember, it's a civil
Yeah, it's
case
a
as
case,
well.
yeah.
So it's 51%, but also those 51% of people need to make this judgment solely based on balance of probability. So just think about how low level the proof needs to be for any verdict to happen. It is concerning. But my
It is.
question to this, we are getting some more lawyers on the stage soon because this was an impromptu space. But essentially, I mean, you're mentioning that this case was 20 years ago. Like, what is it's a civil case, so like, is there no limitation? Like, why is it in the UK you'd have some form of limitation in terms of civil
They
cases?
changed the law, Suleiman. I'll
Yeah, please
describe it
explain.
now.
Please explain. Go
Essentially,
ahead,
the
bro.
statute of limitations was adjusted for this, and she filed this case within minutes of those statute of limitations being adjusted. I'll cite you the exact law.
What? So they basically changed the statute of limitations specifically for this case.
Well, they didn't
No, not
explicitly
for this
say it was
case. It was
for.
part of the.
Okay,
Sorry.
the verdict is here. The verdict is in, guys. So,
All right.
according to reporting, right, and this is from Law and Crime News, Trump more likely than not sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, and so he is guilty. Yes.
Wait,
Wow.
more likely.
More likely than not. That's just so
More
ridiculous.
likely than not,
That
which
is
But
is
that's
it
so
is
that's
absurd.
the
unanimous. It's
civil.
a unanimous verdict.
That's,
So I mean, this is basically a guilty plea, right? This not a plea, sorry, a guilty verdict. Yes. So I mean, it's binary. It's either yes or no, and so more likely than not. So officially, Trump is a rapist. Yeah.
Well, it's not really binary if it's yes or no. It's just more likely than not. It doesn't make a statement of
Well,
fact. It doesn't
it's
find that
based
he
on the
did it.
preponderance of evidence, right? So the
Right.
burden
So
is
it
a bit
says it's more
lower
Yeah, but
when
likely
it
than
isn't
comes
not.
to
the
the.
evidence basically he said, she said? I mean, even if theoretically, I mean, what evidence could there possibly be that actually proved that he did it, though, other than he said, she said?
Well, we are going to have the
Nothing.
exact verdict being, disclosed right now. The journalists are a bit slow on the because there's a whole list of charges, right? I mean, could he have raped her? Could he have sexually abused her, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? They're just giving an overview, so I'm still waiting for the actual details to come out. They are slow as hell.
so they.
So
I mean,
so
Miss
here what this
Kraftenstein has
means though,
posted.
right?
They have
Here's what this means is that because he's more likely than not to have committed this thing, it makes him liable for defamation. She can sue him even more now because of that.
No, I thought this
Said,
case was decided. I thought this case was decided defamation too, Ian. Is that not the case?
I don't believe so. No, I think that's
Because
a
she's been
separate.
awarded. It says. I mean, I'm just reading some things here, but it says they've ruled that Trump is liable for sexual abuse and defamation,
Okay.
but not rape. So this is Krastenstein's posted, and he said that Trump is liable for sexual abuse and defamation, but not rape of
Okay.
Carol. So we needed more information, really. Yeah. So
Yeah, we do need to
Let me
read,
just change the title.
because there's so many charges, 4 pages long, right?
So also we should consider that the definition of what is sexual abuse today in a rampant Me Too society is much different than what would be considered sexual abuse 20 years ago. Cultural mores have shifted. The definition of that has shifted. So I'd be interesting to know if the jury says that they found him guilty based on the standard at the time or the standard of today, where if you simply compliment somebody's attire in an incorrect manner, that's somehow sexually offensive.
Yeah, and just to clarify what we were talking about before, it's called the Adult Survivors Act that Governor Hochul signed May 24th, 2022. And this created a 1-year look-back window for survivors of sexual assault with no statute of limitations. And E. Jean Carroll filed this civil suit within minutes of this act being passed. So you could say it wasn't for this, but I mean, it's pretty suspect.
But that act did get a lot of publicity. Was that part of the backlash from Weinstein and things like that, if I recall correctly?
This was after. This was later after that. But yeah, it was framed around sexual assault within the prison community. It was framed around a lot of different ways, but it did provide an opportune moment for this case, and it was filed like not days after, it was on the same day. It was within minutes of this act being passed. And regarding the interview, that interview, what she said was, it wasn't sexual, it hurt. That's the interview that she had with Anderson Cooper, and you could tell Anderson was even put off by this. And then she goes on he says, well, wouldn't you define, wouldn't rape, be sexual? And then she goes off on this tangential, fantastical thing where she says, well, I think most people find rape as sexy. And he quickly cuts to commercial. It was so weird.
Which is, by the way, not the only time she's said that. She's actually discussed rape scenes from Game of Thrones as being sexy as well, and referring to it as titillation. But just to come back on something that Ian had mentioned, she was an advice columnist for a long time. So we went through and looked back through a lot of her social media. I mean, she was obsessed with celebrities and sex. And in 2012, she actually posted on her Facebook a question to her followers that said, would you sleep with Donald Trump for $70,000? A, if he couldn't speak, B, whatever. And she's been sort of obsessed with that for some time. And one of the things that interested me was that the Trump lawyer introduced this thing that she claimed to be a Law and Order fan. And there was a scene in Law and Order where somebody was raped in the dressing rooms at Bergdorf's. And the timeline of events, if you follow it from when that episode came out to when she first made the claim, I think probably did have an impact on, what the jury has found here, especially as it relates to the rape claim itself. There's just too many question marks over it.
So I got
can I just
more
give you the
details
list
about the outcome, right? And this is directly from MSNBC. It's the most succinct reading of this case. It says, this afternoon, the outcome of the civil case was announced. Jurors held the former president liable for sexual abuse and awarded E. Jean Carroll $5 million in damages. Okay, that's what you got. So she gets $5 million from them. Yeah, wow.
No, he's going to just release another set of NFTs. I mean, this is.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it, but
It's
I mean,
a small amount.
the American public understands that this president is victimized, especially in this judicial system, and having the venue be New York is just further further reinforces the fact they're out to get him. And that's I'm just stunned. I'm stunned by the ease in which this happened in the court.
So I'm going to try and balance the discussion out a bit. So the issue is, to everyone, just like to hear your response. The issue is you have got somebody who is fighting for the presidency, and he's now being found guilty, albeit in a civil court, but still being found guilty.
It's not guilty, by the way. It's not guilty. It's liable.
It's just liable.
It's different.
Yeah, liable.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not guilty because it's not a criminal case.
Yeah, it's not guilt, but essentially he's being found to have done this based on the balance of probabilities. And so how will that affect his presidential run? Because essentially that's now, I mean, I don't know about his past if he's been found guilty of
So it doesn't.
sexual assault before. So first question, Ian, has he
it
been
impacts
found
what
guilty
the
of sexual
what
assault
the
before?
voters think of him, right? It doesn't impact his ability to run. He can do whatever. You can be a felon and run for office. It doesn't matter. What does impacts is his reputation. So this is something that the Democrats, for example, can run with. They can say he is a rapist. He has been found guilty of sexual abuse, and that is factual, right? He has been found guilty or whatever. I mean, they can spin it, right? And it'd be very hard for him to sue them for defamation because they could say, hey, this is the case. We're just interpreting it. So that's the damage that has done to his campaign, is that now he has to contend with the reputation, right, of being found liable for sexual abuse. Right? That is what's affecting him right now, and yeah, that's stuck with him for life.
What wasn't there, like, in that whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, right? That was heard in the UK, and I'm pretty sure he was like found guilty, but then it was heard here in the US. He was found not guilty for the same stuff. So really, this is,
Yeah.
like being a
I mean,
civil case,
Heather,
like it could go
I mean,
either
with that
way
one,
if it was retried.
there were major issues because basically the first point was in the UK, it wasn't him against her really, it was him against the Sun and the basically the newspaper corporation, who, and essentially she wasn't allowed. So he asked for disclosure of evidence from her, and basically they ruled that she didn't have to disclose. So there was a significant amount of disclosure from her that wasn't part of the UK case, that was part of the US case. So it's just slightly different.
Yeah. I mean, do we know, like, as far as the jurors that were selected for this, like, how was that jury pool chosen?
Well, I can tell you the exact. Did anybody else see
Selected at
the
random from
verdict form?
94% Democrats.
Did anybody see the verdict form, the checkbox verdict form that was given to the? So the questions they were asked was, and there's 1, 2, 3. There's 9 of them. So it's number one, did Ms. Carroll prove by a preponderance of the evidence that 1, Mr. Trump raped Ms. Carroll, yes or no? 2, Mr. Trump sexually abused Ms. Carroll, yes or no? 3, Mr. Trump forcibly touched Ms. Carroll, yes or no? Ms. Carroll was injured as a result of Mr. Trump's conduct, yes or no? If yes, insert a dollar amount that would fairly and adequately compensate her for that injury or those injuries. If no, insert $1. Defamation. Did Ms. Carroll prove by preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Trump's statement was defamatory, yes or no? Did Ms. Carroll prove by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Trump's statement was false, that Mr. Trump made the statement with actual malice? And then the last two are, did Ms. Carroll prove by preponderance of the evidence that Ms. Carroll was injured as a result of Mr. Trump's publication on the October 12th, 2022 statement, yes or no? If yes, insert a dollar amount. If yes, insert a dollar amount of damages. And then the last one is, in making this statement, Mr. Trump acted maliciously, out of hatred, ill will, spite, reckless, or willful disregard of the rights of another, yes or no? And if yes, how much money should she be paid? And that's the end of the verdict form.
I'd be curious. Raheem mentioned that she was a columnist, and if she was a columnist prior to this taking place, I'm wondering, the rules around this in America are very strange and Byzantine, but you're considered in a different class if you are an author, and I'm wondering if her authorship of a column was considered. I can only imagine that it was, but I'd be curious to read about the breakdown on that.
Well, you'd be interested in finding out what the jury wasn't allowed to know as well. There were certain points that Trump's lawyers tried to introduce, such as who was funding Jean Carroll's case, but the jury wasn't allowed to know about it. So I'm not sure that I agree that everything may have been introduced there.
That's
So what's
true.
interesting is they didn't find him
The
guilty
was
of rape, right? They only found him liable for sexual abuse. That is an important thing to mention. I think he'd want to bring that up. If anyone calls him a rapist, he might be able to pursue defamation charges against them because technically he's not a rapist, right? Even assuming this is true.
Now, does this open the door for Rosie O'Donnell to file suit? I mean, because if that's going to be the standard, basically anybody who
It is
got their
absurd.
fifis hurt.
Okay, let's talk about how absurd this whole case has been, right? I mean, we're talking about a 20+ year case. that was brought against him, not before, but only since he took office and became like the world's most hated man or something, right? And regardless of what you think of him, isn't it odd that that this happens while Me Too is happening, and suddenly guys like Brett Kavanaugh are falsely accused of rape? You have multiple conservative writers and figures, all falsely accused of sexual abuse and battery and rape, and obviously like Trump faces these accusations, and this is the only one to actually go to court because he has faced these accusations before. They've all been thrown out, and here we have the one case. And it happens in New York City, of all places, the city that hates him the most, right?
Ian, I think it's also fascinating. Byron York did a really good article about how this case even came back, and it was at Molly Jong-Fast's house in New York with George Conway, and they decided to have the lady who represented Andrew Cuomo, Governor Cuomo, against his accusers represent E. Jean Carroll. So it absolutely speaks to that whole Me Too stuff. But it's so much murkier. I really recommend people read the Byron York article on that, how that all
Can you
came together.
that at the top of the board? That would be fantastic. I think that would be a great read for a lot of people.
And I would honestly argue, Ian, that he's not the most hated man. I would say he's probably one of the most loved men, and that the idea that he's a hated man is just a propaganda piece that the mainstream media is trying to push out, which is why they need cases like this so that they can try to get people to hate him because he's just that loved and supported. So I don't think it's fair to say he's the most hated man.
I mean, not
because if you go to
technically
any of
by
his
most
rallies,
people, right? I think this hated by the media would probably be a better descriptor. Yeah.
I mean, that's a fair statement.
He's definitely the world's most, the media's most hated man. Yeah. And,
as far as people, though, I mean, the man's a walking economy, whether it's NFTs or hats or merch. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because President Trump won, 2016 and 2020 with record numbers of voters. Yet the idea that the media that hates him so much is saying that Joe Biden actually got more votes than any president in history. Yet anywhere you go, even my local state fair, right, had a booth set up with Trump merchandise. Don't you think if Joe Biden were supposedly this popular president that everyone loved and adored, wouldn't he be putting his name on merchandise and selling it all over the country? But you don't see it anywhere. You see Trump gear. Even in Washington, D.C., right outside of the National Archives Museum, there are tables of people selling Trump gear. It's insane.
That's absolutely true. And your point about Biden, though, even if Biden weren't going to do it himself, even if Biden decided I'm not going to capitalize on my fame, I've got enough money rolling in, residuals from China, whatnot. Even if he's not going to do that, if it were economically sound to sell Biden merchandise to the public, other entrepreneurs would come in and fill that gap. But it doesn't exist. You're right. You cannot go anywhere and find riding with Biden hats or any type of Biden propaganda because by and large, the public is not behind him and does not have that affection for him.
True story. I actually went to, I think it was the USS Constitution Museum in Boston, and they had some Kamala Harris merch in the clearance section.
So I guess, John, thanks for joining us. I appreciate you coming on. We've got a few questions for you about this case. Are you there, John?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm happy to help.
Yeah, of course. So the first question was, and Charles did give an explanation for it, but a bit more expansion would be brilliant. Essentially, what is the limitation? Because from what I'm reading, this case was from almost 20 years ago. So, and Charles said the limitation would be changed. So if you want to just give us a bit more information about limitations in this area, why it was changed, and that'd be brilliant.
No, I'll be transparent on that particular, on statute of limitations around these types of cases. That's not my area. And this is a civil suit, right? So that's also not really a huge area of mine. But I'll say that it's one thing that is really important, an important distinction between civil and criminal that is not being considered here is that this is a situation where it's more likely than not, rather than the proof being beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So for a group of people in New York, and look, I'm a New Yorker, but for a group of people in New York to say, hey, more reasonable than not, based on watching, I don't know, the Access Hollywood tapes and some other testimony from people who come out emotionally and viscerally against him. Yeah, Trump is some terrible rapist, and he assaulted this woman in Bergdorf Goodman of all places. It's, to me, seems like a very emotional verdict, and I don't know if it would particularly hold. I think it's definitely going to be appealed, and then we'll see how the appeals run its course. I don't know if it'll go well within the what is the Second Circuit? I'd have to go double check, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not super worried about it. As for how this will impact him politically, I don't think really at all. I think enough people are smart enough to realize that at the highest levels of the game, guilt is sort of irrelevant. And it's one of these things that they predetermine. I mean, we saw today, not to distract, but also like in Pakistan, I mean, they just totally seized that guy in the street. Obviously, we're not at Pakistan levels, but I do promise you that it's a situation where if they want to get you, they're going to get you. And this is just one example of them trying to diminish somebody who is very violently popular, maybe among a certain segment of the population, but nonetheless very violently popular, and has a very good chance in 2024 of doing some damage in terms of, in a positive way, doing some damage and winning the election. So they're going to do anything they can, just like in 2020, to make sure that he doesn't pull off what he did in 2016, which was largely because they underestimated him, right? So this time they're not leaving any chance.
Does anyone else
So, hey,
clarify?
guys,
I was just going to ask, does
Trump,
anyone think that this could lead to a snowball effect in the other cases against him, because there's multiple other civil as well as federal cases against him?
let me just say Trump just put out a post on Truth Social, and he said, let's see, he said they're not. Oh, wait, I have absolutely no idea who this woman is. The verdict is a disgrace, a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time.
Accurate statement about the witch hunt. Absolutely accurate.
And just to clarify on that, I got a bunch of messages about the New York Adult Survivors Act. Yes, it was passed in the previous May of 2022, but it took effect on November 24th, 2022. And on November 24th, 2022, Carol sued Trump for battery under the Adult Survivors Act. So, yes, it was passed prior, but the same day that it was enacted, that it came into effect, was the same day
And
she
Charles,
filed her case.
how did the act change the liability period?
It gave a 1-year grace period. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just kind of paraphrasing this, but it gave a 1-year grace period that basically rejected the statute of limitations, where you could go back for 1 year, oddly, and bring back these exact civil cases.
So just to summarize, are you saying that basically what it did was it gave people a 1-year period where you could essentially sue anyone historically at any time for anything they did from a civil perspective?
No, I think you needed some evidence of it, but yeah, essentially.
That's essentially how it reads, yes.
With the advantage that your trial would then be held in the current day and judged by the current standards rather than by the standards that existed at the time of whatever you alleged occurred.
Well, in order to do a civil suit, is it like the same as a criminal in the sense that if you accuse somebody of doing something, you have to actually lock in a day and time that the incident occurred? Because if he's saying that he has no idea who this woman is there any evidence that they were ever actually in the same place at the same time?
I don't believe there was, and that was part of, like, I mean, if you read through some of the notes of the trial, the objections were laughable at points, but they made the point in Bergdorf Goodman, and they made the point that in the store there would be security. I don't necessarily there'd be cameras, but yeah, and just to clarify that, yes, in 2019, New York extended statute of limitations 20 years for adults filing civil lawsuits for a select number of sex crimes, and it gave them 1 year, but they had to be over the age of 18, because there was a similar applicable law that was called the Child Victims Act. This was specific to adults, which only reflected above the age of 18. So yes, it suspended all I guess you would say, rules regarding the statute of limitations for this short period of time. I don't know any other particular cases off the top of my head that were filed under this New York Adult Survivors Act. I'm sure they're not all malicious in intent, but it's just suspect that it was filed the same day it became effective.
So okay, so it was specifically that you had a carte blanche about specific sexual crimes.
Yes, as long as you're over the age of 18.
Right, and I'm just reading on here that two of the witnesses for Carol were other women who claim that they've had sexual abuse from Trump. So are we going to expect more cases, or was it that they missed that 1 year grace period?
I don't think that they were claiming. I don't think they also were. They were testifying as to two other times that Trump either acted inappropriately or abused them, but I don't think they were filing their own cases. What was her name? Jessica Leeds testified that Trump kissed her, groped her, put her hand up a skirt in 1979. And then they played that Access Hollywood tape, the grab 'em tape. And then there was one other case as far as the witness goes, but I don't remember who that was. Maybe somebody else can refresh my memory.
I have no idea, but someone just sent me something.
I'm sorry, Heather, just one point. So I'm just reading on here that it's the question you asked Heather. She's saying that she doesn't remember what day or even what year this occurred.
That's
sounds a lot like the Kavanaugh case.
Yeah, that's insanity.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, do you
accuse
remember the year that you did something? I mean, you might remember how old you are. Like, she remembered her age. She says she was 51, and she was, right? But she doesn't remember the exact year. I don't really find that fishy, to be honest.
Actually, I do, because statistically, if you look up any, your brain's ability to retain information is actually higher when it's associated with trauma and things of strong emotional reaction. That's actually how memories are created, because on a day-to-day basis, stuff that we don't associate with emotion tends to get forgotten and basically cycled through our memory. But it's the things that are associated with emotions, whether good or bad, that tend to get stored the most.
Well, she
Well, and the
remembers
thing is,
most
right?
of the details, right? She can recall which restaurant she went to, the fact that she was shopping for furniture when she met Donald Trump, and then afterward, all that stuff.
Ian, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If you were raped by Donald Trump when Donald Trump was the most popular man in New York, you don't think you'd remember what year that happened?
I probably would, yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
I think
That's
so.
a good point.
So hey, someone's DM'd me and said that Trump's team offered to submit a DNA test, but it was not accepted, and that supposedly she had some dress that had DNA on it. So is anyone familiar with the case that can
I am familiar with that. She was asked in an interview if she still had the dress. She said yes, she had the dress. She had never worn it again, and she had never dry cleaned it. And then she was asked if she would provide the dress to find DNA samples, and she said no.
Dude, that dress is older than me. Who would keep that for 40 odd years? That does not make any sense.
A rape fantasy enthusiast, apparently.
Right. Okay. Well, you know what I would suggest to Donald Trump is that he pays for his own private prosecution criminally for this case. I have no doubt that he would be cleared of that, but no way is a prosecutor gonna try and bring in a case against him. So he might as well do it against himself. Have the evidence tested, and then publish the result of that.
So, Caroline, you got your hand up. Go ahead. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I was wondering if I was talking to somebody last night about the deposition. I know that we all saw clips of that going around a couple days ago, but has anyone watched the full tape of the deposition? I believe it's about 48, 50 minutes long, somewhere in there.
No, I can't say I have. I only saw the clips.
Yeah.
So the person I was talking to last night was saying that Trump was shown pictures of her and mistook her for somebody
His
else.
ex-wife.
I want to
Yeah,
say
his ex-wife.
one of his ex-wives. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Um,
you can actually see that picture. You can Google that picture, and it's sort of a side on, and they had it printed out in front of him. And he's an old guy. He's always got his squint. He's always squinting, looking at a bit of paper as well. So he looked at it quickly, put it back down on the table, said, "Yeah, that's Marla." And then they were like, "No, that's Miss Carroll." And then he picked it back up, looked at it again. He was like, "Oh, okay, yeah." You know.
which is funny
Yeah.
because he had said in the deposition, like, she's not my type, which rape is not a crime that is like sexual. Like the motivation for rape is not sexual usually, it's power. Um, but I thought that was funny that he was like, "Oh, she's not my type," and it's like, really, because you just mistook her for your ex-wife.
Yeah, but she's an
So,
ex-wife. She's not his type either.
well, not anymore, but she was at some point.
His type changes, I guess.
Well, type is irrespective of just physical appearance. I mean, there's all sorts of things. There's countenance, there's personality, there's voice, there's a lot of things besides just strict physical appearance. So,
That's true.
and I did see, you have to look at it that way too. There's a lot of leeway in there. He didn't say she's not my physical type. She's not, he just said not my type. And I think he made the same assessment of the lawyer who was asking the question as well.
Yeah, it didn't really. The response didn't really do him any favors with the jury. I think if you had any women on there, and if they, are not exactly attractive, that could have actually played against him, right? He was not exactly sympathetic. Came off really, and I'm not. This is not my personal dislike. I don't personally dislike him. I think it was really, really funny. I think they deserved it, the mockery. But if you're a jury and you already are predisposed to not liking the guy, nothing he said in the deposition would have inured yourself to him. Himself to you, because he is not a sympathetic character.
Do we know that any of that was played for the jury?
Yeah,
Depositions are
all of
rarely,
it.
if ever, played a whole hog for a jury.
Yeah, that was played for them, so that's why. Yeah. And also the jury is not
I don't.
sequestered, so they could have easily been, shown all of that material, even if they
Yeah,
were not going to court.
Trump's just going to appeal this. $5 million doesn't mean anything to him. I'm glad she's happy. She's had her 15 minutes, but Trump will appeal it. It's a civil judgment. It's not a criminal one, and the media is still going to play it up the way the media always plays up what they think is damning news to Trump.
Yeah.
So,
Has this verdict been filed yet? Can we read it, or
uh,
are we just getting secondhand nonsense from CNBC and MSNBC and everybody else?
that's a good question.
Yeah, that's good. You're going to make a good point. We need to see it because this could be.
Yeah, I'm going to look for it.
Because what kind of
Brian might
language
actually
is
have
that,
it.
Doc, where it says liable? I understand liable for defamation, but it's using the terms liable for sexual abuse. What kind of, this is it's not
So the
even
word liable isn't an issue because Raheem was saying you can't use the word guilty. So that makes sense to me. But the issue is that what I'm finding problematic is they're saying he's not found guilty for rape, but for sexual abuse. So we need to find out the specifics of what he's actually been claimed that's.
Yeah, he's liable for sexual abuse, but not liable for rape. That is, I
But how
believe.
can that be? Because she's claiming rape. So how? So I'm just asking because I don't know. So how is he
well,
liable for sexual
I
she
think
abuse?
could.
that's a legal thing. You're going to have to ask a lawyer about the difference.
She
We got
didn't
we got we
prove
got a
that he
few on here. So
penetrated her, Slayman. For rape, you'd have to
Yeah,
prove
that's what it
there's
is.
penetration,
Yeah.
right?
So,
So
Yeah.
what they're basically saying was he accosted her with the intent to sexually assault her with a sexual intent, whether that was grabbing her hand or whatever it is. But over the years, the concept of sexual assault has been so watered down in terms of some of the judgments that come out of court that without knowing the exact statute they were citing in the complaint, it's hard to understand what the jury was speaking to when they found that he was liable for quote unquote sexual assault.
so
Well, they broke it down in three different terms, right? They said, did Mr. Trump rape Miss Carroll? Did Mr. Trump sexually abuse Miss Carroll? Did Mr. Trump forcibly touch Miss Carroll? And she went on Anderson Cooper, and he kind of led that whole interview. And he said, was there penetration? And she kind of pauses for a minute and takes a breath. And she says, yes. So, how could you... it's just confusing how you could make these three allegations and only one of them's the lesser is going to stick. It's kind of
that
odd.
means based on what you guys are saying, number one, the answer was no. Trump did not rape her. The answer to number 2 and 3 possibly. The 3 was yes, and 2 is possibly yes.
Yeah, that sounds like alternative jury instructions. They'll give the jury a sheet of paper that allows them to just check a box as to what charge they're convicting on. So there are several levels of charges. This happens in murder cases, and people understand it. They'll say, is he guilty of first degree? Is he guilty of second degree? Is he guilty of voluntary manslaughter? And based on the facts and the jury's decisions, they'll check that box and turn it back to the judge, and that's what the judge reads back to the court once the decision's announced.
So, Doc, I got a question.
You know what's interesting about
Same is it
this
though?
is that
And the reason I'm saying that is because one is like you've got an incident, everyone agrees that incident occurred, and then you're trying to find out where it fits. But here, she's claiming rape, and you're like, and the jury saying, oh, he never raped her, but then he basically groped her or whatever it may be. Like either he raped her or he didn't. Like how can you say he did some of it but not some of it? I don't.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I agree.
So the term is sexual abuse, not sexual assault that they're using. So I would be interested in finding out the definition of what sexual abuse is viewed as, as the jury is told, because that may be name calling, that like what he's been saying to her publicly and what he's been sharing in statements. I don't know if that can be termed abuse of a sexual nature.
I'll find out. It's a New York
There
statute.
are,
Going to be
yeah,
attached to it.
there's 4 different, well, actually, no, more than 4. There's about 8 different sexual abuse charges. I mean, I'm just reading that they have it in New York statute. One is persistent sexual abuse, which is a felony. It's a Class E felony, which is pretty bad. Sexual abuse in the 3rd degree and sexual abuse in the 2nd degree are, misdemeanors, and sexual abuse in the 1st degree is a Class D felony. And then there's aggravated sexual abuse from the 4th to 1st degrees, each of which are felonies. Which one is he being accused of in this case? Do we know?
Not charged with any of those because those are criminal statutes. But there are tort equivalents to that. So
Okay.
that's specifically what we'd need to look at, and I can go try and find it if we're really interested.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we want to know exactly what they mean by sexual abuse, because it is different from sexual assault, right? It's different from rape, different from sexual assault, different from a lot of these, or even sexual misconduct, which is a different thing.
Yeah, something interesting about this. I'm reading here. The attorney. So I'm reading this on NPR. The attorney, his name is Kaplan. Kaplan told jurors that it wasn't a he said, she said case, but rather one in which jurors should weigh what 11 witnesses, including Carroll, said versus what they heard from Trump in his video deposition. And because Trump didn't actually decide to put up a defense, his lawyers thought this would fall flat on its face. I mean, the verdict.
So they are filing an appeal as well.
Fantastic. But effectively what happened here, it seems like, is that they heard what witnesses said. They listened to a video deposition, and then there was an argument made. And beyond that, there was no substantial proof that determined whether or not this actually happened. It's purely based off of, effectively, testimony, which is, obviously, it's a civil case, but that's just totally insane.
But let's be clear, John, there was no witnesses, was there? Like, those witnesses weren't present. These witnesses are saying that she confided.
These are character witnesses, yeah.
Yeah, of course, right? So that's what I mean. Like, this is not somebody who's like, oh, yeah, I saw it happen, or a security guard. This is somebody being like, yeah, Trump is like this. I mean, that's insane. That's totally crazy. I don't think this stands in an appeal court.
In fairness, one of those witnesses, I believe, did relate that she was told by E. Jean Carroll at the time that it occurred. So not someone who saw it, but someone that was told by E. Jean Carroll that this had occurred. At least that was her testimony. So it's not just it wasn't just people saying, oh, E. Jean Carroll's a great person, she wouldn't lie about it. There is at least one person who did share that the story was related to her. That does not mean it's true. That doesn't mean it's accurate. It's just that I don't want to, not all those witnesses could be characterized that way. That's all I'm saying.
Well, even a little later, I'm sure people talked about this maybe before, but it's worth repeating at this stage with that kind of evidence. So, the standard for a trial like this is much lower than it is for a criminal trial. She only have to have 7 of 10 jurors or whatever specifically in that jurisdiction. So it's not without a reasonable doubt standard. It's a preponderance of evidence. which can allow that kind of testimony, which probably wouldn't do as well in a criminal trial, to have a more significant factor at play.
Absolutely correct. And did anybody, was there any defense about like, well, how accurate are your recollections about an event that happened 27 years ago, and the person that it ostensibly happened to can't even pinpoint the time or year of the occurrence? I mean, it's obviously very fluid. I don't, I just, it's beyond me. And at the same time, I completely understand how the verdict could be reached. On one side, I have what I think is an idealistic way of how a justice system in America should be working, and then I have a realistic observation of how it's malfunctioning in New York City.
Well, it's not. It wouldn't be just New York City. I mean, you've got. I think you'd be surprised in terms of what passes as evidence in rape cases and sexual assault cases in the UK, and that's criminal. So
I have a random thought here. Since they found Trump criminally liable, well, not criminally liable, but liable for this case. Can Tara Reid bring charges against old Joe Biden? I mean, I think she has a stronger case against Biden, right? She was, sexually assaulted by him in an elevator in 1993. So let's do that instead. That'd be interesting.
A lot
Did
longer.
it happen in New York?
No, I believe it happened in D.C.
No, it happened in D.C.
Yeah,
And she made the complaint at the time too, and
and her
it's
mother called in a radio station to talk
documentation
about it too
about the
at the
complaint
time.
and everything.
Yeah, more evidence.
But again,
You
the
guys all
only
saw.
reason. Sorry.
You see her statement the other day, Tara Reid. What Tara Reid tweeted?
Yeah, she said that basically one of those "I'm not suicidal" tweets. That if something happens to me, it's not. It wasn't me. That was the essence of the tweet, if I recall.
Got 20,000 retweets on that.
guys, I'm going to buy a subscription to U.S. newspapers historically, and set up a practice in the United States. I think every politician in the United States must be shitting their pants right now.
No, but
Well,
is that
listen,
right though?
I'll take
Because
this.
Charles, didn't you say that it was just for that 1 year grace period where you could make an application? Is that right?
Yeah, it was filed under the New York Adult Survivors Act, which again went into effect November 24th, 2022, the same day she filed this case.
Oh, so that means what Akunji says right, because then if is the grace period until November 2023?
I believe, I don't know if it was enacted. I'm hearing conflicting that it was open for 6 months and 12 months. So I'm not sure if it's still applicable, but I'm sure we could figure that out.
Well, that's important because if it's 6 months, it's about to run out in a couple of weeks. But if it's 12 months, then people have 6 months, and you're right. There'll be a lot of accusations. I assume this is just solely New York, though. Is that right, Charles?
Yeah, this is just applicable to New York, signed by Governor Hochul.
I want to throw something here because there's another factor. This obviously has political implications, and I want to restrain it to the conversation, but this is important. I found out, and we found out more fully when I was working on Capitol Hill from about 2010 to 2018, but in the early part of that period, we found out that there was a pool of funds that is under the direction of the speaker that had been used for some years to pay sexual abuse claims on Capitol Hill with members of Congress, keeping it out of the civil or the criminal courts. And this came up because the office I was working for at the time, my boss had required me to make sure we set aside $200,000 that we did not spend in the budget so that we could return it back to the Treasury. Well, it doesn't go back to the Treasury. It goes back to the Speaker's office. So that money had been accumulating for some years under those auspices and was actually used in numerous occasions to pay off sexual abuse claims there. And so I have this general opinion. I mean, by the way, when I was a young Christian guy, before Trump ever thought about running for office, I was like, gosh, this guy makes me sick. I'm supporting Trump, and I still think he's the guy I want to be president. But let's just be honest here. This is not merely a Trump thing. This is very widespread.
Yeah, and other people have had the fortune for them and misfortune for everyone else that people are willing to come in and clean up their mess and make things disappear and go away using our tax dollars. So it's like it's very difficult, in my opinion, to hear character arguments from people who support people who are have histories of very, very questionable behavior that makes them look guilty. So it's like, do we care about justice or do we not? Because when I first found out about that fund, that just like made my blood boil. That like there are some cases where there's just no accountability, and they use our money to make it go away.
It is a byword in politics. These efforts to keep people from serious corrupt or sinful behavior from being known from it being known what they were doing. And I really get concerned because this is going to blow up with Trump, at least in the short run. I don't know how long it's going to last. And then everyone, said, yeah, this confirms how horrible Donald Trump is. And I just have to tell you, my personal experience is that there are scoundrels as worse than Donald Trump who seem very clean to people in the political realm.
Well, can we be very honest about this? Politics is so rotten to the core, both personally and politically, that when someone like Donald Trump comes along, who doesn't cloak himself in glory when it comes to his personal life, but he does simply two things. One is that he tries to do what he says he's going to do in terms of a manifesto, and B, he tries to reduce the amount of war in the world, then that is our political savior, just because of those two things, which should be absolutely standard for all human beings in politics. Really, we're focusing on the smut, and I'm absolutely certain that Donald Trump has been rolling around in smut most of his life, and I don't think he makes any real, hash of it in terms of trying to hide it so much. But the problem is that everyone else is rolling around in smut, and we're sort of focusing on the smut. What we're not focusing on is the one thing that someone like Donald Trump has managed to cloak himself in, which is honesty in politics, which is crazy, I think.
So, Ian, I've got a question for you. So,
Yeah, what's up?
how does this impact your boy DeSantis?
I don't think it does. I think it.
You don't think he's got a better chance of winning now?
I mean, well, I guess it really depends on how conservatives view the result of the case. Do they view it as legitimate? I mean, do they agree with E. Jean Carroll and the courts? I don't think so. I don't think that this severely impacts him, although it will hurt him against Biden, assuming he wins, because I think your middle of the road voters, people who are not Democrats or Republicans, but they vote, they're politically active. I think they will look at Trump and see this as a black mark on his character, right? So they're who it impacts, right? As opposed to DeSantis, it's just going to be Republicans, and they don't trust the New York court anyway. So I don't really see that impacting the primary, but I do see it impacting the general election. And so this has, in my opinion, right, hurt Trump somewhat in the general election. Yes.
Well, let me expand that analysis. I think there's an important aspect. Sorry to jump over you, Raheem.
That's right. That's fine.
But let's keep this in mind. There is the difference between this and the tape in 2016 is that this was adjudicated in a court, and it's going to be hard for people to understand that this is a much lower standard than a criminal case. So that's something that in a general election between Biden and Trump could be brought up. But let's just be honest here. Trump's supporters he's not going to lose any of those supporters. The question is, how much does it hit the moderates? Well, there's another factor with the moderates. Like, is a moderate voter in November 2024 going to be saying to themselves, okay, yeah, so Donald Trump had this case against him, but like I can't afford to live anymore. And everything's screwed up in this country.
Right.
So which do I want? Well, it was okay before. So anyway, it will have more of an impact. But I
guess
don't
it really depends on how poorly Biden is performing.
Jim, this is
right?
also the guy that they tried to kill his candidacy in 2016 by playing that I grab pussy tape. So this is all sort of baked into the cake with Trump. and I think people will come to see it. A lot of people will come to see this as a just a malicious prosecution, politically motivated, and of course there's some support to that notion because the people who are behind it and helping fund the litigation. I don't think
Specifically, the Judge
I
Louis
don't know
A.
if it was
Kaplan
Jim.
and the
I'm
Southern
gonna
District. Sorry, go ahead.
just I want to hop in quickly because I actually got to run here in a second. But I think it might have been Jim who said this. I think it's so on the money. I mean, is this really the first time that we've seen a character assassination of Trump? Do you think that people in 2016 voted for Trump because he's such a personally saint, like he's some sort of person who the Pope is going to say is like a godly, pious, like perfect man? No, he has his flaws, but the reason why people voted for him is because of a sense of honesty and earnestness that this is an adult who's going to actually lead our country as opposed to say like Joe Biden, for instance. And also could deal with some really critical issues like crime, right? Like we saw this whole thing that happened on the New York subway. We see these things happen all around the country with like shootings and so on and so forth. And abroad, like people are not really feeling safe. And the other part is about inflation and dealing with the economy. And if these two things are things that they feel confident about, I don't think they're going to be looking to this case and saying, "Well, I'm a coal miner and I'm a steel worker in Pennsylvania, but I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump, even though I feel emphatically he's going to deal with the real issues impacting my life." Right? I mean, let's get serious, honestly.
Well, not everybody's
wasn't
a
it
coal worker in Pennsylvania, though. There are. I think the women's vote. This could have an impact. I'd actually be interested in what Ian and others think about what DeSantis should say when he is inevitably asked about the veracity of this case, the legitimacy of this case, and its rulings, its findings. When what should his position on it be?
I think he should just be
he should
neutral.
take the same position that the Clintons did. Like people don't care about sex. It's not like she was an intern. He used her as a cigar humidor. I mean, come on, they were adults, right?
Yeah, I think so. Personally, I think that DeSantis should just stay out of it. He should just not, do a no comment and say that, this is between two individuals. I've not followed the case. I don't know what's going on. It's unimportant. Doesn't really matter to most Americans, and in fact, it doesn't. Right? This is really low on the totem pole because if you look at it, it's a civil case. It's a civil suit. It's not a criminal suit, and it certainly doesn't pertain to Trump's governance. It doesn't pertain to corruption. Nothing like that. Right? It says nothing about his ability to lead as a leader. So I think that DeSantis should just keep quiet about it. Just do a no comment. Say I haven't followed it. I'm not into drama.
I think that would be the correct political advice.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
and if anything, he can attack Trump on the drama. You could say like, look, under my presidency, you won't have to deal with any of this stuff. Just say that, and boom, you're done. You don't even have to comment on the case. That would be the smart move.
I mean, if he said that, that'd be a problem. If he said under my presidency, you're not gonna have to deal with any of
Well,
this.
you know what I mean. Like because like
That's
you
basically
say,
implying that.
Aren't you tired of this nonsense? Every other week there's some Trump stuff happening, and under my command, like all you're going to hear about is how the left is crying. The left is crying. They're losing. We're taking back banks. We're taking back schools. That's all we're going to be hearing.
Ian, let's not pretend though that in a universe where Ron DeSantis becomes president, let's not pretend that all the forces of the left, media, liberal, bias, whatever, will be marshaled against him, and that will occur.
Oh, 100%.
Well, they probably wouldn't because he's one of them.
No. It's already happening. It's already happening in Florida. They'd like to paint him as a fascist. They like to say that he hates trans people and gays, and he wants to oppress everyone. He's the next Hitler. He's Donald Trump, but competent. That's the one thing that I always hear from the Florida Democrats. So they're going to double up those lines of attack against him 100%. They will try to paint him as worse as possible, right? It'll be like Hitler 2.0, basically. He's Putin.
So, Heather, what's your
English?
Heather, what's your thoughts on what Ian is saying?
I mean, I think Ian's gave solid advice for Ron. I personally have my own.
Do you think it is? Like, if he says, "Guess what? You're not going to have the same problems you've got with Trump." Like,
no. Well, so I mean, if Ron DeSantis doesn't have the same problems as Trump, it's because he's the establishment, right? Because anybody that stands against the corruption going on right now is going to get met with this lawfare, is going to get met with the media waging war on you. Like,
Heather,
Trump is standing in.
Heather, your mic is super bad. It was okay before, but I don't know what's happened. It's terrible.
Yeah, you need to reconnect or something. You need to fix it.
Yeah, I think the
Okay.
establishment's attacking you because you went after DeSantis, but we'll come back to that in a second. Yeah,
Probably.
just sort your mic out. Tony, thanks for joining us. I'm so glad that you joined us just to give us a different perspective. So what's your initial thoughts about the result of this case?
Well, I think it's monumental in the starting of the accountability of Trump. But I think more than anything, it's going to set into motion the ability for this country to wrap its head to have two words, guilt and Trump, in the same sentence over the next 2 or 3 years. So I think what we will point back to a point in time where accountability started, and that his small, very small percentage of popularity, as people want to call it in this country, is going to start to erode from this moment. And I still think he'll be the nominee. I still think CNN's still going to do their town hall. People are still going to praise this guy as their, almighty and their savior, and he's great for our country, and he's clearly not by today's verdict.
So you
If we're being technical, the word is liable, but
Yeah, there's no guilty involved.
yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Right. I know the semantics are important for the people who are delusional, but in the
It's not
Wait. Let
semantics.
him
it's
finish.
a legal
It's a
Guys,
issue.
civil law.
Let my boy Tony finish. We've had a good hour of one position. That's cool, but just let Tony finish. Go for it, Tony.
It is semantics, and the reason why it's semantics is because of narrative and messaging, and that's why you're in here saying it's not guilt, it's not guilt, it's not guilt, it's not guilty, because it is a narrative, and that's what I'm saying. This is the practice for this country and really the world, if you want to broaden it a bit, is to get used to the idea that Donald Trump is going to be held accountable in court, and the word guilt is going to be leveled against him. And that is a good practice for the country, because I think we're in for a lot of sentences with the word guilt and Trump in it.
Yeah, except you can't
It's
do it
not
as it relates
semantics
to this
because
case.
the burden of proof is different.
Tony, you cannot do it as it relates to this case. I mean, that's rightly. I'm just glad the media is out there saying guilt's not the word, liable is the word. So this one is not
right.
The guilt
I understand that you don't like the word guilt in this situation.
No, I like.
I get
There's a legal
that you want to hang on. You want to hang on to the semantics of it, but what I'm telling you is that the narrative and the messaging is going to be the word guilt, whether you like it or not, whether you're delusional or not, of what is about to happen to Donald Trump and his movement and MAGA. It is not going to be good over the next 3 or 4 years.
So, I got a question for you. What are your thoughts on Tara Reade?
Let him talk. I want to hear more.
I missed the question. What was that?
What are your thoughts on Tara Reade?
On Tara Reade? Is there a civil case?
It's the narrative, Tony. It's the narrative.
Where's the criminal case?
There's no criminal case for Donald Trump either.
There is a criminal case in New York. What are you talking about? His Trump organization was found guilty, if you want to use the word, of 17 counts of business fraud. He's charged, indicted for 34 felonies of business fraud.
Sexual abuse of Tara Reade by Joe Biden.
Right. Where's the civil case?
Oh, so there's not a case. So then there's not a narrative. Listen, Tony, we can talk about this, and I'm fine. I like it when you come in and we have a discussion on this. But I'm seriously, dude, if you're going to tell us that if we have proclivities towards supporting Donald Trump, that we got to just understand what the narrative is. Well, dude, there's more to this story than what you want to bring up.
What does Tara Reade have to do with E. Jean Carroll and Donald Trump assaulting E. Jean Carroll?
It has everything to do with E. Jean Carroll because.
Oh, really?
Really?
So explain to me.
Joe Biden. Let me finish. We let you, dude. Let me finish.
Guys, sorry, I was just sending a request. I could just hear two people screaming. Tony, go ahead, finish your point. And I'll go to
okay, Tony. Joe Biden is just as problematic and guilty as Donald Trump is with E. Jean Carroll when it comes to Tara Reade.
He's on the guilty word. We don't want to get
Jim,
right?
Jim, you keep screaming, bro. Like, what is going on? I know you're emotional about this. Let Tony answer your point, and then we'll come back to you. Go for it, Johnny.
Again,
I
Jim,
wasn't
that's
quite
what
sure.
I'm trying to tell you, is that I know the narrative that's spun around Tara Reade and Joe Biden. I know the narrative. I've got it in my comments. Oh, you can't believe how many Hunter Biden comments I've gotten in my replies. What I'm telling you is that the narrative of guilty and Trump is going to be heavy over the next 3 years. That is going to be the narrative. And this is the starting point of that, whether you like it or not.
Yep.
So
I don't
Brick,
Totally
can I
disagree with
ask
that.
Brick a question, right? So
agree.
Brick, what he's essentially saying is like, okay, you can use the word lie, but we're being precise in our verbiage and we're using the word liable. But what Tony's saying is the average American is not going to be like, oh, he's liable. They're not going to be precise in the verbiage. They're going to say that he's guilty, and that's how it's going to be seen across, the normal average person. So what's your thoughts on that, Brick?
Well, first of all, I got to say that Tony is correct that there is no real comparison between E. Jean Carroll and Tara Reade, because Tara Reade did file a complaint contemporaneously with the event. She did follow the process. E. Jean Carroll did not. To your question, I don't think that the press or anybody in media is going to be able to call President Trump guilty, because then they would be subject to action potentially for not characterizing the correct, not using the correct term of liability. I think honestly, I have a lot of faith in the American electorate of all ages to look at this case and see it for what it is, a really delayed character assassination attempt, and to judge it in that way. In much the same way that people discounted the Access Hollywood tape when that came out shortly before the election in 2016. I think anybody who's going to cast their ballot for president in 2024 or the primaries prior to that is going to look at who they feel can do the best job for the country going forward. And I really honestly don't think that this court finding is going to weigh into the calculus of all but the lowest propensity, low information voters. I really don't think it's in the scheme of things. It will be used as a cudgel by the left, and if that is the best tool that they've got, boy, that really says something about their lack of real political, tools to use against President Trump.
So Tony, I know you want to come back on that. Then I want to go to Harry and Chris. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, again, I think the ideas are being totally missed here. And the reason why is because we all live in this political universe where we track it, we pay attention to it, we look at verdicts, we read the court documents. I'm telling you, the average American who is worried about who's going to pitch for the Cardinals tomorrow is not going to know the difference. And here's what they're going to hear. Donald Trump was arrested several weeks ago, and today he was found guilty. Doesn't matter what words you guys use in your little bubble. I'm telling you, that is what the American people are going to start to see. And it is a huge narrative that is going to be a real problem for MAGA, whether you like it or not. That is the reason why Republicans years ago, the establishment, did not want him tied to them, because he's an anchor, not a fucking sail. And that's the problem. And that's the problem they have with Ron DeSantis, because Ron DeSantis is a weirdo. He can't imitate Trump anymore. He can't impersonate him anymore. So they have this problem where he's going to be their nominee, and there ain't a damn thing they can do about it.
So Harry, what's your actually? Let me just get a bit balanced first. Charles, what's your thoughts on what Tony said?
I mean, I don't disagree that we're going to see the next 3 years with frivolous litigations and more cases. We have the Georgia case pending. Hopefully we get some discovery in that as relates to elections. I mean, I don't disagree, we're going to say, but I don't disagree that we're going to see more cases and the narrative being shaped that Trump's guilty of multiple crimes. But I think the misstep there is assuming that that is bad for Trump. I think that's a huge misstep with what they're doing here. What they're trying to do is legally keep him out of the election process. They're trying to keep him off the debate stage, is what I think they're trying to do.
Who's they? Who's they?
Well, you said it yourself, the Republican Party, the Uni Party, they don't want Trump. They don't like Trump because Trump doesn't agree with them. On the very first debate stage, Donald Trump took the stage. He pointed at the crowd that was full of donors, and he said, I don't need you. I don't need your money. It was from that point on that the Republican establishment did not like Trump, because Trump is not the Republican establishment. And you're missing the point that that's why people like Trump. They also like Trump because they see in him what they see in the culture surrounding them. They see people being attacked, people being oppressed, people being falsely accused of things, and that's what's endearing to them. So, no, I don't think this case technically or in a cultural aspect is going to negatively affect him. If anything, it's going to give him more TV time. The name Trump is going to show up more on television and newspaper screens, and it's going to elevate an otherwise kind of weak campaign at the moment because he's not out there talking. And yeah, I mean, there's other things to that, but I'm really curious also what these two youngsters have to say
I'm
here.
going to that. I'm
Harry
going to that now. So, Harry, thanks for joining us. I know you don't like Trump, so and obviously you're Gen Z. So, what's your thoughts on this verdict, and how do you think it's going to impact things?
Well, yeah, I think it's a great day for America, great day for justice. The trial was comprehensive in my view, and I think it speaks volumes to how quickly the jury came to their conclusion to the substantial amount of evidence that was present. And in terms of how this is going to affect things, I think Tony was right on the nose with it, right? And I think that what's his name, Charles, is wrong. I think that this case absolutely damages Donald Trump. And it just shows how problematic of a person is, how bad, of how terrible of an individual he is. And the fact that after this case, he goes back to attacking her on Truth Social, saying he doesn't know her when there's pictures of them together, speaks further to how bad Donald Trump is. He just keeps running his mouth and keeps further indicting himself. And I just think that the cases we're seeing, like, this is just the beginning. And I think Tony talked about this a little bit. This is just the beginning for Donald Trump. And I know that the more the right-wing folks in here would love to believe that this is a witch hunt and that they're just coming after him and that this is all fake, but they're clearly in a bubble, right? This is just the beginning. The other cases have substantial evidence. Like, he is in some really, 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 really serious legal trouble, and any lawyer and any American who just evaluates the evidence can see that. And I just think this adds to it and it just makes Donald Trump's life that much harder, and it's a great day for justice. So those are just my kind of surface level views for the matter.
Well, Harry, I think you should be a public speaker. I know you already are, but the amount of emotions you caused through your speech, there was emojis, there was laughing emojis, there was 100%, there was 100% emojis. It was going wild on here. But
thank you, my
yeah,
man.
but,
I think it's because of the recent story that came out about him.
Heather, you got to fix your mic. You got to fix it.
Heather, you need to sort that mic out. Like, I need to drop you or something because that mic's too bad. It's getting worse each time. But let me go to Ronald beforehand. Ronald, so you're a lawyer. So we were just talking about a bit about the a few points. Maybe you can help clarify. The first point is the verdict said that he's not guilty of rape, but he is guilty of sexual abuse. Now, we were discussing and we were trying to figure out what does sexual abuse mean. If you can just clarify that in terms of in New York.
Well, first of all, he was found not liable. This guilty is reserved for a criminal case. But the difference is, one is a very serious violent crime that carries mandatory registration, etc. If it was in the criminal context, it's not common that a jury actually hears the word rape in a civil case. It's actually uncommon, but it is what it is. The sexual abuse is it's more like a sexual battery. If you're grabbing someone in a sexual manner where you're trying to have a sexual response subjectively, each state has a complicated series of elements for that charge. But on the broader picture, listening to the viewers, you know, not everything has a political component in every case. I mean, in this case, there was an individual woman that, believe me, like any lawyer, I was very skeptical of her, but she handled herself with a lot of dignity, and she was entitled to her day in court, just like any American is. She went up against a fantastic defense attorney with a very unlimited budget, and the defendant decided not to show up and testify, and that's his choice. But I will tell you, you don't need to read a lot into the verdict, except there's a $5 million verdict, and anybody sitting on this space right now would not be wanting to write a check for $5 million. So the verdict, to that extent, that's not something anybody would want. So it was a significant victory. Many civil cases, the verdicts are $1 or they're nominal damages. In this case, not only did the jury believe her and rejected extensive cross-examination to impeach her credibility, but the jury also found that she was damaged. She didn't make any statements. She left court. And I think that that's what the case should be viewed at. It was her case. It's not a case about the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. In a civil case, a lot of times the criminal statute of limitations is expired, or the victim or plaintiff wants justice in a different manner. And so this is the forum she chose. And that's the great thing about the American legal system. But it's really Jean Carroll's day, nobody else's. And I think that we should remember that. I mean, she got her fair trial. The defense got their trial, and if there was something wrong with the rulings, an appellate court will weigh in. I mean, this was in a federal court; it wasn't in some state court, and I think that the verdict has significance on that level.
I want to make one more point before I go, if I can. And I
Perfect.
appreciate you guys having me in this space to have some sort of alternate opinion, at least maybe some facts. But I just want to point out that Suleiman, even though you didn't intend to, you used the word guilt there, and Ronald had to correct you. And that's the point that I'm making, is that Americans don't run around talking about court cases and distinguish the difference between liable and guilt. Ronald does, because he's a lawyer, he's an attorney. But the average American does not. And this is why Donald Trump and MAGA has a huge narrative and a really bad messaging problem. And it will continue, and it's going to only pile up and pile up and pile up. I do believe that the Republican Party will still nominate him, and I'm not going to stand in their way, to be quite honest. I think the messaging and the narrative problem is going to only elevate the Democratic nominee to be the president of the United States. So thank you for having me, and enjoy.
Yeah, just
Awesome, man.
to get back to another interesting evidence point, you'll remember they played the deposition where he said for millions of years, things have gone on with men and what they do with women, and rightfully or wrongfully. Again, you could, you recognize the age of the deponent, what they've been through in their life, their where they're coming from. Probably he was aggravated. It was just a couple months ago he had the deposition, but it wasn't the best answer if you really think about it. I mean, and that some of the actual testimony that they did know before the trial that was going to be played before the jury, it may have meant, sort of, if they had to do a do-over, you may have wanted him to come testify and explain those comments in the context, or just sort of get the jury to focus on the live testimony, because that wasn't helpful testimony at all. It just made it look like for decades or centuries men have done horrible things to women. There's already a messaging problem with women, and so you would think that maybe this would have been a good time to show some contrition and recognize the things that have happened to women. But in this particular case, he could have said it didn't happen with us, instead of the other things that the jury heard. That's just my only other comment.
I'm just going to go to the political. Thanks for joining us. What's, in terms of, again, same question to you. Essentially, we were told that there was a limitation that, because for my first question was, how is a case from 20 years ago being tried right now? And we were told that it's because the limitation was basically changed for a year, where you could basically charge cases or go for cases that are archaic, specifically about sexually related ones. So essentially, are we going to see a lot more cases against people which are archaic in this regard?
Could I say how we got here, and then somebody else answer if there's going to be a lot
One
more?
second,
Because
Grant.
it's kind of
I will come to
important.
you. I just want to go to the political first.
Sure.
I'm basically going to go to
Sure.
political,
Yeah.
and then I was going to go to someone on the other side, then go to Chris, and then I will come to you. Because Chris was here a lot earlier. But political?
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem.
So did you want me answering that?
No, it was the political, who's also a lawyer, but okay, she might not be able to figure out how to unmute. Grant, you can.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, this is your profile's called the political pom.
Yes, that's me. I wanted to point out, I believe New York got rid of the statute of limitations for rape charges, but I think, I'm sorry, I joined this chat late, but I think people seem to be getting confused. I'm an attorney I do work on civil cases, especially in Manhattan. I'm kind of on the newer side, so anyone more experienced can help me, but I just wanted to say, people tend to get confused when somebody uses their Fifth Amendment right. It doesn't mean they're guilty. Trump got a lot of flack for that. Also, I'm sorry, I just have to say this, he has this case, he has the Stormy Daniels case, he has that Georgia, whatever's going on there. I absolutely do find it political. I disagree when people are alleging this is not politically charged. Is he perfect? By no means. But sorry, Biden has a lot of, stuff stacked up against him too. Do I agree with the outcome of his case? Absolutely not. I hope. I'm sorry, go on.
Sorry, one second.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
yeah, no, I just wanted. Yeah, no, just I wanted that. I came to this chat late. I'm not sure what you've covered or not, but yeah, it's interesting, right? Just to what I think the politician said. Yeah, Biden clearly may have things stacked up against him, but yet he's not been charged with anything, right? I mean, Hunter Biden is potentially facing.
But what does that mean? What does that mean if he has people backing him and hiding things? What does that mean?
Well, what it means in its purest form is that thus far, Biden doesn't have anything stacked against him until an indictment or charge comes down, right? Just as Donald Trump thus far he was found liable for this, but at the end of the day, thus far, all he has stacked against him legally is the Manhattan DA's charge, which I disagree with clearly, but I just don't think that we can say that Biden has anything stacked against him yet until charges are filed. And I just wanted to add on to something that I think his name was Rich said. Yeah, absolutely. That deposition video was, in my mind, it was a nightmare for him, right? Not only because he said, well, stars have been doing it for a million years. That's a fact, right? Because we know, any lawyer will tell you, that rape is not about the law of attraction, right? Rape is about power. And for him to say, well, stars have been doing it for 1,000 years, that drives home that narrative, right? Now, the fact that he confused his wife Marla Maples with E. Jean Carroll is disastrous too. The whole thing was a disaster, but it's another. I'm sure Rich will agree with me on this. Like 30 years later, or however long it's been, memories change. Look, he was found liable. It's a little bit dangerous in my mind, right? I think you're going to see a lot more of these cases come, especially with the Me Too movement. But just to say that Biden has a lot stacked against him, that may be true. I have no doubt that Biden has a lot to answer for.
You were a prosecutor in New York, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, but not civilly. Yeah.
So, I mean, isn't this a problem in itself that you're essentially able to charge like cases that are so archaic?
I'm sorry, I only do civil. I don't know criminal, so I can't, chime in on that.
No stress, thank you. Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Problematic. I don't know, right? I haven't practiced in a long time. We saw this all start happening with the Me Too movement. And again, I do understand, like, the reason why, in my mind, women don't sometimes come forward with allegations of rape and so forth is because they dread what E. Jean Carroll just went through via Joe Tacopina, right? So you're reliving the moment, the fear that, well, no one will believe me, this person is too powerful and so forth. Same with Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby to a certain degree, right? But personally, myself, I view it as problematic, right? I mean, yeah, I don't want to get the nasty DMs from people, so I'm gonna just leave it at that for now.
I mean, just on the other side, Ben, you also have women who falsely accuse people with minimal evidence, and essentially we're in a society now where you can essentially accuse anyone. And I'm talking about Trump here. I'm talking generally as well. Trump, Tate, there's so many people who get accused based on minimal or no evidence, and essentially, if anything, that is another society that we don't want, where you can't, you can never have a scenario where the threshold for evidence is so low that you want to basically indict anyone. So that's
right. I mean, this is civil, right? So this is not about reasonable doubt. This was forming an opinion based on the preponderance of evidence. Yeah. So, and again, listen, Trump had every right. Absolutely. So Trump had no legal requirement to testify. The problem with that, though, is they basically had to rely on the presentation and his video deposition, which was a nightmare, right? So and I think her name is Political down there. So if I were going to defend somebody with a rape allegation or sexual assault allegation, what you would want to hear that client say repetitively is not that, well, she's not my type, or, men have been doing this when you're a star for a million years. What you would want that client to say is, I'm not that person. I would never do that. It's not that she's not my type. I would never do that. And I can bring in, 100 witnesses to vouch for my credibility. The problem with that, though, is E. Jean Carroll's lawyer would have brought in 100 people to say, well, that is his personality, right? So it's a tough one, right? It is a tough one. It was New York, it's Manhattan, so that has to be taken into account. But, juries usually get it right. He will appeal
So was
this
his
as
problem,
any
Ben?
litigant
Was his
would.
problem that he was being too honest in his deposition?
I don't know if he was being too
Well, he
honest,
was
right? I
being
mean,
honest to
saying
his
that
own
the
beliefs because his argument.
well, hold on. Well, no, hold on, Suleiman. No, I mean, I would push back on that, right? So at the end of the day, he didn't say, well, I didn't do that because I'm not that person. He said, I didn't do it because she's not my type. That's basically what he said. That's a disastrous thing to say, right? Again, if she was your type, would you do
No,
it?
I was talking about your
That's
comment
like,
about when you said men have been doing this like throughout time, because he was talking specifically about the comment about, what the comment he made about grab her by the, and his argument obviously is
yeah, of
that when you're
course.
rich and wealthy, what that really means is when you're rich and wealthy, you have access to women, larger access to women than an average Joe does. So that is something that he obviously believes, and we know that's to be true to an extent.
Yeah, for sure. No, I agree with you, right? I think it's a dangerous precedent personally. Um, and then you are right. I mean, I think that any reasonable lawyer would say that, yeah, absolutely. There are many, many, many cases of false accusations, and there is a tendency to give credit to the accuser, right? That's just a fact. So I joined the conversation late. I'm sure you've covered this all. I'll just sit here and
No, we
wait for the
appreciate
next
your comments.
comments.
Let me go
Yeah.
to Chris. Chris,
All right.
thanks for joining us. I don't know if you can match what your boy Harry did with all them emojis, but yeah, try your best.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been listening. I appreciate you bringing me up. I think my general thought process from today, I reiterate everything Harry said, but also just, I know some people in here have been talking about you can debate between guilty, liable, etc. I think it was a good comment that the average American voter won't care. But I also think, Trump's obviously known for being, a scandal-ridden president, but someone who can, it doesn't really faze him, right? His voters don't care. But you have to just start to assume that eventually, this breaks, right? We're going down the list at this point. We're twice impeached, once indicted, multiple criminal investigations. Now the American public is hearing that he's paying $5 million for defamation and sexual abuse. And if the MAGA, if the social media storm, if the defense of this is going to be, well, he's liable and not guilty, I just think so many Americans are just like, this is ridiculous. This is too much. This cannot be the guy who's the Republican nominee. I think it's laughable. I think it's just getting to a point where it's absolutely ridiculous to keep going down these lines where like, oh, well, that's a witch hunt and that's a witch hunt and this impeachment wasn't right and these 3 criminal investigations and this sexual, it's just like, wow, it's just ridiculous. That's what I'd have to say.
Right.
Well,
Let me go to Khaleesi. Khaleesi, what's your thoughts on what Chris said?
I'm going to actually start with Chris's last line. I actually do believe it's a witch hunt, as ridiculous as you may find that, Chris. And I'll tell you why, okay? When there are, and I'm not American, so I'm looking at this very much from an outsider perspective. Look, okay, so when there have been numerous allegations against previous presidents, be it Bill Clinton or be it Joe Biden, and then 20 years after an allegation's made, President Trump now has been found liable, you have to question the timing of it. If this was such a cause for concern, why wasn't this actually brought to court before he actually stood for the presidential elections first time round?
Please let me speak. I gotta say, I got the answer. I got the
Can I
answer. I'll tell you.
Well, okay, go on then, and then I'll continue. Go
Please,
ahead.
I've been dying to say. So everybody is like, why now? Right? Why now? Why is it now? I'm going to tell you why.
Go
So
ahead,
while
Grant. I
Donald
don't want
Trump
you
was
to
president,
die because I know you're dying to tell me.
I've
So
been
go ahead.
dying to say it. So
Go
while
on.
Donald Trump was president, okay, E. Jean Carroll spoke out, right? She made allegations that he had sexually assaulted her, raped her, etc. Donald Trump said that she was lying, that she was not his type.
That's false.
I'm,
She didn't
I'm,
allege this. She did not allege that
I'm
she was
just
raped.
summarizing. I'm
She,
not
but
trying
that's
to
but
relitigate the
it's a false.
case.
But it's a false summary because she did not allege that she was raped.
Okay. Sexual assault, whatever. I'm summarizing. I'm just summarizing, okay? Because this
You're
was a
also
rape
not being
trial.
accurate.
No, please don't. Just relax. The trial's done. Okay, don't try me. Just let me give you the procedural history. This is important. So the statements were made while he was the president to a media gaggle. So then E. Jean Carroll filed suit for defamation. That suit has been to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals twice, and now is pending in front of the DC Circuit Court of Appeals for them to rule on a matter of law if Donald Trump was acting in his personal or official capacity when he made those statements. That is defamation. That is E. Jean Carroll versus Trump 1. Today's case was E. Jean Carroll versus Trump 2, which is based on statements made last year and based on reopening the statute of limitations by the New York State Legislature, signed into law by the governor, right? And the first case, the first defamation case, was into discovery. There was a series of rulings. This was going on for years during the presidency. The Department of Justice was defending Donald Trump across both administrations. The Biden administration didn't withdraw its support from the case. So case number 1 is proceeding. Then it's bouncing around all the appeals courts, and then the legislature opens up the field of play, the statute of limitations, for case number 2. Case number 2 is then heard very quickly because case number 1 was mature, and they essentially merged the cases, but took case number 2 to trial first because it's on the same facts as case number 1, which was many years old. So that's why it happened today. That's what's going on. Donald Trump has gotten the most extensive due process you can imagine, multiple trips to multiple appeals courts, and then case number 1 is going to go up to the Supreme Court for sure, because it's a matter of free speech involving the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States. And so I think that they're going to appeal it up to the Supreme Court and get a final verdict. That case, E. Jean Carroll 2, could take until 2025 to decide. But this one is complete. And so that's why this one happened first.
Yeah, I just want to. Sorry, I'd like to add on to what Khalees said. Oh. I just want to add on to what Khalees said, and I think it's important that I say this, right? Suleiman, Mario, Khalees, hello, how are you? It's good to see you, first of all. So I'm not a really big fan of Donald Trump, right? I'm more of a DeSantis person, and I've had this discussion with a lot of people, including a lot of former colleagues who no longer practice in New York too. And so the question is whether or not this is political. If you had asked me a month and a half ago, do I view all of these investigations and potential indictments as political, I would have said no, because I personally, and this is just me, I thought that when that indictment was unsealed in Manhattan, there were going to be explosive revelations. And even the hardcore MAGA people would say, okay, this is serious. This is what they're investigating. But I have to be very candid. When we learned of the contents of that indictment, even I have to say that it's nothing but politics to me, right? No, it's ridiculous. I mean, so when you take that into context, and I think that a lot of even far left, even Democrats would admit that in the privacy of their own mind, the substance of those indictments, it's not only that they're not that serious crimes, I just don't even know if there's merit to it, right? You're coming down to something which could be argued, by a competent lawyer, which he has. I mean, Susan Necheles and Todd Blanche, they're top of the line. Clerical errors, right? I mean, no one's going to jail over these charges. It's ridiculous. Even if you were to walk in tomorrow and plead guilty to them all, a deal could probably be struck and there'd be a big fine or something like that. It's ridiculous. So will it hurt his chances in politics? I don't think so. I think that the more that these investigations pile on, the more potentially Donald Trump's going to be vindicated. Because if, let's say he is indicted in Georgia, which I think he will be, right? If that indictment is as weak as what came out of the Manhattan DAs, it's just gonna bolster him. The narrative that this is a witch hunt, and even for me to say that leaves a bad taste in my mouth, right? I've been waiting for him to leave office and to see what's contained within all these investigations. But if this is it, if it's repetitive and similar to what came out of Manhattan, I got to tell you, even myself, I'll say, yeah, this is political, and he is the most persecuted man in political history. And I have taken no pleasure in saying that, but we have to be intellectually honest, right? And Suleiman, you and I have talked about that. So in regards to E. Jean Carroll, I don't know, right? You're talking 30 years later. Everything that Grant said is factually accurate. Don't get me wrong, but you have to take it in a broader context. And in relation to I want to finish with this, the Manhattan DA. So if this is about suppressing a story in 2016, that he had an affair with a porn star, I can tell you this, people who are of my son's generation, those who do support Donald Trump, had they known about that, he had sex with a porn star, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, that would have, and I don't want to say my son is a bad character, but that was part of his appeal. Look, he's the boss. Look, he's having sex with porn stars, right? He's the man. That's how a lot of young people view this. So I do think it's political. I have to tell you. And again, clearly he's going to be indicted in Georgia. I mean, all the signals are there. The 8 alternate or fake electors have signed immunity deals. But again, if there's not explosive revelations there, I have to say I'd probably move over to Team Trump too and say what he's saying has some validity. Yes, I know, Grant, you're giving me the thumbs down, but that's just factually, intellectually honest, in my opinion, right? I mean, there has to be something more than this.
Benjamin, I have a question for you. Given what Grant was saying about the timing, what he thinks the timing of this case is, why it's been brought up now. When this came to light, obviously, Donald Trump was president. Would they have not impeached him if they thought it was so serious, given what they're doing to him now? Clearly, the emphasis they're putting on the seriousness of it now, why would they not be able to legally impeach him at that time?
So you'd have to have a specific. There's a few specific categories for impeachment. I'm actually not. I'm not a congressional or proceedings specialist.
I can explain this.
Yeah,
this
please
is very
go ahead.
simple. It's it's not a personal act. It's not a.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's not a professional act. So it's like impeachment is for a political crime, like doing something in your job that breaks a law. It's not for you did something in your past that was wrong. Although Republicans did use that with Bill Clinton to a degree, but they accused him of committing perjury in his personal capacity during a civil lawsuit, which is a very, very that's an extremely high standard, that they're looking for, and they did it in the personal sphere, and it didn't fly.
So is Tara Reid going to bring? Is someone going to charge Joe Biden for the allegations against Tara Reid now? Do you think?
Tara Reid is very lucky she's not getting charged for perjury, because she lied about her credentials and was an expert witness in courts in Central California, and that's just unfortunate.
But does that mean?
But that's
does that mean
what
that?
That means
does that no?
Reid is very fortunate. The Tara Reid is not on trial for the
That
things
doesn't
she
bring
said.
up. That doesn't
under
answer his
oath
question,
in
though.
court.
You're not answering.
So
Right?
my question.
So
hold on, just Grant. One
is
question.
that she wouldn't bring something to court because, Tara Reid doesn't have these things that E. Jean Carroll had. Her credibility is not exactly,
Well, I mean, if you look, when we
mentioned that,
okay, so
everybody has written about
right.
her. Her background is well known, and it's not the worst I've ever seen. Okay, but I'm just telling you, if she had something, it's been a long time now, and
right.
Joe Biden never made any derogatory statements about her, and this is what's important. Joe Biden never lashed out, did anything destructive towards her, harmed her career. The reason why we're here today is that Donald Trump, as the president of the United States, or in his individual capacity, we're waiting for a couple of more court rulings on this, stood up and said, this person is basically a crackpot.
No, I understand that. I understand that.
And it destroyed her career. She lost her job. That was it.
So I understand that.
I don't know if you work in the media,
All
but
right,
I can tell you.
Grant,
no, not at all.
Back on you. Grant, you're not stopping. He's had about 20 times to get in there. Go for it.
Right, but Suleiman, the question stands, and I think it's an important question. So, because hold on, please. So, because Tara Reid made some false statements regarding another case, I mean, I haven't followed this E. Jean Carroll thing that closely, but did she not at one point say that there was no rape? Wasn't that part of this, part of the defense? Didn't she once make a contradictory statement?
Listen, man. I'm not here to litigate the case. The verdict is done.
Well, no,
it's about the preponderance of the
understand
evidence.
that, but I understand that. But my question is this: that why should something that Tara Reid did or said that is completely unrelated to the allegations against Joe Biden, are we now saying that because she may have a checkered past that her story is not to believe? I mean, is that not partially what this Me Too movement is about, right? Empowering women to come
It's
forward. Well,
everybody listened. Everybody heard her allegations. People tried to corroborate them. Okay. There was no corroboration for the allegations she made. None. That's one issue. But let's get to a bigger issue. What happens in court is under penalty of perjury, and what happens outside of court is under penalty of your reputation. So Tara Reid has not tested anything in court under penalty of perjury. And E. Jean Carroll has for the last 4 years now, and will for the next 2 or 3 years going forward as well. And so, I mean, this is not a comparable situation. And if you want to say, what about? Well, I'll tell you, I'm somebody who has brought a civil case against a corrupt public official, despite it being someone with a lot of political power.
Grant,
Okay,
didn't you
whether it be
support
local
Rebecca
or
Jones? And she's a lying sack of shit.
I am a reporter,
Uh-huh.
and so I report on what Rebecca Jones
Okay.
does from time to
You
time.
you like
And if you
you
read my stories,
biasly
and if you read my stories,
regurgitated everything she said without any
they
criticism
focus on the
whatsoever.
facts of
You
what
allowed your
public officials are
disdain
doing.
of Ron
Look, if you
DeSantis to
think,
color your
you know
reporting
what,
on this. Come on.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you think somebody should be prejudiced by the local government or the state government because of who they are and treated disparately, well, that's not how a government's supposed to work in America. And I'm sorry if you think that's okay. But
You
we
have
don't
to
have a
prove that it
fractional
treated her
government. Our government is
differently. It didn't.
non.
It didn't.
Yeah,
These are
so
just
actually I
claims
did.
that
I
she was
got
making.
copies
She
of some
claimed for her
emails.
grievances that
I got
the
copies
state
of
had
some emails.
kidnapped her
Check it out.
child, when that's clearly
I
not
didn't
true.
support that. No, the
Right,
Miami
right,
Herald wrote
right.
about that. I didn't.
Grant, and Ian, you both basically. Grant's like not stopping. Grant, you have to let people come back at you. Ian, let Ian finish his point first. Ian, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was saying like when you were reporting on how what do you report on exactly? You claim that she was the victim of basically governmental harassment under the orders of DeSantis, right? To curb her
No,
whistleblower claims against the Florida Department of Health, correct? Isn't that what you reported on?
I reported that prosecutors asked her to contract away her rights to sue the state over her employment situation as part of a deferred prosecution agreement. It was the second report related to a deferred prosecution agreement, and everybody can see both reports. Rebecca signed her DPA, and she had to pay a lot of money for it. And, I reported on the process of it. The prosecutors never made a contrary statement. It's all public record now. You can go get those records yourself and confirm that it's all based on emails. That's what I reported. And I interviewed 3 different lawyers without telling them who it was. I read the emails to them, got their comments. I blinded them, then, told them who it was and reported the story. And that's what you saw. So if you don't think that's good enough, then I'd suggest you do it. But government's not supposed to be political here. If you vote or oppose somebody in government, then you're not supposed to be treated differently by the official arm of the government. That is their job to manage. It's not their job to politicize. I'll leave it at that.
Right. Let's go to Halisi. Halisi, you wanted to come back?
Yeah, I'll wait. Actually,
Jim,
I wanna just
Jim,
yeah.
go for it.
Well, so let's take a look at the political matter here. One of the things that I think we need to be very, what I want to say, very, very understanding of here as we evaluate what the real effect of this is going to be is that, say, maybe 70 years ago, 60 years ago, when all these things were hidden even more effectively amongst politicians, if something like this came out, that would be a death knell for a politician. Right now, post Clinton, I mean, this has similarities to Bill Clinton in the 1990s. I think we evaluate these much less harmfully politically than we used to as an electorate. What's the long-term effect of that going to be? Yeah, Tony was saying earlier something about guilty is what they're going to say. There's no doubt that a civil case is going to be perceived as a guilty verdict as opposed to a liable verdict. That's absolutely true. And he was absolutely right about that particular aspect of it. But what we're looking at here is a situation where, as I said earlier, it's certainly going to affect people in that more moderate independent voter camp that Trump does need to win. And some of them are not maybe going to be as willing to vote for Trump as they were with just the revelation of that tape in 2016. That, I grant that. That's the reality. But the fact here is, particularly since this verdict happened here in May of an odd year, that's just not going to play out in the same way. Certainly, Joe Biden will bring up, and if they're one head to head in the elections next year, he's going to make a commercial. There are a whole lot of commercials that can be made about Joe Biden as well related to the laptop. And again, it's perception, not reality. One of the basic, and I'll just real quickly here make a statement. One of the basic rules, I mean, it's a hard and fast rule of politics, is that perception is reality. Reality is not even much reality, because people make their case. They have a free hand under our First Amendment to do so, and they're going to make the statements that they want to make. They are not liable when they're making political statements of even being inaccurate. That's a guarantee of our First Amendment, for good or for ill. It's the way it is. And it has an effect, but it's not a fatal effect for Donald Trump. And Bill Clinton is just the most notable example of that. But there's so much of this that happens. What the result is going to be if it's Trump versus Biden in 2024 leading into November is you're going to have a mud wrestling match. And the question is, who's going to be able to stand up at the end of that mud wrestling match? And if I'm right about that, then Trump wins that debate because he's more effective at dealing with a mud wrestling match by far than Joe Biden is. I mean, one of the other factors here as we think about what that result may be, Joe Biden is not going to be able to campaign from the basement again. He's going to try. They're going to do everything they can to try to make that happen. It's not going to work. He does not have COVID to give him cover on that. He will get some basement running because the media will allow him to do that, but it's still not going to be very effective. So the net result for Donald Trump is it's embarrassing. It doesn't look very good for him. There's no doubt about that this case does not look good in some people's minds, but his base is not going to run away from him on this. And there's going to be a case to be made about Joe Biden's presidency and about the Hunter Biden laptop. Again, whether you like it or not, it's going to be part of the debate. And the stuff is out there, and whether it should be or not, and all these, the legal side, the legal argument on the side of the things that are negative for Joe Biden are just as problematic for him because they can't be laid out as the legal things for Trump are not going to be the debate. The debate's going to be people's perceptions of these two men in that scenario. And frankly, right now, based upon the current numbers, maybe they'll change. We got a long way to go here. But if the numbers stay relatively the same for Joe Biden and Donald Trump as they do now, and if it's a head for head, I still think it's advantage Donald Trump.
May I disagree? And I just want to say that, you've got some points, but I think that people are underestimating the incumbent advantage, which is something that I've found in politics generically you can never underestimate. The advantage of incumbency is tremendous, and it's even more so for the president. That's number one. Number two, I think that we're going to see the impact of a lot of the Biden policies that were written in 2021 and then passed in 2022 start to really take impact in 2023. And I think that we're going to see some differences in the market by 2024. And the economy is going to be the decisive voter. If it's a bad economy, and when I say bad, I mean losing jobs, high levels of chaos or, diving markets, things like that, then it's certainly advantage to not the incumbent. But unless you have like an economic calamity or a major downturn, I think all the speculation is focusing on the wrong issues, which are just like the tide. The issues are so much bigger than the individuals, and they'll start to dominate the midterm, well, you know the reelection campaign. And reelection campaigns just have a different dynamic. Trump's campaign had this kind of dynamic as well. Remember, he spent close to $1 billion, I think, before the campaign started, something incredible and mind blowing. But he was campaigning for many years from the White House before his campaign began. So I just feel like it's too early to make any sort of conclusory statements. And people are like sold that Trump is the nominee and because of all the problems. But the reality is that these problems are really mounting quickly and the trials are starting to add up. And so we shouldn't try to predict anything into the distant 18-month future from now. A political party has its ability to swap candidates really up until a very late point in time. And we just don't know. There's a lot of uncertainty, and we should embrace uncertainty rather than saying we have all these answers, because these bigger plates are moving under our feet without us noticing.
Grant, just to counter you there, but you just undercut your own incumbency argument, because Donald Trump had the incumbency advantage in 2020.
And what
So
was the economy like?
yeah, well, listen to what happened. And by the way, I'm supporting Trump, but I'm not a special pleader here. I've run political campaigns for 30 years at very high
Yeah,
level, and
yeah.
I've seen these things play out over and over again. You got under and when Donald Trump was like even worse in the polls than he is now in 2016, I was calling him to win, and I was not a Trump supporter in the beginning of that primary campaign. I was somewhat reluctant going into the 2016 campaign. There are some similarities in these two areas, and by the way, Trump has also some incumbency advantages. This is a unique circumstance where a guy who, and it's only happened one other time in American history at this level. I mean, there've been a couple times, but Grover Cleveland got reelected after sitting out. When you have a guy who is a former president, they have a certain degree of incumbency advantage in their favor as well, and people will pay attention to it. So yeah, there are some things that could change over 18 months, but the fact is that if they don't change, if we have a lot of the same fundamental groundwork that remains between now and February of next year, which is very possible, that the economy is not going to shoot back up next year. I mean, that's just a fact, and we know that that's the case because we're seeing that in all the objective indicators, what the Fed is doing, what people are saying about the markets, and they could all be wrong, and then that would be to Joe Biden's advantage. But see, that's the thing. Joe Biden's advantage would only be if the economy starts coming back in some way next year. If it does, that would certainly be helpful for him. But the fact is that there's nothing indicating that that's the case. So if we accept that as the baseline, again, which may change, and I may change my opinion by the end of the year, but if that baseline remains, Donald Trump has an advantage over Joe Biden right now because his baseline as a president is far better than Joe Biden's was at this stage because COVID's not a factor. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not trying to blast you out of the water, but neither of us, in what our proclivities are, who we want to support for president, should be laid out as special pleading. If we're objectively looking at this, Donald Trump is not greatly harmed by this. He is harmed. I've said where I think he's harmed, but he's not greatly harmed. He still has a very, very good chance of winning next year.
I'm not objecting to the fact that he'll win a primary or could win the presidency, because obviously it happened once, so anything can happen. But my point is more along the lines of just imagine if we were having the same discussion about who is going to win in 2020 back in the spring of 2019, and I had a lot of these discussions because I wrote a whole book series about the Democratic candidates back then. And everybody's expectations did not play out according to expectations.
Which would argue for my point, Grant, respectfully.
Can I just come in here, because I think you made a couple of interesting points, Jim. But just before I come to you, Grant, you said let's not predict anything now, but then you went into detail of how policies that were enacted in 2020, 2021 will find fruition in 2023, and we'll see them come to, and you predicted what would happen in 2024. We're 5 months into 2023. None of that's happened in 2023. I personally believe, and as I say, I'm not American, so I'm very much speaking from an outsider's perspective, that President Biden's legacy will be the disaster that's going on here at the footsteps of Europe in Ukraine and Russia. And I think that this incumbency advantage that you talk about, I think President Biden has completely washed that away. He is a disaster. And I find that it doesn't, and I am a Trump supporter, so I'll say that categorically, but I just think that it doesn't matter how much mud, the more they try to drag President Trump through the courts, even if there was elements of truth there, the way that I feel people are seeing this now is it's a witch hunt. And you look at what happened with Tucker Carlson and Fox News, and times have changed. So one of the points that Jim made was about the Hunter Biden laptops. So when it comes to the election, unless some things have been addressed like this, the more I feel, Hunter Biden and President Biden's links to Russia, all of these things, the more that the establishment is trying to suppress these, deny them, not actually hold these things to account and take them to task, the more people are actually beginning to question them. And this, what's happened today is literally going to be old news in 2 days. The American public do not buy the mainstream media narrative anymore. The American public have woken up, and I actually think it's because of President Biden. I think has been disastrous, especially when the world looks at him as a president of America and what's going on in Ukraine, Russia. I speak to so many American friends of mine who are like, you know what? Domestic policy aside, what the hell is he doing over there? Why is our money being spent in a war? We didn't vote for this. He's a disaster when he comes on TV. You compare President Trump doing a speech and President Biden doing a speech, literally. I mean, he's not even presidential in any way, shape or form. So I think what's happened today, it will be old news literally within a couple of days. I don't think it's going to matter. I think Trump won despite the media onslaught last time. And I think what's happened today will be used by mainstream media to lash at him. And I think he's accustomed to that. This is his modus operandi, dealing with that backlash, and he'll deal with it.
Well,
I'd like to
thank
ask
you.
Grant a question.
Thank you for your comment, Khaleesi. I wanted to respond to that. And of course, I'd love some other questions. But, I can tell you, as somebody that comes from a finance and small business background and then got into journalism, I have a very different perspective living here in America. And my perspective is mainly that most people are very, very immediately worried about what's going on with the broader economy and how is that affecting them personally. And also, is this person going to do anything that, causes me problems or not? Those are the basic calculus of most typical voters. They're not concerned about a lot of the other things. But I can tell you this. Dragging somebody through the courts is just not possible, especially someone with the immense amount of money that Donald Trump has to throw at the courts. To say that he's been dragged through the court is to demean both the dignity and the majesty of the American judicial process, which may not get to the right answer for everybody every single time, but certainly will favor the person with the most money, I promise you. And what I will get to you is this, that justice is not about getting a result. It's about getting to the truth. It's about getting all the facts. It's a process for vetting the facts, for making them, identified, choosing which ones can be presented for judgment or not, based on a series of laws that, prescribe what is fair and what isn't. When you see a civil verdict like this against someone like Donald Trump, it's actually quite earth-shaking, because most people with his means managed to avoid going all the way through the trial to the conclusion. In fact, you can see a lot more examples of Donald Trump settling cases on the eve of trial. So this is a really big deal, and I wanted to speak about something that everybody brought up, and this is about politics, but it's about every lawyer was correct that yes, this is a civil jury verdict finding him liable of sexual assault, right? But I just want to read to you the dictionary definition from Merriam-Webster of the word guilty. Okay, and the first definition is, you can just Google this. Google guilty Merriam-Webster. It's justly chargeable or with or responsible for a unusually grave breach of conduct or a crime. Okay, that is what guilty means.
But that's sorry, Grant. I'm going to interject here. That's semantics.
No, this is the dictionary definition.
Yeah, but what does it
which has
matter?
no place here. Which has no
I'm
place
not talking
because in your
exactly. What does
lauded
it matter?
majesty
If you
of
let me,
justice.
Right, let Brick go. Brick, go ahead, finish your point, bro.
When Khaleesi said 2 days ago, this is going to be old news, and when you talked about a tide of things coming, you were both prophetic, because on Thursday, something's going to happen that's going to have a much more impact over everybody's lives over the next 2 years. The expiration of Title 42 and the influx of untold hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens crossing the border into America, the chaos that's going to ensue from that. In fact, just today, Customs and Border Patrol has said that their plan is simply to release people onto the streets safely if their facilities reach capacity. That's going to occur. People are going to see that. They're going to see an impact from that a lot more than they're going to see an impact from this judgment. And to go to a dictionary and read the dictionary definition, the lexicographer's definition of a word, so closely after you talked about the majesty of the justice system, which really is not about a dictionary definition, let's be honest. It is a process, and it's a process that arguably works, and in some cases does not. I just honestly don't believe that this is going to be a factor in the election of 2024 of any significant extent. Will it be a factor? Yes, but not a significant one. And it's just going to lump in with everything else. It is a witch hunt. There's no way around that. That perception, the more you go, and honestly, at this point, the more frivolous things like this that come up, the more things that get layered into it, you run the danger of having, even if you're opposed to President Trump, you have the danger of everything just being lumped in with the non-serious nature of the indictments in New York City and other allegations such as this. So, if you want to look at factors for 2024, there's a lot of things in the long term you can say. We can say, Jim can say, like, maybe this is going to happen, maybe this is not. But absolutely, I guarantee you, there's going to be hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens crossing the border in the next month.
I'd like to ask Grant a very, very quick question.
Just before you ask your question, because I know Ben might take a while to answer. So Tucker Carlson has just announced that he's coming to Twitter. He just announced a new show on Twitter, so we will talk about that as well while we're on the show.
It's exclusive. Yeah, it's exclusive to Twitter. It's exciting stuff.
It's exclusive to Twitter, Ian. I didn't know that. So elaborate.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's exclusive. Yeah, plus not just the show, but additional things as well. He hasn't mentioned what, but he teases it. So that's something to watch out for. I recommend following him, even if you don't like him. I recommend following him because it's the only thing anyone's going to be talking about.
So that is huge. So we will come on to that and talk about it. So Ben, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, very quick question. So just to Grant, so, politics aside, and in some ways law aside, so the Manhattan DA, we talk about, the witch hunts and so forth. Would you agree that part, not in totality, but part of the Manhattan DA's claim is that, look, a story was intentionally suppressed, and by suppressing it, they deprived the voters of an informed choice? Because I know how to read an indictment, believe me, but that's the question that I get asked by New York Democrats who look to me and say, what's this about? So I think we can agree that part of it is that, right? That something was deprived from the voters to make a choice in 2016. So my question is this. Everyone is complaining about Donald Trump trying to relitigate 2020, right? How can one say, well, he's trying to litigate 2020, again, we need to move on, when it seems to me that the Manhattan DA is trying to relitigate 2016?
That's that's his job. There's a set of laws in this
What kind of
country.
an answer
A
is that?
legislature enacts these laws and says, this is the law, and here's some money for people to execute the laws and enforce the laws, right? And then we elect somebody to enforce the law. And he runs an office that our state legislature paid for. That's his job.
But you're the
That's
one.
his
But you're
job.
the one. But I know. But you're the one saying that that Donald Trump is with all these court cases. You do agree then at least to some extent, that Alvin Bragg is trying to relitigate 2016. I mean,
No,
you agree.
he's just litigating the hush money case. It's all pretty black and white. He did a bunch of
Mm.
things that were illegal. He got
It's
caught.
also pretty black and
Now he's
white that
getting prosecuted.
it's also pretty black and white that he campaigned on a platform of going after President Trump. It's not necessarily that he was duly elected
No,
to
you're
enforce the
thinking of
laws.
Letitia James. You're thinking of Letitia
No,
James.
no, no, I'm not. I'm thinking of
Yeah.
Alvin Bragg.
Well, the
And
case was ongoing already. He knew about
but
it. The whole
he
world
was
know
not.
about
It's
it.
not
There
just
was
a
a
case.
Supreme Court
It's
case
not
about
just
it.
a case. It's not just a case of he was elected to handle the state's business, and this case involving President Trump happened to come across his desk, and he discharged his duties. He actively campaigned as someone who would go after President Trump. So it's not the same thing as you characterize it there.
You know, seriously, like that's a great whataboutism. Let's talk about anything. Let's talk about the criminal charges, not the
It's
sexually
not a
assault
whataboutism.
verdict.
It's a fact. He
Whoa.
campaigned on it. He
It's not a
campaigned on it. It's
listen.
not a whataboutism. It is a
You know what?
fact.
I think all
Grant,
it
do you know
shows
what?
you
Then,
is that
sorry, can
all
I
it
ask you a
shows you.
question, Grant? Just one quick question, right?
Sure.
So,
Like, do you know
you've
how
given,
hard it is to get a civil court verdict? It's like really, really hard. I mean,
yeah,
really
but
hard.
How is it
you know
hard when
what?
you
You
only
said
need
that.
balance of probability?
What are you talking about? I
That
mean,
makes
Like
no
to
sense at
actually
all.
obtain a
Hold on,
Grant,
civil
hold on,
court
hold on.
what
verdict,
are you
Did he just?
talking
like
about?
1 second. Everyone's talking. Let me go to John because I don't agree with what Grant said. It's hard to get a verdict based on balance of probabilities. John, please go ahead.
Grant, I'm not going to speak down to you, but I will say that I'm not going to speak down to you, period. But I'm sure you understand, so you were just saying that there's a difference between the standard of evidence required for a verdict in a criminal case versus a civil case. In the case of the Trump situation, the most recent verdict, we can see it was because of not beyond a reasonable doubt, but it was because more likely than not, that was the standard of proof, right? Preponderance of the evidence. So for you to say that it's actually hard for there to be a verdict in a civil case, I don't think it particularly is. I mean, look at this case, for example. I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. Look at today and look at the way in which it was determined. I mean, there's a Reuters article which says it was based on the testimony of witnesses, all of which were not there. Not a single one of the witnesses, of the 11 witnesses called, were actually there, right? There was one who said, oh, I was a friend of Carol, and she told me about this at the time, but that's as close as you get. So what about this? I'm kind of curious, Grant, to hear your answer. How could you genuinely justify that that's a high standard of evidence? There was no evidence in this case, Grant, that indicated that there was a direct anything that would indicate, like a security guard coming and saying, oh yeah, I saw it happen, though that'd be a weird thing for a security guard to say. There's nobody who came out. There's no sort of direct evidence about this. It was just a group of jurors in New York City who came out and said, yeah, it's more likely than not. And it's going to get appealed. It's not going to stand up. So, Grant, I'd be curious to hear
so.
your answer.
So, I think that if you followed the case, you would understand exactly how everything unfolded. You have to understand that the way the system works is that Donald Trump can, make certain choices about what he provides and doesn't provide, right? And then you have to, go to the court and there's orders. And I mean, it's a multifaceted process. Everybody gets a say at every step. And you can challenge those says, some of them up to the judge, some up to the other courts. And what Donald Trump's defense team elected to do in this case, which, by the way, you can draw any inference from it you want in civil. It's not like pleading the fifth in a criminal case, which you can't consider whatsoever. In this case, Donald Trump's lawyers chose to keep Mr. Trump's physical evidence off of the trial. They basically took the position of, we are going to take rape off of the table as your defense lawyers, but we're going to probably concede everything else. That is essentially my characterization of the defense strategy. I think it was cogent. I think they did a phenomenal job. Everybody, like all of the tweets about what was going on in the courtroom highlighted the ferocity of the defense. But that was their choice. They chose that path, and he didn't testify. They allowed that trial to unfold as a participant. It's over now. So to characterize anything else is really to act like he wasn't part of it. But this is a man with the best lawyers money could afford. I mean, really the best.
Yeah, and I would just suggest to Grant, right? So I know that there are a couple other lawyers on stage here. I mean, the idea that it is not hard to get that it is very hard to get a civil judgment. I mean,
Can I clarify that for a second?
yeah, because just
It's
I think
very
that
hard look. It's very
yeah.
hard to complete the process. Not as in, oh, the trial burden is very difficult. I'm saying, as an individual, from the day you sue to the day you finish, it's many years. It's a lot of effort. You're talking about, it's work. If you're a client, unless you have, like, obviously Joe Tacopina, as a client who's been through many civil cases, I can tell you it's a lot of work, and that's just that you have to be deposed sometimes, all this crazy stuff.
Well, it's also a lot of work to go through a criminal trial too, right? It's not that they're just sitting there, having
It's
a
an
cigarette
immense
and
amount.
drinking. Right. So I think that, and I believe that, I think, John, you're a
No, the
lawyer, Britt,
criminal
you're a
trial has the
lawyer.
highest burden of proof, of course.
Right.
There's no
But
doubt.
okay. So I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say that it's not easy to get a judgment in a civil
No.
case, right?
It's just not easy to complete the process to get to a judgment. A lot of civil
Right.
cases don't make it to judgment. It's not like
Right, because
criminal
I think any
in
prosecutor
some
would say that,
respects.
I think that
No.
any prosecutor
Let
would
Ben
say
go now,
that,
Grant.
look, yeah, I think any prosecutor would say that, listen, if we were able to get a conviction based on the preponderance of evidence and not beyond a reasonable doubt, or I mean, yeah. So thank you for clarifying that.
Let me say
Yeah.
it's like a sprint versus a marathon. Okay, if somebody's accused of a crime, then they have the right to a speedy trial, and the system works under that presumption, and the criminal system works pretty quickly. But the civil system is not like that, and it goes on for years and years and years, and it's like a chess match with a marathon. A lot
So
of
let me
paper.
go to.
So that's my characterization. It's just
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean,
it's not an
that's
easy
fine.
process. Okay, that's all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask Grant a question. So, Grant, I'm listening to you, and I'm really glad you clarified that, because initially when you said it is so difficult to get a conviction in a civil case, I know about the UK law, and it's not all that difficult. And actually, these civil cases, sometimes you'll have a civil case verdict, which will find somebody guilty, okay, for defamation specifically, and then you find out the truth was something else. So it's not necessarily a slam dunk of guilt, in my opinion. The most popular one that had a lot of media attention was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It was a defamation case. What was on trial was whether or not he was, somebody who was violent towards her and he abused her. He lost here, but then it was proven later on that actually he was telling the truth. So I don't hold a lot of merit to this, which is why I said it's going to be old news in a few days. But when I sit here, Grant, and you're talking about, President Trump, and you're almost pushing the fact that justice was done and it took a long time and there was a lot of sacrifice here and it went through a massive process and it was really important. I get all of that. But then I'm sat here thinking, okay, but I've read far worse about previous presidents. Why have none of those ever been, even for a civil case? Even for a civil case, and why aren't you questioning that? Why aren't there any civil cases against Clinton or Biden, especially President Biden? I mean, he's the president at the moment, right? The filth that surrounds that guy, even just on what I see, never mind even if there wasn't, somebody bringing a complaint forward. You just look at some of the stuff out there about him. Why isn't the establishment, why aren't the institutions doing something? Do you not think this is a witch hunt
So
unless they're doing something? And
that's a
yeah, go
great
ahead.
question. And the answer is there's no evidence for those allegations. You see, an allegation is like some hot air, you know, unless it meets something else like facts, it doesn't condense and form water and then start dropping everywhere. And unfortunately, you hear a lot of allegations, but you don't see a lot of fact finding because there's no facts. They're just making up stories, talking. And what happened with Donald Trump was not making up stories. What you're seeing is the
But
facts
unless you
that Donald
investigate,
Trump's,
how do you know, Grant? Wait, how do you know unless you
because the
investigate
courts do
what the
that.
difference
The
is
courts
between the
are,
two?
the court, you listen, the private parties conducted the most thorough investigation, and what is vetted and, fair to all parties is then presented at a trial. It's not my job to investigate when the court has done it. I've investigated what they're doing in court. Yes, I've written about it for years. Okay, I followed it very closely. And that's why I could give you the procedural perspective of, oh, well, here's what they've been doing for the last 4 years. It's how we got to today. But I'm just telling you, you've heard a lot of allegations about everybody, right? Because this is a political strategy to try and influence people's opinion. Make a lot of allegations in all directions, whether they're true or false, up or down, left or right. Make sure you repeat them more and more and more. And people will believe them if you repeat them enough. I've seen it happen, and it's unfortunate that people behave that way. But what you've seen is in court, allegations are also thrown, but then they're ground through this multi-year process. And after 4 years of inquiry, today you got the verdict. So you could basically take to the bank that after the 4 years, all parties had their say. They got to the facts. Nobody is filing a lawsuit against Joe Biden. There's no criminal allegation against them because these things didn't happen, or or they've been said but can never be proven. That's called an unfalsifiable statement. That's a statement that cannot be disproven, right? And unfortunately, you have people using all of this rhetoric in place of having
Or
actual
they may get
evidence,
proven in
facts.
time. Actually, sorry, Grant, or they may be proven in time,
Well, one
right?
second. Let me
We're
just
not writing
one
them off,
second.
are
Well,
we?
certainly they're not
Felicia,
going to
one
be
second.
proven
One
if
second. Let me
nobody
just go to
wants to
John.
take them.
John. In terms of what these guys are discussing, in terms of the Tara Reid case, I'm under the impression that the reason that hasn't gone ahead is because of limitation. Is that not right?
Honestly, I'm not familiar with the Tara Reid case.
Grant,
Don't drag me into that,
Grant,
please. These are, I mean, to be honest,
yeah.
I'll just preface for future reference as well. These types of cases I do not particularly like because I feel like they're obviously such a distraction from reality. I think that a lot of the time they're totally fabricated or just people trying to dredge up things against people who are popular figures for the sake of their own self-aggrandizement. I think this is why this case in particular is just such a joke. I think the broader conversation should be about how this impacts our discourse in the United States. I think we should be talking about, as Grant mentioned, the dignity and majesty of the American judicial system, which I kind of laugh at because I don't think this is a great example of it. I think this is some of the lowest and darkest examples of the judicial system at work. I think a good example is when, say, a grieving father is given justice because over a murder of his son. I don't think this is a great example of that sort of justice or civil recompense. So I'll just say for any future question, Suleiman, as for this, I don't like to engage in this sort of drivel. I think it's kind of beneath all of us. I think it's kind of beneath the country. I think it's beneath the judicial system, and I don't like to touch it.
I mean, for me, the worst thing about this is, let's be clear. Like, I've read this bit up about in terms of what's happened in terms of these accusations. They seem really weak, and the problem you have once again, is in society where you can have a minimal level of evidence, minimal level of real substantial evidence. Essentially, the evidence in this case is her word against his, and then she allegedly told a friend at that time who's come up with it. Other than that, there is no other evidence. And just based on such minimal evidence, you're able to in this case make someone civilly liable. Now, sorry, go ahead, Grant.
I'm sorry, but there's a quirk of how this all played out, and it may be different down the road. Who knows? But see, Donald Trump withheld discovery of physical evidence to make a physical case, right? His lawyers did that to
So have you got
avoid
evidence for that?
losing the
Because we were
rape
told by
charge.
lawyers before you came on that actually it was the other way around.
Yeah,
He was willing to.
Here's what happened.
He was willing.
So let's recount the
One second,
procedural history.
Let me,
Sure.
Because I know you'll be going on for a while. So what we were told earlier in the space is that he was wanting to essentially give a lot of evidence, and she was unwilling to submit it.
Okay, so keep in mind, 2 cases, 4 years. So she has been trying to get his DNA evidence in case number 1 for many years, right? Then case number 2 arose late last year, right? And during the
So
pendency of
let me ask
all of the
just a quick question before you go on
proceedings,
there, because I know you're going to make a lot of points. Let me go to Dr. Danish on that one. Dr. Danish.
I'm going to go
No,
really
no, but about
fast, I
that specific
promise.
point,
It's
because you're
almost
going to make
done.
about 20 points and I'll forget them all. So, Dr. Danish, about what Grant said there specifically, because you are a doctor, DNA evidence.
Oh God, this is not why I came up. But
And
go
you
ahead,
didn't.
Suleiman. Go ahead.
This is what happens when you come up, because it is trouble. I know you came for the Tucker stuff, but now you've been entrapment. So essentially, Dr. Danish, the question is this: when it comes to DNA evidence, how would you get that, and how would that be relevant 25, 30 years later?
So lots and lots of details there. It depends on the quality of the DNA that's available, right? And it depends on the actual question at hand. So I don't know anything about this case at all. I am completely unaware of what physical specimen was available. And so I can't speak to this case at all. I did want to talk about the fact that Tucker Carlson is now going to be doing a show on Twitter and what it means for news media. I bet you Fox's stock is about to plummet. So Oh wanted yeah. to talk about that, but I won't pivot the conversation People too are far from shitting that until themselves we're right ready. now. The
No, go ahead,
media,
Dr. Danish.
right? This is Executives are like the shitting biggest themselves right news now at of all Twitter. time. Not because of just the fact that Tucker Carlson's doing it, but because now any independent journalist can come and build a news channel with complete freedom. That is incredible. And you guys all know that I am not, I don't consider myself to be super duper anti-establishment, but there is something really special about the fact that we are in a world where now there's infrastructure to start your own Fox News or your own CNN and do it your way. That is an incredible thing that we've been talking about, and something that he mentioned in his video. And again, there's a lot of things that I don't agree with, with Tucker Carlson on, and I'm being very You don't have forthright to make about that it. But caveat, I man. We do. know. We know. Just carry on. I know, but ultimately the reason why I'm saying that is, though, it's not for you, Ian. Trust me. Trust me, it's not for you that I'm saying that. I promise. It's for everybody else on the other side of the aisle that thinks that I'm like, shilling for him. It's not at all that. It's more just the fact that now we get to hear what people actually think. And one thing that he mentioned, and this has been, Suleiman and I talk offline, and we've talked about this, which is, when he said the quiet part out loud, which was that it's not that people are straight up bold faced lying, it's that they are holding back the truth that matters, using it to manipulate people's points. And even you can disagree with his politics, but you can't disagree with that point. And that to me has to be one of the most important openings of any sort of announcement. And the other thing that he mentioned from a more business perspective, sorry, I have to give the finance side of things. He mentioned that it's not just going to be the video stream, it's going to be a lot of other little things that they're going to be doing. So I wonder, are they going to incorporate spaces? Are they going to have new type of multimedia that they're going to put through Twitter? Is there going to be, are you going to be able to digest the news differently? I'm just very curious about how they're going to bring this. Remember that there's a lot of tools on Twitter that have not been utilized. For example, are they going to use subscriptions as a way to
Sorry, Dr.
monetize
Danish.
their
I just want to.
shows?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just CNN. I just saw a news article flash from CNN, and it said right-wing extremist is Tucker Carlson is planning.
What?
That was the
No
news headline
way.
flash from
Yeah,
CNN.
you got to
Sorry, Dr.
screen
Danish. Go
capture
ahead.
that, man. You got to share that.
Yeah, send me. I'll do
Because
it. I'll do it.
ultimately they're scared.
I'll do it, Slyman. Can you send me through the link?
From
You
CNN.
got to
If I'm
respect whoever
corporate
just gave
media
their
right
job to
now,
do that.
yeah, if I'm corporate media right now, so again, for me, I think of the problem is not quote unquote mainstream media, it's corporate media, and there's a big issue with that. And so if I'm corporate media right now that is using the traditional channels, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, holy cow, this one person can go, he has 6.9 million followers on Twitter.
He didn't go on YouTube. He didn't go on other platforms. He's going to build a multimedia machine on Twitter. I don't even know where to start. They don't even know where to begin right
I know
now.
this is
That is
insane because
incredibly
like he
crazy.
was offered crazy amounts of money, right? Newsmax offered him money, like 100+ million. There was one other smaller network that was willing to pay out 100 million as well. I mean, he's rejected all of them and he's taken Twitter of all places. Wow.
Because
Growth
he doesn't want to
potential
give up
here
control.
is
Can't give up control. That's the key. Like, it's funny. I'll tell you guys a funny story. So once Ian and I were agreeing on something, and I got, I would say, at least 100 DMs from people saying, how can you agree with that guy and all of this stuff. And I remember sitting there and being like, wow, I'm so happy Twitter exists because I don't give a fuck about any of those people that send me those messages. And I think that, ultimately that's what Tucker is doing. He's freeing himself. It's incredible.
Ian, sorry, go ahead, Deb. Sorry, yeah. So go ahead, Malcolm.
Yeah, go ahead, Malcolm.
Yeah. So honestly, as somebody that's kind of experimented with keeping its videos on Twitter and solely Twitter, like that's literally probably the only reason a lot of people actually know me is from the videos. I think back to where Twitter was, it started out with Periscope, it was such a groundbreaking thing to be able to just stream directly to people. And of course, we never really lost that ability. We had things like simulcasting, but Twitter never leaned into identity. Then when Elon came and said he wanted to build the everything app, and really like kind of make Twitter the American WeChat, my head started buzzing because we already have just about everything that any other platform has. YouTube has videos, Twitter has videos. Yes, they need to work on their indexing and, pretty much how they serve it and how they allow you to play it. But at the same time, it's already there. They've got articles. So if you want to really start your own like multimedia platform, what better place to do it than Twitter? That's amazing. With Tucker actually doing this, he's basically opening the door for a lot of independent creators to have a low overhead, low cost, easy way to reach out to your subscribers and actually build a platform. The subscription system is already game changing. Like it's rendered Substack almost obsolete. If they can simply work on pushing articles and pushing, news stories and just sort of make some fine tuning changes to the algorithm, it's a crazy position for Tucker because he's already friends with Elon. So it's not as if, he's going to have to worry about the rug getting pulled under him at some point. And the TOS here is way more transparent than it is in places like Google, with YouTube, even Rumble to a degree. And, you don't have to worry about the exclusive rights. If you want to make content elsewhere, which the legacy media, they're stupid because they could have been simulcasting shows to Twitter for the longest, StreamYards, they have simulcasting. Like you can literally, it's hilarious how simple of an idea that this was, yet so few people took Twitter very seriously, which again, that's mean, but yeah, I don't either, but still.
I think to add on
I
to
mean,
that real
that's
quick.
just that's the question on that. I mean, how there still needs to be significant changes, and obviously, I'm not like basically a nerd, so I don't know how it works. How will they be able to implement these changes? So essentially, like Substack, Malcolm mentioned, the problems you have with Substack, in my view, is it's not long enough. You can't write an article that's long enough for just one post. Secondly, your people who subscribe to you or people who are watching your tweets can't go back and reference your previous threads or your previous tweets. So that's just on Substack, and then we'll talk about other things later. So how would you solve that issue? Ian, yeah.
So I'll go ahead and finish real quick. So, you don't have to change the fundamental layout of Twitter. Really, you have to do something similar to what Facebook did, which is sort of bolt-on functions as an extension of it. Although you have to have a better way of, letting people know that it exists. Like Facebook had a streaming platform. They literally had videos, they had kind of the real system, but they never really let you know that existed. They even had marketplace, but it's like if you don't actually deliberately look for it, you don't know it exists. So you don't have to change Twitter, because I think if you change too much of the front page that people kind of navigate with, what's going to end up happening is that you're going to essentially strip the DNA of the site. It's not going to be Twitter anymore, and people are going to it's like the eBay thing where they change the color from, that beige tan color to white. Like, people react harshly to change that sort of intrudes or interferes on our life. So really just bolt it on almost in a way and just kind of have a way of promoting it and recommending it. And for the love of God, don't do what they did with fleets. That's all you really have to do.
So, and then, sorry, Chief, you were going to say something, and I'll go and ask some more questions.
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest things with Tucker's announcement is exactly as Malcolm is saying. How is it going to be displayed on Twitter? How is it going to change the UI of it? A lot of people, when they have these stream platforms out there, they view them in a very cohesive manner where a person can find something very quickly. If Tucker has a live stream or a live show, in a sense, how would you find that? Would you need like a live video portion of Twitter to get that? And how would you categorize other people who make the similar content in that fashion? This is kind of be huge, not just for how Tucker can talk about things in a free manner, but also how other people can stream and make content on here and do so efficiently and make it very navigable for other people. With Restream, you have like a Periscope-esque type of video, not really easy to be found from random people, aside from those who follow you. So having some sort of like live feed or live stream option on Twitter and have it integrate very effectively would be a humongous boost for Twitter, essentially, because Twitter is going to be like the platform for everything, like the whole X concept that Elon has. So think about in the future how the Twitter will develop and change based on this, and how we can find other other reporters, independent journalists out there who want to do live shows but don't want to go and be chained up to some corporate corporate organization that might not allow them to speak freely. So it's a very interesting concept to consider, and I can't wait to see how Twitter develops and evolves with this announcement.
I do wonder if the next step, if Elon really does want to stay true to being balanced here, whether he's actually going to go and recruit a very controversial liberal minded person as well. I do wonder what I'm curious about, and I'm just being honest and transparent here. I do have a little worried that this is going to become very much Fox News Online instead of open-minded multiple approaches.
Tucker's show has always been different from the rest of Fox.
No, I know, Ian, but you know what I'm trying to refer to. Like what I'm referring to is there's the beautiful thing about Twitter is that, one, you can have people that are very much on the fringe, and then you can have people that can have nuanced conversations. Ideally, at least in these spaces, we try to be a little bit more nuanced. And so the point is that people can agree and disagree, and whatever, people can get upset. But the thing that I'm worried about is that with Tucker coming here, we're going to see a bunch of liberals boycott. We're going to see a bunch of conservatives get real excited. But what I think, if Elon can get multiple personalities to come join and to actually, like, if you're not interested in what Tucker has to say, that's okay. We've got other people that are interested in doing exclusive deals like this. I think it would be much better than just like, can you imagine if he just went and got other conservatives only and brought them online? I think that
he's gotta get the CNN guy. What's his name again?
Oh, Don Lemon. I don't.
That would be epic. That would be epic. Imagine he gets Don Lemon. You gotta get both sides of the aisle. You gotta gotta represent everyone strategically.
There are better people than Don Lemon, Mario.
Yeah, Don Lemon's a clown.
Him,
Don Lemon's the dumbest person on television. Okay, so no, he would get Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo is much more respectable.
Yeah, Chris Cuomo.
Is Chris
He's
Cuomo?
at News Nation though.
Yeah, okay. He's on News Nation now, is he?
Yeah. But you know what? News Nation's a nothing burger, so I would say quit News Nation, do Twitter instead. Honestly, he would get a much larger audience here. He's a very reasonable guy. I've listened to a lot of his shows recently, and he's a liberal that you can find common ground with. He's not crazy. He's not an extremist. He's willing to talk to like far left liberals, which is, I find that very interesting for a liberal, right? So good for him. I'd like to see more of him, honestly.
Real quick though, what will make this pop off just before we go even further is that you now can have sports streaming. You can have a lot of content creators in video games and the art spaces. Like, these Twitter environments exist, and most of us that are in a political space, unless you have kind of a soft spot for that, never even know about it. Like, there's so many communities on Twitter. Like, just the spaces, the spaces medium alone. There's so many different types of spaces and sports shows that run uniquely off of Twitter, but it's indexing the way that you can look them up is just not very good.
That goes more into the whole UI, like how people can find. Let's say you want to look for a video game streamer on Twitter. How would you look that up? You'd have to like search for a user, then click their profile, and perhaps they'd be streaming it on Twitter with Restream or something of that nature. So the UI is going to definitely change if you have a live show. It makes sense not just for even
Yeah.
journalism, but for for video games, for people who just want to stream anything. And they can bring IRL streaming. They can do a variety of things. Whether or not these it's some sort of separate option if you want to put on the bottom of your Twitter app on your phone or a desktop only thing, and how it integrate with Streamlabs or OBS or whatever. We'll see how that goes, but this would be a humongous development for every single sphere online that has the ability to live stream or would have a benefit to live stream something.
Yeah, you basically need sections you can stream to, right? Like Twitch, for example, has a variety of different categories that you can stream to. That's something that Twitter needs. It also needs the ability for, like, say, YouTubers, like people like Mr. Beast or MKBHD, right? Like Elon follows them, subscribes to them, but they have no real way of putting a playlist up on Twitter, right? That's a problem. Like for me personally,
Let them
that's
build
an
their
issue.
walls.
Yeah,
Dude,
so we
like
need
MySpace almost.
Yeah, right now we need indexing, proper indexing, whether it comes to articles or whether it comes to videos. We need the ability to index and put playlists up. Like if you're a musician, for example, you want to have a playlist of your songs, right, or stuff that you upload. You don't want it to be interspersed with like some random, lips of TikTok style video that you're tweeting about, right? You don't want it to be in there. You want it to be your own content. Like I've uploaded a number of my videos up there, and they're just kind of lost in the ether with like everything else I put up. So I need a way to separate the things by categories or by playlists, right? And that's something that they need to work on for sure. And a
I
way
just
to
have to
search
add
it
a
too.
little breaking news. So George Santos, the congressman, he's just been charged by Department of Justice. I'm just trying to figure out what he got charged with.
Could be any
I thought
number.
George Santos was joining Twitter. I was like, what's going to happen?
So what's he been charged with? I can't guess. I mean, the guy is like all over.
I'm just trying to figure that out. I don't know. It could be anything ranging from I don't know. Didn't he steal the Burberry scarf? Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I'm just trying to find out. God.
Yeah, I mean, Ian.
So guys, let me ask you a question. I just woke up. So what do we know? Like he's coming onto Twitter. Is he going to use Twitter Spaces, Twitter Live? We have no idea. Periscope. Is there a new platform going to launch? What do we know, or is it very limited right now?
It's very limited. The only thing that we really know is, like, even if you were to say that this is going to be built on Periscope code, okay, I'm going to tell you from someone within the product development background, that code hasn't been touched since, I don't know, 2015. It's a piece of shit. No offense to anyone who actually developed it, but there is so much, like, within product development, there are 3 different ways that you can look at it. It can either be good, cheap, or fast. You can only have 2, and you never want to compromise on it being good. And at the end of the day, the way that they're talking about this is, I think it's going to take longer than, the very vague, we'll see you soon, and I put that in quotes because I think soon is going to be longer to what the expectation of many people will have. If they launch it right now or actually do it soon, it's not going to be done well. I mean, I have a show that I live stream every day through StreamYard and other services that feeds into Twitter. But there's no interaction. There's no way to actually get any sort of feedback while you're streaming through another service. And I would imagine that the people who are of higher status through check marks are going to have a higher priority. It does go to the question, I forgot who it was that brought it up earlier, is like, how are you going to index those? How are you going to find those? How are you going to, like, what section, what area, to actually identify where those streams are? But again, like, they're building a brand new experience on top of old code, which is Periscope. It's not going to be as good, and it's not going to be as quick as people in here think. Because again, it's nothing new, nothing innovative, but it's also based on nothing they really have yet. So
before anyone responds, did you see your boy responded, Slayman? Tate responded to Tucker.
What did he say? No, I didn't. Too busy focusing on the space. You see, what did he say?
He said, "Fuck, the extreme right wing are now on Twitter." So I don't know, man. He's part of the Matrix now, is he?
Funny.
No, he says the Matrix is cracking. He puts a picture of the Matrix. He says it's cracking.
I think I agree with that. I agree with that take. Yeah. I mean, I sometimes mock, Andrew Tate for the whole Matrix thing. I think it's a bit cringe when he says it.
Well, man, it's a
Yeah, I
marketing.
mean,
It's a
Matrix.
But
fucking
it's
good
It
true.
marketing
really
It's
is.
strategy.
true. What he's
It's a
saying
good
Matrix is
is
marketing
true.
really is.
Like,
Why are you
strategy.
it's a
denying it?
very good marketing strategy. I will not deny that, and I agree with him. Like the Matrix is, it's shorthand for the establishment, right? And it is cracking. You're worried about what Twitter offers. Twitter is the only space for free speech. That's sad, but it's true, right? No other space on the
But
internet
if
will
they
let
if
you
they
do that.
if they really care that much about Twitter, no, I'm not saying care about Twitter, but if they're really worried that much about Twitter, advertisers that are quote part of the matrix that you guys consider the matrix, why would they come back to Twitter relatively quickly? Most advertisers came back. If they wanted to choke off Twitter, the advertisers all
It
come
didn't work.
together, all the big guys.
Well,
They
because
would,
bottom lines matter, right? Bottom lines matter, and you'd
but
be
they
surprised at the
Twitter
number of people who
represented.
agree with Elon. There's a number
Ah,
of
but
people
hold
who
on,
agree with
okay,
Elon, like
yeah,
Tim
exactly.
Apple.
Yeah, exactly. I think more
Tim Apple
people
agrees
with
with him. I'm going to keep calling him Tim Apple because I think it's hilarious, right? But Tim Apple agrees with Elon Musk, and I'm glad to see that. I'm like, it's good to have a corporation that's not completely lost or run by crazy people, right? It's like, okay, Tim Apple. I can't remember his
Tim
real name.
Cook, Tim Cook, bro,
Tim
Tim
Cook,
Cook.
yeah, Tim
Yeah,
Cook,
Tim
because he
Apple.
knows what's up, right? And in the past, like he has shown that he can fight the feds. He does defend privacy. It doesn't matter to him. So, I like seeing a man of principle, even though he's like the CEO of a major corporation. It's like, okay, so there's not just it's not just Elon Musk out there.
So,
There's other good
Well,
people.
yeah.
Too.
What do you think,
so
John?
Ian, hi guys. A couple days ago, Elon Musk did that little live streaming thing. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was awful.
Using
I,
old school
It's
Periscope, yeah.
hilarious. Yeah, it was hilarious. Yeah.
but you think that was just revisiting Periscope, or was he doing something new there? Because
No,
it seems to
No,
me
No,
no,
no, he
no.
people
He
are
said
not.
that was
previously
just
he previously said he was going to bring Periscope back. He was in an exchange with ALX, and it was something about Periscope and Vine coming back are both inevitable. So I think they've always been looking at it, but for standpoint of going forward, I think everybody agrees that they've got to do something from the ground up. And I think that probably what they'll do
Yeah.
is they'll have parallel ventures where they run with what they've got in Periscope, try and fine tune it, but in the background, try and make something that they can plug in that will be something new that will handle all the features they want.
Look,
I'll,
Elon Musk doesn't put a NASA rocket on the launch pad. Okay, so I think just to use a legacy platform is not going to happen. I'm interested in what the valuation of Twitter will be, a la the 43 billion, how that would be impacted potentially with this. And just to comment
Oh
once more,
man.
It'll be worth
I
200
think
billion.
Rachel.
You've heard
Well,
Elon
there
talk
you
about
go,
this, right?
right?
Yeah,
There you
200
go.
billion minimum. Yeah.
And I would just harken back real quickly to someone like Rachel Maddow and to Tucker's earlier bow tie days, where the dynamic of Crossfire was reasonable. It didn't quite work out, and that Jon Stewart issue came up, but I think that may be an area of interest. Thanks for the opportunity to chat.
I'll say
Mhm.
really quickly. So for Periscope, I know I was there back in the day when they had Periscope and used it. It really wasn't too developed at that time. And I think with Elon, if he takes Periscope and uses it or builds upon it, we need to have a lot of integration for chat, emojis, emoticons, animated type of text, and have it really I guess integrated for content creators and streamers. If they're going to leave a big platform and go on Twitter and stream, they want to make sure the platform itself has the ability to engage with the audience and be able to go and be found easily by other people.
Oh, I got a surprise for you, Chief. So I don't know if you noticed, but there was a kind of a leak. Well, not really a leak, but like it's just Twitter employees, the developers, they're talking about it, and they showed a piece of the new UI. It's got a chat system built in. Yeah, it looks amazing.
So Ian, that
So
new
it's
UI
coming, guys.
is it
It's
built on
coming.
Periscope or is it going to be something completely new?
I think it's its own new system because Periscope never had this, so they have to build it from the ground up anyway. And I think they're
It's
also adding the
copying
spaces.
TikTok. It's
Yeah.
copying live TikTok.
Copying
basically.
TikTok, and you know what? It works. If it works, it works, and they're adding it to Spaces as well. So that is going to be really good, right? We'll have live reactions from you guys in the audience. It won't just be a little thumbs up. Sometimes we'll actually be able to read.
Yeah, there we go.
Hell
there
yeah!
we go. All the hate.
That's how it's done. Yeah, no.
But no, dude, like sharing content, like any videos you make, it's super easy to already share it in a tweet. Like any kind of space, you can already share it in a tweet. So marketing becomes that much easier. But then you got to think advertisers are going to love it because honestly, even if you have somebody that's an unpopular streamer, Like people love the raid, and if you raid somebody and ads are still showing, guess what? Advertisers make money no matter what. So to answer the question, what the valuation of Twitter will be if it's going to be worth 43 billion, like honestly, the tribal nature of Twitter harnessed into all forms of media in an easily accessible way, dog, that's like printing money.
Yeah, it's just adding up.
But now,
Danish, hold on, break. Danish is just adding up one thing after another. Just breaking news about a few seconds ago. U.S. Senate. So Schumer says the following: McCarthy refused to rule out the possibility of default. So I don't know if that political back and forth. And can you give us a quick update there? I know you covered it in the morning. I just woke up to a fucking shit show
So
today.
this is,
Can you tell
I
me
just
what
want to
happened?
remind
Joe, this is
everybody, I
amazing.
need,
What are you
hold on, I need a second. I need everybody that has been talking shit to me about this debt ceiling issue to finally admit that this issue is bigger than people thought it was going to be. Can we at least get, I don't know if everybody here knows, but in our morning spaces.
I disagree. I still disagree. I think it's
I,
just
I, I
political
was always on
posturing.
board
And
with you, Danish. Like I
I'm
listened to him
not.
and I'm like,
I'm
the
not.
debt ceiling is a
This is
big
a
deal.
huge deal,
It's not.
Mario.
The economy.
Mario,
It's not.
This is probably
It's
Mario's
gonna be a
gonna be
not.
buzzer
fine
beater.
It's
living
just
in his
you're
palace in
dramatizing
Dubai,
it
but
to
the
get
rest of us
clicks
No,
for your
peasants.
more.
no, it's gonna fuck the economy. When Elon says he's
Guys,
gonna fuck the economy, you best take him seriously, okay?
nah. You're just trying to get. You're trying to get people to your
which
show
is
in the
at 8
morning,
a.m.
Danish.
Eastern
I know how
time
it
every morning on Spaces. But I was gonna say that ultimately every morning Mario and I do Finance Daily. But yeah, so I was gonna say that the big thing about this debt ceiling issue is exactly what we've been talking about in our shows, which is that there is a huge challenge of getting the Republicans to get on the same page. They have a fractured group that I think very strongly, again, we don't have any proof of this, but I think that there were concessions made as part of McCarthy becoming the speaker. And part of that was that he does not have the power to unilaterally move the debt ceiling conversation one way or the other. On top of that, Janet Yellen fucked up and the California taxes situation screwed everything over. So now we have less time to deal with this issue. And this is a re-election situation with Biden, who for some reason put out his re-election campaign earlier than I think people were expecting. And so amidst all of this, this is a real issue, and we have less than 2 to 3 weeks to deal with it. And if we don't deal with it, this could become a real, to give some context, we did not even default in 2011. And just the fact that the credit agencies downgraded us, the entire market collapsed. So just want to let people know we're going to be doing, and I think, Mario, we need to probably have a separate spaces about this because this is a pretty big one.
Yeah. Just a quick question there. So essentially, just to understand that, let's just get the basics for me and for the audience. Essentially, both sides of the aisle need to agree to increase the debt ceiling, and the problem is political posturing and them trying to advance their own agenda could lead to the debt ceiling not being raised, and then eventually the government will default. Did I oversimplify it properly?
No, that's completely fair. That's a fair point. I think there's two options. One, and I want to be very clear, it's not that the Republicans are saying that we will not raise the debt ceiling. It's that they were not going to raise the debt ceiling, what they're calling a clean debt ceiling bill. They're not going to do a clean debt ceiling bill. They want some level of protections. I don't think that's unreasonable. The other side, the Democrats are saying, well, no, we want a clean bill. Don't hold the government hostage. So I think that's sort of the posturing that's going on.
Guys, we got more shit coming up. Gabe, thanks for sending me through the link. 45 minutes ago, I don't know if you guys read it. It's been 45 minutes, so if we missed it, it sucks. Scoop. Tucker Carlson accuses Fox of fraud and contract breach. The contract breach is not surprising, but fraud. So Tucker Carlson, 2 weeks after being ousted by Fox News, and that's by Axios, accused the network Tuesday of fraud and breach of contract and made a host of document demands that could precede legal action. Why it matters. The aggressive letter from his lawyers to Fox positions Carlson to argue that the non-compete provision in his contract is no longer valid, freeing him to launch his own competition show or media enterprise. But where is the fraud coming in? If any, is Ben still with us? Yeah, Ben's
because
here.
they kicked him off despite the fact that he had full editorial control that was given to him in the contract.
Oh yeah, right. You're right. There it is. The lawyer accuses
fraud.
Fox. I'll read it out. Yeah, you're right. The lawyer accuses Fox executives, which two sources say are Din and Murdoch, of making, quote, material representations or promises to Carlson that were intentionally broken, constituting fraud. So it is related to fraud in terms of breach of contract. So this legal action is expected, and it will allow Tucker to go independent. So just wanted to mention that if it wasn't mentioned already. So we've got a salad of two big news: the debt ceiling and Tucker, and then we
Tucker
kind of moved
Carlson's
on from
exclusive Twitter deal.
Trump. What's the conclusion? Tira, you're here. How are you, Tira? All right, great. Get your thoughts, Tira. Brickshoot, what was the outcome? I don't know how long you've been on the space for, Ian. What was the outcome of the discussion of the
No, the outcome was that
I've been here
Trump
since the
discussion?
beginning. I've been here since the beginning.
Yeah, Brick, give us an overview. What was the discussion about Trump?
you
How
give
did that
it,
go?
Greg. You've been paying more attention to it than I have.
Well, I think that the outcome, if I had to give the synopsis of the coverage of the Trump verdict this morning, is that on one side, people, myself included, feel that the verdict will not be as important in the long run. Distinctions were made between libel and guilty, and those distinctions were then promptly thrown away by people, saying that Trump was now guilty and forevermore be guilty and things like that. So the distinctions between the civil judgment and a criminal case are forever. I think everybody in here, not as nuanced as they are for the general public, who are not looking at this or may not deal with these type of matters on a daily basis. But I think that the long short of it is basically people, I think rightly so, believe that it's going to get lost in the churn. It's not going to be a factor for 2024, except for a small amount of people. And it can arguably lead to the impression that it's just part of a witch hunt. A lot of cases arrayed against Trump, a lot of allegations, fits the pattern that he's been complaining about, rightly so, for a long time now. And to be fair, on the other side, people view it as somebody standing up to this type of action and finally getting their day in court. So I don't want to say that the morning's recap was all one-sided. It certainly was not. But I think that would be a pretty fair assessment of it.
All right, look at the headline now. Look at
quick sidebar
I was just gonna.
on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dinesh, I'm just seeing on Twitter, Melania is now speaking out in support of her husband's candidacy. So I think that there's sort of an interesting juxtaposition of that news and her coming out.
I have a breaking story.
And John, right before
guys, I have a breaking story that came out, and this is something we want to cover later, maybe. This is the New York Post reported about 22 minutes ago. It's by Miranda Devine. She's one of the people who broke the story in Hunter Biden's laptop. She writes, the CIA fast-tracked a letter that falsely suggested that Hunter Biden's laptop was a Russian op. Woo! Oh, boy.
Who said that?
That's the New York Post, and I will post it.
Yeah, that's Miranda Devine, who wrote the book Laptop from Hell. So, I mean, she is all over that story.
I'll reach out to Miranda now and invite her to this.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. I'll tweet it, and then you guys can read it too. I'll just tweet the article.
And John, right before you broke that news, I was going to say, now watch, Trump for the next 2 weeks either is going to be issuing a lot of statements or he's going to do one big thing. You already see it. Melania never talks, and now she's talking. Like, it'll just drown out the noise. That's typically what he always does.
And we haven't even gotten
sorry, Joe, sorry, before Grant jumps in, what about Melania? What did I miss? Because I've got another story, but I'm sure.
Melania never speaks, right? And all of a sudden she comes out with news today, right? You'll see for the next week or two, there'll be a lot of things coming from from Trump's camp to almost drown out the news cycle and change it so that it doesn't get attention. That's typical Trump communication strategy.
Well,
so people will forget it.
Could I respond?
I give him a lot of credit for getting George to get indicted today. But I was just going to say Melania, I guess, just decided that it's cheaper to keep him.
Yeah. Joel, real quick, just to scare you. If you think that's crazy, imagine the new evolved Twitter once Trump actually gets back on it, how he's going to drown the news cycle out. Think about that for a second. Does that give you nightmares?
Well, it doesn't give me nightmares. I'm worried about Tucker being on, in terms of a Twitter strategy, because advertisers have avoided Tucker. They left. On Twitter, when I advertise, I cannot choose not to be advertised on his feed or next to his feed. So that might be a problem for some advertisers.
Well,
although it will get users.
I think you can exclude anybody.
They're not going to throw
You
the baby
can't.
out with the bathwater, though. It's the whole
You
package.
can't.
And
Yep.
It would be
And
It could
also,
be the
Twitter
exact
also
opposite, though.
with the
You know,
people who attacked Tucker, right? I mean, this is sleeping giants we're talking about. They're the ones who got him basically de-advertised on Fox News. I don't think
Right.
Twitter's going to cave to the same kind of pressure. I mean, they're already at war with these guys, right? And a lot of them have already caved and started advertising on Twitter again. So I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Right,
I
and
don't
there's
know.
also
If
no
Twitter-
evidence. There's no evidence
But-
that these advertisers necessarily even wanted to drop from Fox News and from Tucker when the Sleeping Giants crusade hit. Those advertisers were put under pressure and threatened to do it. I'm not convinced that when an advertiser drops, their dollars on a platform or on a particular show, it's because they suddenly disagree with the values that are represented there so much as they fear the boycotts that are happening.
They have a negative brand equity effect, which is measured every month by 2 or 3 different big agencies like Miller Brown, and that's why they drop them. It's not because they're
unfortunately,
pressured. It's not because of anything else. It's brand equity scores.
First of all, I don't take any of that.
I know
for
because
anything.
I manage those advertisers, so trust me. Brand
Well,
equity
okay, so let me
scores
ask you
drop.
something. Is there in the cost benefit analysis? Is there a cost side that you agree to being labeled as someone who's providing ad dollars to? It's funny because what you're saying here is you're saying it's a brand. It's basically a brand assessment that there's brand damage when when you're advertising on it, someone who's getting attacked in the press. Well, guess who's creating that bad press?
Extreme left
It's
or
the same.
extreme right.
It's the same people calling for the boycotts. So it's a rigged game. In fact, I think a lot of advertisers know that they would be making more money if they advertised on Tucker and would seek a place where they're actually relieved from the possibility of those boycotts forcing their business decision to be made. This is very similar to the argument that Jack Dorsey made about banning Trump from the platform. Jack Dorsey, after Elon Musk took over, publicly said that the reason they got rid of Trump, that he wasn't convinced it was necessarily the right thing to do, but it was simple. It was a simple business decision. Their hands were forced because of the intensity of the pressure that was brought on them. That has nothing to do with the actual values of the people. I think Tucker being on Twitter now and Elon Musk protecting as a matter of culture from these mass Sleeping Giants style boycotts, including with this new move to subscription, is actually going to be a giant relief to many in the advertising industry that now they themselves are insulated from the pressure that the boycotters bring.
I'm telling you that's not how it works, but
not good enough.
There's brand equity. It happened in 2017. It didn't happen prior to that. That his revenue started to drop. They didn't leave because they're not making money. They left because brand equity is being affected. So they leave because there's a negative effect.
That's not good enough. Because the same people running the boycotts are the same ones making the brand, causing the brand damage. So go on.
Tucker's clip, meanwhile, so far since it's been released, an hour and 15 minutes, 2.3 million views already.
Exactly, and those numbers matter, but brand equity does not matter when we're talking about a large platform.
Did it matter that Budweiser used someone who claims to be a woman in their advertising? Did it matter?
Because that's a specific person that they chose, though. It's not like a large platform. Dylan Mulvaney is not a platform unto himself. He is a specific influencer with a specific standpoint and a specific group of detractors. Twitter itself has a lot of people. You're saying Twitter doesn't have people on the liberal spectrum? You're saying Twitter doesn't have sports fans? It's the platform. You're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater just because one person that you find
Anna Kasparian would be awesome. Young Turks, she'd be awesome.
Where you had to pick. On YouTube, they had to make it so that all the advertisers pulled, and they had to make it so I could pick what I show up next to.
And it worked out disastrously for them.
No, it worked out better now.
You might want to check those facts, Chief.
The advertisers came back.
They came back after
YouTube
the
revenue's
damage
up.
was done.
It was done because they left.
Not only that, but you also lost a massive amount of creators. A lot of people were jaded, and you gave birth to competitors like Rumble and now Twitter. So did it really work out for them?
They actually need competitors to avoid antitrust concerns. So that's fine. It's like being a bank. You can't have it all.
Yes, but that's okay. Competitors will rise organically, but when you create your own competitors by your own ineptitude, then you just, you enabled it.
You have to look at it from their perspective as an institution.
Right, I'm just going to go to Tira.
Yes.
Tira, go ahead.
Okay.
I know you've been trying to get in.
Yeah, I have, but there's a lot of testosterone on this panel. So, number one, going
Thank
back
you,
to
Tira.
yes, and I was really speaking just of Mario, to be honest. That's right. Going back to Donald Trump, basically, as far as I'm concerned, Donald Trump lost this lawsuit by literally not defending it. Right? He said stupid things. He actually unbelievably pointed to a picture of Jean Carroll and said, "Oh, that's Marla Maples," which is an incredible thing to do after he said she wasn't his type. And he's going to make all sorts of claims, but at the end of the day, this was a loss. And I assume he didn't care, right? Because he really made limited efforts to do anything about it. His deposition was pretty awful, and his lawyer should be a little ashamed of allowing that deposition, quite frankly, to happen the way it did. But I'm not sure you can ever muzzle him. I agree that it will probably, the people who love Donald Trump, they don't care. They're going to think, oh, it's a political thing. I don't think it's a political thing exactly. I think she, whatever happened, she felt she needed closure, etc. And I think the jury, by only deliberating for 3 hours, showed basically the weakness that Trump didn't defend it really, right? He just, they made some cursory attempts, but there were no witnesses. There was nothing. All you had is Donald Trump basically chiming in from Europe. Oh, hey, maybe I'll come back. That was about it. But he is, Melania, I'm sure they have a deal. Maybe she got more money now, or something. That is sort of unfair of me. I don't know their relationship, but she is now actively working for him. I don't think that makes a difference either. I tend to agree that this will be lost a little bit in the shuffle, but it won't be lost if there are like 5 more lawsuits that come up quickly, right? I mean, that's where I see some resonance about this. If we have a continuing succession of lawsuits and he keeps losing them, I think it'll add up, even to the people who support Donald Trump. Okay, this is obviously
Tara, can I ask you a question?
Yes. Now,
Tara, I actually would like to ask you a question because I saw this just broke on CNN that George Santos apparently, and I didn't have time to read it, he's going to be indicted by federal court. And I don't know if or anybody else who might know about this. I just don't know, and I would love this opinion because I think this ties into the debt ceiling conversation. How does that work as a sitting congressman being indicted by a federal in federal court? Like how would that process work? Is he just continues to serve until he's actually convicted? Is there impeachment? That's a political process. But I think that's a bigger story because that can actually, in some way, shape, or form, have an impact on the Congress.
Well, he doesn't get thrown out unless the Republicans, I think, want to throw him out before he gets convicted of anything. So we are a long way from that. But it's not like the president. You can indict him. You can do all sorts of things. Let's see how long this takes, though. He only has a 2-year term.
Tara,
we're already into it. What?
Secondary question: was Trump found guilty for rape?
Of course not. Trump was found guilty of defamation, lying about what the jury viewed as sexual abuse. Okay, and it was a civil case, not a criminal case. It is preponderant. It is preponderance of the evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt. So there are differences. Most people don't notice these things. Do you too? I'm not sure.
I know. No. I'm taking it in. I like it.
Tuba. It sounds like a tuba in the background. At any rate, so there are differences. Most people don't. I think someone said this before. Most people don't care that much about the differences, but there definitely are differences. And he was not found guilty of actual rape. So my suspicion is the jury, because they came back in 3 hours, said something happened, but he didn't maybe penetrate her, or they just they wanted to get out of there. And they couldn't agree on the rape thing, so they went to the second charge. Got it? That's what I think happened.
Yeah. A Manhattan jury in a civil case that doesn't really have the most rigorous of jury selection standards, number one.
Oh no,
said,
no, no.
okay,
That's
we can't
total.
tell you
Oh
that something
wait.
occurred.
That
Hold
is
on. We can't tell you that something occurred, but we kind of don't want to be here, and we're Manhattanites, so we're just gonna say that it's sexual abuse because things just don't add up. And he said, grab him by the P word on a show, so
Oh, Malcolm, I
that's
think
that's.
that is actually unfair. There's no evidence that a Manhattan jury is subject to less rigor than other juries that are chosen. Number one, and
Tell
number
me how
two.
Manhattan skews
Wait.
politically.
Listen,
You
listen.
can't
Tell
be
me how
serious with a
Manhattan
straight
skews
face.
politically.
Could I finish
How many
speaking?
Republicans could you
Could
grab out of a
I
crowd of
finish
100
speaking?
people?
And number two,
Of
a
course.
lot of times what happens in the jury room is when people realize they're not going to be agreeing on a charge, they go to the lesser charge. This is not something that's, oh my God, we couldn't make it, so we just decided to do this. Sometimes they do that. It happens quite frequently, right? Because they know the jury is very split on one count, but they're going to be able to convict on another, so they go to the secondary count. That's not that unusual. That's nothing to do with Manhattan. That's not even particular to this particular case. I wanted to move back to the debt ceiling for a second. There is one other option, and I personally would do it because I think we should just, I'm a Democrat, we should stick it to the Republicans on this one. In my view, there is the 14th Amendment, which says the public debt of the United States shall not be questioned. Now, there have been many lawyers on both sides of this issue. One set of lawyers will say that means that the United States, it's unconstitutional for it to default, right? So they just keep paying their bills. Forget all this haggling about the debt ceiling. It doesn't matter because we cannot not pay. And that is one possibility that no one's mentioning. Apparently under Obama, this was looked at, considered, and they decided it wasn't the right legal strategy or it wasn't legal or whatever, but they are re-looking at this again under Biden, and it'll be interesting to see if that plays a factor, okay?
Tell me what the Constitution says about guns, and then ask me if we have gun laws on the book. Constitutional doesn't not mean as much as you think it does, lady. But I'll rest my case.
Well, you didn't make a case, to be honest. Okay, so in terms of gun laws, the Supreme Court has spoken, as you know, and they have said the Second Amendment, the only restriction on the Second Amendment is whether there were rules in place or regulations or laws that were in colonial times in effect that are comparable to current day rules. So we can have regulations on the Second Amendment, but they have to be similar or akin to things that were allowable in certain historical periods of time. Okay, so I don't
The
really know
guns
what you're
fire
talking
kinetic
about.
munitions?
Excuse me?
Did the guns back then fire kinetic munitions?
Okay, well, what's interesting about the Supreme
Do they
Court,
fire kinetic munitions today?
if you really want me to go into this, that is in fact the
Free
hypocrisy.
speech. What about free speech? Freedom of the
Listen,
press. Do we use printing presses today?
that
All right.
is
Okay,
the
Malcolm,
oh
Malcolm, you're
God,
going on to so many
Malcolm.
issues that are not relevant to
That
this space.
is the
Sorry.
hypocrisy.
But
That
Apologies.
I'll
is.
let Tira answer, then we'll
Let me
move on.
just finish. That is the hypocrisy of the decision, because the court basically said, well, current day ammunition, weapons, etc., they're very different, but we're going to look at that from current day standards, but we're going to look at the laws that are allowed, the restrictions that are allowed to be placed in terms of era, right? So there is a disconnect in how the Supreme Court, in fact, analyzes these things. Finally, I want to say one more thing about Tucker Carlson. If you look at the letter, what's interesting is it doesn't actually talk about editorial control. He seems to be saying that there was a separate agreement that they will, or maybe part of the same employment agreement, saying they will not use his emails against him in employment decisions. And what he's claiming is they leaked them, they were not supposed to leak them, and they used it against him. So it's an interesting argument, but I'm not sure it actually relates, someone can correct me on this, to editorial control. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Tira. Let me go to Brick. Brick, I know you probably got quite a few points you want to disagree with Tira on. Brick? Okay, let's go for Heather.
Hey guys.
No, I'm actually here.
All right, I'll go.
It's a real
Go
brief
ahead,
question.
Brick.
It's a real
Too
brief,
late.
real brief question. Oh, sorry. I was lost in menu stuff. Tira, my question is this, and I asked this during the space this morning, and I think I know the answer to it, and that is, given that whatever happened between these two individuals happened 27 years ago, the jury today, though, would be deciding on the status of whether or not it was more likely than not based upon the current accepted definition of acceptable behavior or the legacy acceptable definition of behavior. And I'm just curious as to whether or not, if you think personally that makes a difference, and regardless of whether or not it happened, I'm not really not trying to pin you down on whether or not it occurred. I'm just like, which set of standards do you think that they applied, and does that have any repercussions?
I didn't see the judge's instructions, so I'm not 100% on this because he might have covered this. But my assumption here is that legally there isn't that much of a difference, if you know what I mean, between the standards. There might, however, be, as a societal matter, great differences between how we view certain behavior now versus then. But I suspect the jury did it on the basis of current day morals, let's just say, or viewpoints, because it would be hard for them to put themselves back 20 years ago and sort of go, oh, well, it was okay then. And like I said, I'm not sure legally it was, right? So I don't even know that there's any real issue here. But once again, I didn't see the judge instructions. If Ben's here, it'd be nice if he had seen them, but I don't. But I would think today, yes. On the other hand, the reason why this came up at all is because it's a current day defamation case, right? The claim that she, she was lying about it and nothing happened, etc. And that is by current day standards as well. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Tira. Heather, go ahead.
Hey guys, so I wanted to basically share my thoughts on the Tucker exclusive Twitter deal because I was actually really surprised at that. I did not see that coming. One of the things that Steve Bannon has talked about on his show before is some of like Elon Musk's, business ventures and ties to the CCP controlled companies and stuff like that in China. So I'm wondering what you guys think about Tucker bringing his show here, because when
Sloppy Steve Bannon.
well, what I'm saying is when Elon Musk was tweeting about the Wuhan lab leak, there was actually a CCP controlled paper that basically put out this note, like, don't bite the hand that feeds you kind of thing. Like, they didn't want him clearly talking about the Wuhan lab leak and all that stuff. And then he sort of shied away from it after that. So, like, I'm wondering if Tucker comes here.
No, he hasn't. He still talks about it. He still talks about it.
Well, I mean, think about it. Like, Elon does have business ventures with China.
Yeah,
and
but he
the
still talks about it, though.
CCP
So
does
that's
not
sort of
play by the rules. So is Tucker...
Neither does he. He doesn't play by the rules. He doesn't care who's in charge. He will still
But if
talk
he's
about
got
it. So
his Tesla factory there in China, right? Like, if the CCP
I know, yeah,
wants
but the
to, they
point
could
I'm
shut it
making is
down.
that it's moot. It's
They
moot
could
because
shut
they
that
haven't
whole
taken any
factory
action against
down.
him. No, they haven't taken any action against him. Plus, he keeps talking about it. So clearly, they don't care. They can't silence the
I
man.
sure hope so. I sure hope Elon has
No,
more
that is the fact.
business.
Like Steve Bannon is jealous. He's going to say anything he wants to defame
What are you
Elon Musk.
like? You're trying to attack Steve Bannon's character, but all Steve Bannon did was
Yeah,
point.
the same thing Steve Bannon's doing to Elon
All he
Musk.
did was
He makes
point
fun of
out
Elon Musk.
the ties, the financial ties. That's all he did. Are you disputing
You can
that?
point out the ties as much as you want. Let's ask about Steve Bannon's financial ties to China. Let's explore his
Go
relationship
ahead,
to Miles
bring them
Guo.
up. You're not bringing them up.
I just brought him up.
What are they?
He
What
hasn't
are they?
explained
Cite
that.
your source. Like what ties are you referring to?
By my sources, he was on Miles Guo's ship. He takes money
Miles
from the guy.
Guo was a defector.
He's not a defector.
Well, okay. What evidence do you have of that?
What do you mean? What evidence do I have
you
of
gotta
that?
prove
There's a case against him in court. The Justice Department is going after him for corruption. It's going after him for his
You mean the
ties to
same
China.
Justice Department that's been working with Biden, and there's evidence of it on the Hunter Biden laptop getting him kickbacks? That Justice
This
Department?
sounds like a good topic for Tucker Carlson's first show.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
Carry on, guys. Sorry.
Okay, Ian.
It's totally irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's perfectly legitimate concern.
No. You're bringing in Steve Bannon's nonsense.
It's not
attack
nonsense.
Elon Musk, and it's fair to ask questions, but come on, consider the source. Consider the fact that he takes money from Miles Guo. Let's not act
did
like
Biden
he's some
not get
impartial
kickbacks
guy.
from the Chinese companies? Is there not evidence of that on the Biden laptop?
In fairness, though, Elon Musk is a businessman. He's got business all over the world, and to me, this is, this line of attack is sort of like Trump talked about building a hotel in Russia once. Therefore, we can't trust him because he talked about a hotel.
I'm just saying,
No,
I'm talking about it.
I understand. I'm not saying you are.
Running with Russian money. What are you talking
I'm
about?
just saying it's.
Russian
I'm just
money
saying it's.
is funded Truth Social. You don't have to include the hotel.
I'm just saying.
Just
I'm
look at
just
Truth
saying
Social.
it's. I'm just saying it's similar.
Same line of attack.
I don't
Yeah, it's
think
the same line of attack
to
that people use against Donald Trump. You know, they use it to
address
defame him,
Heather's
to claim that he's a
question.
bot man and he's not. You
Yeah,
know, like it's unfair to use it's unfair to use it against Donald Trump. It's unfair to use it against
I'm
Elon
not
Musk.
using it
Okay, I
against
mean
Elon Musk. Like
that's exactly what I
I'm
think.
seriously like rooting for Elon. Like I hope he's got like this
good.
strategy where like he's gonna put
They don't listen
himself
to
in like a
Floppy Steve so
checkmate
much. I mean, there's
position,
a
and the
reason why Trump
CCP
called
are
him
not gonna.
Floppy Steve and booted him off the
Yeah.
campaign. You know, there's
No,
a
but
reason he booted him off
Ian,
the campaign.
Ian. But do you not think it's a fair concern?
No, I don't think so. No.
What?
Well, it's
Ever
fair to bring it,
completely
Ian.
like
It's fair to
zero.
bring it up.
Like you
It's
have
fair to bring
zero
it up, but I
concern.
don't think it holds water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
I
think.
think
Yeah,
You have
exactly.
like
Like
zero
what Rick
concern.
said, right? It doesn't hold any water. You can mention it, and we can counter it, like I just did. So I think that's where I stand on it. So unless you can actually prove that there is some Chinese collusion and them, puppeteering him, or say maybe the Russians puppeteering Donald Trump, which obviously there isn't. Then unless there is that evidence, it's just speculation, and it's like right now the facts don't weigh in. They don't support that claim. So it's not really
But
something
they
to support.
did put out a warning to him when he was talking about the Wuhan lab leak.
It's just one newspaper. It's one newspaper. They don't speak for the whole Chinese
I find
government.
it hilarious when people bring up money because you see, like, yes, the left has ties to Ukraine and China and everywhere else. The right has ties to Russia, Saudi Arabia. Jared did get $2 billion from the Prince of Saudi Arabia for his fund. That's public knowledge. Russian funds funded Truth Social. That's public knowledge. But they only point to one side, and that's ridiculous to bring up these arguments because both sides have them.
Yep.
Yeah, but the point is, Joe, the difference here is you've got someone like Elon, and the hope is that he's going to have a free platform which isn't manipulated. Now, I agree with Ian.
Look at it so far. I mean, he's
Ian,
allowed.
let me finish. Ian, let me finish. I agree with Ian that there's nothing there at the moment that you could say, you know what, there's something going on there. There's something problematic. At the same time, I agree with Heather in only the aspect that, for me, it is something to look out for. There is a concern that maybe in the future it could have an impact. It may not, it may do, but it's something to look out for.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yeah. But I'm rooting for Elon. Like I'm seriously rooting for Elon because we need somebody like him. So I just hope his finances are like a diverse enough portfolio to where the CCP wouldn't have any leverage over him, if that makes sense.
So Tony, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, bro, so are you moving your show to Twitter now? You've got this big announcement from Tucker. It's huge, full on takeover. Are you coming over?
I broadcast to Twitter every day. That's why I wanted to come into space because, I use Periscope every single day. And so I broadcast and it's absolute fucking garbage. Like no one can interact with it. You can't re-interact when you're broadcasting from a simulcast software like Restream or StreamYard or Streamlabs. Like there's nothing you can do beyond just stream there. So what I actually do, and I used to be able to do it before, and I believe it was in I think it was last year sometime, is when Twitter actually made Periscope part of their internal stuff, and they completely changed it. So it makes it really hard for the audience to interact. And I guess the point is that my question about the Tucker thing, my personal interest, are they going to build an entire new infrastructure where it simulates something like a YouTube Live or even like a Twitch streaming platform where you can interact with the audience? Because in today's world, broadcasting, that's one thing cable news is not very good at because they can't interact with their audience. They're just talking at you and not talking with you. So that's one reason why I don't like broadcasting to Twitter right now. I do because I put my YouTube link there, so they'll actually click it and then go over to YouTube so they can chat. But I mean, I guess my question is, and I would pose this to Elon or his team who is making, are you seriously considering taking Periscope, which is absolute garbage, and trying to rebuild that? Or you're talking about an entire new infrastructure? Because I don't believe that Tucker's making a good bet if Elon told him, we'll just make Periscope better. I don't think it's a good bet. To me personally. Like
it's going to be something new. It's going to have AV1 encoding, right? Right now, Periscope looks like shit, right? It looks like a C64. It's awful.
It hasn't been updated in a while. What did Tucker use to upload the current video? Did he just upload a raw video?
Current system.
Okay, he
Raw
just
video, yeah,
uploaded it
exactly.
manually.
Which is what I use for my stuff. Yeah, that's what I use, and that's fine, right? It works just fine, just fine.
But Ian, he's building a wallet. You can integrate the wallet into these chats. You can tip people who are live broadcasting, like you could do on TikTok. Like he's not going to do something worse than TikTok.
No, it's going to be better. Yeah, 100% better.
You're going to have like thumbs up. Doesn't cost you anything, but if you want to send a heart, maybe it costs you 5 cents. Like that's probably what he's going to want to do.
Obviously, the play here is that subscription thing they already have worked in. They're going to, obviously people will subscribe on Tucker's handle, right? I mean, that's clearly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
TikTok today is making more money from live battles, is what they call it, than they are from advertisers. So he's going to follow that model. He needs ad revenue.
Yeah,
I agree with Joe. I think he has to, and the reason why is because if to Joe's point earlier, creators, especially like me, I'm not going to rely on ads that are randomly placed in my content that I have no control over. And the reason why is because I can't control when that ad drops in my content, and it's important that an ad not drop in a certain point in the content. So if there's the interaction and the possibility for like on YouTube or TikTok where you're given super chats, or I think on Facebook it's called stars or coins or some shit. I mean, each platform has their own little
fucking weird. I tried
Tony,
using them.
Tony, you don't want Viagra ads popping up right after you were talking about a dating segment?
Oh, well, I mean, with Viagra, a lot of things pop up, but I mean, the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make here is that creators want control of their content, and if really your idea is to have control over it, to make sure. Now, again, that's why my question is there a whole new infrastructure, or are you really seriously considering trying to duct tape Periscope together? Which Periscope?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a new one. I mean, look at YouTube, right? The ability to add ads, interstitial ads in your videos, right? Like you can cut it the way you want and add the ads where you want them to be. I think that is crucial, especially if you're going to do a show and it's going to have breaks in it, right? Like, we'll talk to you after the news break, like 2 minutes or whatever, right?
Well,
like
just
you need that.
Think about the revenue if he just gets $2 per subscriber at 100,000 people. I mean, that's a lot of money really fast.
Oh yeah, I mean, like subscriptions alone are going to be huge. Like right now, we're not really seeing that many numbers. I think some of the largest people here, like Billy M2K, he has like 3,000 subs at $2, which is not that much. But like compare that to Twitch and compare that to YouTube. I mean, like the numbers are exponentially larger there, right? Like on Twitch, for example, you can gift subs, you can just send money to creators. I mean, if I go on Twitch right now, I'm guaranteed to get like at least $150, right? Like just some people tipping.
This is like such a painful conversation for me because I applied for monetization on Twitter like months and months ago, and I've been sitting on pending forever now, and I reached out to Twitter.
Okay, you guys need to like ping the product manager, and he will sort you out. He has helped a number of people. I had the same problem. He worked me out through it. So you have to ping him because right now
Can you tell me who to ping?
Yeah, I'll send you the DM.
Is it an obscure Ian? Is it an obscure handle on Instagram that we have to ping?
Yeah, I know. I'm crazy because I
shady guy in the back alley.
Twitter employee.
No, I went to the Twitter support. I submit a complaint.
Oh yeah, that's useless. I'll message you guys. So
Good, perfect.
All right.
Message me too, Ian. Thank you, sir.
Just message everybody.
Who said that? Is it you, Brad?
It was me. Justin Brady, the best looking guy on stage.
He's not going to message Grant. He's not going to give Grant a chance to get subs. Come on, bro. He's not that much about
I want everyone to. I don't care what your politics are. I think you have,
Grant. You want Grant to have a user base, bro.
Why not? Thank you. Everyone deserves
I'm joking, Grant. I'm joking.
Hey, Ian, when you got banned there the other day, I was tweeting in your defense.
I appreciate
that. Heather, you're top of the list now. Ian sending it to you first. Brick, go ahead, bro.
Actually, I just had a question for Ian based on subscription pricing here. And if people like Tucker and others, I'm sure will follow him, come onto this platform and begin asking for subscriptions, I think it's reasonable that I could expect something like $3.99, $4, $3 to $5 per month. What do you think is appropriate for niche level people who are going to monetize here on Twitter. You said Billy's at $2. That sounds like it's a good compromise because, as an individual, you're not going to be able to meet the output. You're not going to be able to match the output that a major contributor can have. What would you recommend some smaller accounts or start with? Because once you start, my understanding is once you set your subscription rate, you cannot alter it. Now they may change that later, but as it currently stands, I don't believe it can be.
Ian, that was a question to you, bro.
Oh, sorry. So what? Sorry, I was like DMing people. Like, can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Sure. Real briefly, do you think that for smaller content creators, people who are not a media organization, with people like Tucker Carlson and other people coming into Twitter space on a subscription basis, which I assume is going to be $3 to $5 per month or something like that?
Sure.
Do you think it makes more sense for, let's say, someone like myself who has been considering this for some time, setting a subscription rate low like Billy does, like $1.99, because you're not going to be able to match that output, and just go for small amount of...
No. I would say go straight for $5. I mean, $3 to $5, whichever you feel comfortable with. Because like honestly, it's the same thing on Twitch where you can set your rate, and even like I'm not big on Twitch, right? But even I set it to like $4.99 or $5.99 or whatever, because even though I'm competing against the likes of Shroud or Hassan or whoever else, your followers are going to pay you that money because they're not watching these other guys; they're watching you. So set a price that you feel you're worth, and whoever subscribes to you, if they feel like you're worth it, that they want to support you, they will support you, right? Like don't worry about trying to get the mass number of people by setting it to like $1 or something. It's not really worth it because you're not catering to a mass audience to begin with. So I would say don't worry about it. Just set it to whatever you feel is comfortable that you feel your audience will pay.
Sound advice. Thank you.
Hold up. Guys, I'm just looking at the Trump story because, again, I was asleep when you guys were covering this. So just came out 12 minutes ago. McCarthy says he won't say if he supports Trump after verdict, while other GOP lawmakers say it will impact electability. And I'm reading the that just came out 12, 13 minutes ago. Let me read it out briefly.
That's rough
too long
for Trump.
And then I want to get better understanding. So he's found guilty of sexual abuse. Is he found guilty of rape, or I'm misunderstanding?
No, he's not found guilty of rape. Only of sexual battery.
He's not found guilty of anything. He's not found guilty of anything.
He's found liable, right?
That's true. He's not found guilty because if what is it? What was the evidence or whatever? It's like
preponderance of evidence,
which was defined. The New York Times, believe it or not, actually, when they were reporting about it, they said preponderance of evidence or whatever you want to call it was more likely than not, which actually doesn't eradicate the fact that the entire thing could be false.
No. In a civil
and that was predicated on the fact.
Hold on,
guys. Go ahead, Tira.
Go ahead, Tira.
In a civil case, something in my throat. In a civil case, it's always preponderance of the evidence, which means like 51%. Sorry.
So there's a 49% chance that he's innocent, is what you're saying.
But this was unanimous.
they don't make that distinction in their
guys, we can start a debate in a bit. Let me
just want to say that not necessarily like that.
Guys,
it would be unanimous. 51%. As long as you go above the 51% threshold, it could be anything above 51%.
Yeah,
it would be.
Do we know what it is?
It also would be a 49%.
I know everyone is suddenly a lawyer. Guys, ease up.
Guys, I just want to read the news. Like it was unanimous in this case. In this verdict, it was unanimous. All the jury agreed with each other. It wasn't like a 51% agrees, 49%.
No, that's not what. That's not what.
No, that's not how it works, though.
All right, let's go, guys. Break it, Slayman. Guys, please. Shaman, I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not how it works. It's not that 51% of the jury, the whole jury agreed. But when you're looking at the evidence and you're weighing it, you're just thinking, you know what, on the balance of probability, is it more likely this happened or not? So for 50, and when they give that percentage of 51%, that's what they mean. So it's 51% or chance or higher that it happened. You don't need to meet the beyond reasonable doubt, which is for a criminal case, which is much higher. So in this case, it just went over 50%. It could have been higher, obviously, and then they said that it met the threshold. And again, that wasn't.
Did they say? So when the case, when the case finishes,
it was just for sexual. It was just for abuse, sexual abuse.
Sexual abuse, okay. And I want to understand what sexual abuse means, but before going down, before understanding that, my question to you, Slayman, is: does it say? Do they say like how?
Explain it.
What? Yeah, Tira. Tira's there. Tira's she comes.
The,
I don't
the
know what
So
jury
she's got
wait,
the
the
so
experience.
jury form
Mario,
is
you
it's
don't know
now
what sexual
online.
abuse is? Oh dear.
No, no, we'll see how innocent I am, Tira. You see, Slam, just a quick question for you. You talked about the 51%. Do they say how the probability they decided on, or not when
No,
they
no.
decide?
As long as it's just like what's more likely or not. That's literally what they decided
Oh,
on.
okay,
Yeah,
but they don't give you. Go
okay.
ahead, Tira.
In a civil case, you don't even need the jury to be unanimous. I think it's in New York 5/6 of the jurors, 5 out of 6 of the jurors have to agree.
Correct.
Right. So you don't. So you got unanimity here, which is nice. It means they all agreed. They don't sit there and go like, "Oh, we think it's 75% chance that he." That's not what happens. You just once you get past that. Whether there's a preponderance of the evidence, the 51%, you keep going. They might have thought it was, absolutely totally clear, right? They might have thought it actually met the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. We will never know that unless they talk.
And just on that, because you mentioned here in New York, Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social, and he said, "What else can you expect from a Trump-hating, Clinton-appointed judge who went out of his way to make sure that the result was as negative as it could possibly be, speaking to and in control of a jury from an anti-Trump area, which is probably the worst place in the United States for me to get a fair trial."
I mean, that's true.
Okay, and that,
Yeah, that's obviously true.
As I said, he put on no case. Okay, you have to understand, no witnesses. His lawyer did frankly not a very good job.
Happened, there's
What
not
I'm
going to
saying,
be witnesses if it never happened.
listen,
Yeah, Tyra, but let's look at the totality of
let's
this, right? So
no,
let's
just
just
something. Hold on, hold
Can-
on. Just whoever. I'm not a lawyer, but if someone brings witnesses, if it didn't happen, let's say you were at a cafe instead of a meeting, you bring witnesses to show that you're at that meeting. I think that's Tira. Is that what you mean by?
Well, the
By
problem is,
what
she
I
said,
mean
well, not
is
really, Mario, because she said she doesn't know what day or year it was.
a
What witness
couple
are you
of
going to bring?
things.
For
He
every
had
person you
no
met in your whole
one.
life?
Fair, okay, hold on, Tira. Hold on. Okay, Slammer. Fair point, Slammer. But can we let Tira finish it? I'm not understanding shit right now. Everyone's talking.
Okay,
Ahead,
so a couple of things. First of all, as I said, his deposition, because he didn't testify, which is probably the right thing, because I'm not sure Donald Trump can do a reasonable. I'm not sure how his testimony would go, but his deposition was used against him, and his deposition was a disaster. He said he'd never seen this woman before, but yet, she wasn't his type. But yet he identified a woman in a photo who was her as his ex-wife, Marla Maples, right? Clearly his type. He did a few other things. There are a few things in this deposition that I don't understand how he did this, because he postured a little bit, right? He was Donald Trump a little bit. He did some of the things you would expect him to do, and that was used against him. Number two, there was no one there to say that he had never gone to Berg. There was nothing, right? She's saying this happened. She told 2 friends. They were allowed to put in 2 other women who said Donald Trump had groped them out of nowhere, right? And he has nothing. He had no character witnesses, nothing. Think about it.
But so Slayman said something too. He jumped in and said, but how can he give a witness that he wasn't there? Not a character witness, but a witness that he wasn't there when the lady doesn't know the exact date or time?
I mean, how would you
Okay,
know?
let me just say what this would
Jesus
normally
Christ.
come down to would be a he said, she said, right? And his lawyer should have done a better job of attacking Jean Carroll. Truthfully, she was a very good witness. The lawyer did nothing on that. So what you had is Donald Trump's deposition against Jean Carroll's testimony. And Donald Trump's deposition was poor. Got it? So to me, it was a problem from the get-go if he wasn't going to come in and testify himself, because then maybe he could repair some of the damage. But he did the damage to himself. I think there was one witness who was scheduled to testify, and he decided not to, strangely enough. And I will check to see who that was supposed to be. But, he had a witness, and the witness disappeared as well. So it's sort of odd.
Yeah, so there's sort of a bigger issue here. Sorry.
Can I make a short follow-up to that? There's a big difference between civil and criminal cases we've been talking about. One of the big differences is you can be compelled to testify in a civil case, but as a criminal defendant, you can't be. And so that's a big difference. That's all I wanted to say. That's what happened here.
I think he made a solid argument, like what Kaplan was telling jurors, right? He said that it wasn't a he said, she said case, but rather one in which the jurors should weigh that what 11 witnesses, including Carroll, said versus what they heard from Trump in his deposition. And here's a quote. He said, he didn't even bother to show up here in person. and he was going on about how Trump's absence in the proceedings, actually hurt his case, right? And that she told jurors that much of what he said in a deposition and in public statements actually supports our side of the case. So in a very real sense, Donald Trump is a witness against himself. He knows what he did. He knows that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll. So that's what her lawyer was arguing, right? And I think the jury bought it. I mean, the jury was like, okay, I mean, that's fair point. This guy's not even being here. He's being really kind of an asshole, being himself, and then not really, like saying, oh, I didn't do it. He was just like, just being blasé about the whole thing. So they're like, yeah, you probably did it, right? That's their read on it.
One of the other
guys,
things.
all right. So
in
just
the
for everyone,
deposition- okay.
So Gio, I'll let you finish off. Then we'll go to Malcolm and other speakers. Also, Slimane and guys, just make sure you mute hot mics. As a lot of feedback earlier from a hot mic. But let me read out what the allegations are for anyone that doesn't know or that wasn't here earlier. So with Carol, an American writer who accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting her in a department store dressing room in the mid-90s. That's a long time ago. Then what Trump did to her is the subject of her allegations. Carol claimed that Trump assaulted her in a Bergdorf Goodman department store in Manhattan, where he allegedly pinned her against a wall, pulled down her tights, and penetrated her with his fingers. Trump denied the allegations and said he had never met Carol, despite a photo showing them together. So, Tira, I'd let you respond to what Ian just said, and also why. So I want to ask a question for you, Tira and Malcolm. Like, why would Trump hurt his own case?
Before they answer, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying I agree with the jury. I think that this was a very biased case, given the venue, and I don't think they really had any evidence against him. In my opinion, it was a he said she said thing, right? So I just want to clarify that for the audience. Don't think that I'm agreeing with the verdict. I do not agree with it.
Yeah, the point of the he said she said is fair. The other argument of it being biased, the problem is when you got someone like a former president, any state is going to be biased. Any city is going to be considered biased. So that's
it becomes political, right? It becomes a sideshow.
Right. Anyway, let me just come back on what Ian was saying before. So the point is, and what Tira was saying. So the issue is this. First thing is, you don't know. She's saying she doesn't know what day or even what year this happened. How is he going to bring some kind of witness to say, you know what, he was in another place, unless he brings in every single person he met throughout his whole life, because you don't even know when it happened, and she's not even said where it happened. In terms of the 11 witnesses, there was no 11 witnesses. It's essentially her word against his. She claims she told some of her friends at the time, and that's literally all it is. There is no other evidence whatsoever in this case.
Suleiman,
and then 30 years later,
That's false.
after 30 1 second. So I'll give you a chance to come back on that. So, and 30 years later, after Trump goes for president, she then comes out with it, and she does an interview with CNN, which, as people have mentioned on this panel, completely what she ends up submitting is quite a lot more different than that. Now, if what's happened is what Ian said, that he didn't turn up and they use that as a basis, again, that should never be the case. If he doesn't want to turn up, that shouldn't automatically make you give a
So question, and Tira, I've got a question to add on to what Sleiman said. So I'll let you respond, let Rebecca respond, then we'll go to Malcolm. Also, Tira, is this? I'm just curious, like, how can anyone prove it wasn't voluntary by both parties? I'm genuinely curious. Tira.
Look, in every, I'm going to go into an area that I don't like to. In every sort of, let's say, rape case, in many rape cases, one of the reasons they're not brought is because they are he said, she said, right? You know this, right? So they, people conclude there's just not enough. In a case like this, it's all about the credibility of the accuser versus the defendant, right? Because if you think about it, there's not going to be witnesses to, but there's not a witness to a lot of these sorts of crimes, right? So you really have to decide who you believe. Now, in this case, you had a woman who did a really good job under cross-examination. Whatever you think of her on Anderson Cooper, she did a very good job, or the lawyer didn't do a good job. I mean, I think it was a combination of both. You have Donald Trump, who in his deposition basically attacked he attacked the her attorney and said, I don't find you attractive. I would never sort of do you. I mean, the stuff that you don't do, right? He didn't really take it maybe as, he couldn't stop himself from being angry about this, maybe with justification, but he couldn't really stop himself. So he did some dumb things. And then he had some words used against him. He said he never met her. There's a picture showing he met her. He said she wasn't his type, but he identified her as his ex-wife, who is his type, right? So he did some stupid stuff. Now, Ian, I think I'm sorry, Suleiman, you're wrong about the witnesses. There were two contemporaneous witnesses that were brought up. Okay, one of them was Lisa Birnbach, who wrote, I think, the Preppy Handbook, if I remember this from a long time ago. Very credible person who said that Jean Carroll called her the day it happened, and basically was hysterical.
Well, then don't
and
they
she
have the
told her
call then to lock in the date of this alleged crime?
no, because
No,
it was
so hold
third.
on, hold on. All right, so it's just 2 seconds. Let's not interrupt.
I
So
mean,
on that
Tira, I did
particular
say
question.
that. I said that she told two people. They weren't there during the incident or anywhere around it. She went and told people allegedly at that time. I said that.
But they were witnesses. In other words, they both appeared at the trial. You said there were no other witnesses. Oh, you mean there were no physical
physical
witnesses?
witnesses.
Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't understand. I thought you meant none
And
at
on
the
the
trial.
point, I think someone jumped in with a point saying that but then wouldn't they remember the exact date? Again, not really.
Well,
if it's
one
like
of the
20 years
reasons
later,
they all probably
they
had
would
a memory
just
wipe, isn't it? That's probably what happened.
One of the
okay, let's
reasons
not. Hold
why
on.
Yeah.
Tira, just 2 seconds. Let's not. For me, I've got also concerns like how this could be framed in different ways and how easy it is for someone to be blamed for such things unfairly, Slayman. But to kind of take jabs and says,
when, people are not going to remember the exact dates, right? You
yeah,
might
exactly.
remember
So just
you remember
two.
the
Yeah,
year
let me.
after something
Guys,
big like that happened.
Ian and Slayman. Guys. All right, guys. Can Ian, you jumped in, then Slayman jumped in, and then Heather jumped in. Guys, let's just go one by one. So, And Ian made a good point though. It's like not remember, and you Slayman just saying, oh, they had their memory wiped and making fun of it. No, what if it was legitimate? I'm not saying it was, but just making fun of it because they can't remember the exact year, 20 years, 2 decades later, 3 decades later, doesn't mean it never happened. Doesn't mean their memory got wiped.
Can I
So
please
I had
respond,
concerns.
Mario?
In a bit, Heather, in a bit. Just because I want to push back on Tira. Malcolm has been waiting respectfully without actually jumping in. And Rebecca as well hasn't jumped in. So, and then we'll go to you, Heather. But the questions I have for you, Tira, is it just makes it so just the burden of proof, and I understand like it's difficult both ways. So on one side, if it did happen, I'm not talking in this case, but if any similar case happened, it's difficult for the victim to prove it. But at the same time, the process that we have makes this very easy to abuse. Let's say it was both voluntary, it could be very easy for someone to frame someone else. So let's say a person has a really good heart, drinks a lot, has a personality more extreme than Trump. Just because of that, he's found guilty because his character in court was shown to be less respectful than the victim. Doesn't that concern you that it can be people can be framed due to the limited amount of evidence needed?
As I said, I think it's much more likely that rapes go unreported and unprosecuted, frankly, because it's because of the many situations in which it's one word against another. So I'm not really as concerned about someone just making this up, because I think it actually tends to go the other way around, truthfully. Now, in this case, as I said, there were two contemporaneous friends of hers at the time. She called up. They remembered. They were both extremely credible people. And she also had two witnesses who came in and said that Donald Trump had abused them or raped them, or not raped, had abused them in similar ways. So there was a pattern that was shown. You could not have probably done that in a criminal trial, but you could do that in a civil case. She also had a psychologist come in and basically say that all of her stuff was consistent with being raped, etc. So, and on the other side, you had Donald Trump's deposition. So you can sort of see how, and he didn't, like I said, if you read, I mean, I listened to his whole deposition. It was, did you ever buy presents for women? Oh, I didn't do that a lot. I mean, he was not forthcoming. Does that make sense? I felt that there was a lot of stuff I didn't buy. He wouldn't even acknowledge that when he married Marla Maples and that he saw her before his marriage to Ivana Trump was over. I mean, it was really quite, I don't think he took it seriously.
So before going to Malcolm and other speakers, I think you're right. Like I think the cases of unreported rape and sexual abuse is more likely than that being abused to frame people. At the same time, I think when it comes to more powerful people, the opposite could be true, but I haven't looked at any statistics. I'd be interested to learn more about it. I know Slayman did a lot of research on this. I know what his stance is. Heather, his stance you'll be happy with as well. But just kind of, I want to say one thing to Slayman before going to Malcolm. Slayman, the same way you made fun of like the two ladies and their memory being wiped, can't you say the same thing about Trump? Because didn't Tira say that Trump said he never met her, but later that we found out that he did? So can you make the same statement? Oh, Trump's memory got wiped.
Yeah, so if he said he never met her and he met her, then he's probably not telling the truth, is he? I mean, we need to see evidence that he has, because he wrote today as well that he never met her. So if Tira's got that evidence where he has actually met her, that'd be different.
Well, there's a picture of them together, so but I look, I'm not sure there is a picture of them together. However,
that's fine. That's fine.
That to me is not that important, because he meets a lot of people. Maybe he didn't really talk. Maybe it was just at the end of receiving line. Who knows?
There's nothing wrong with meeting her, but I'm kind of taking a jab at Slayman's statement,
no, it's not
the way
a jab.
he's mocked.
It's because when you said I'm insulting the women, no, because the whole thing is
I never said you're
I don't agree
insulting the
with
women. I'm
you
just saying.
Let me finish my point.
Go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
So essentially, yeah, I'm gonna stick to my point that I find it hard to believe that 3 women have had such a wipe of memory that they don't even remember. Never mind the day, they don't even remember the year. Like day, okay, but the year. And then in addition to that, let's be clear. You got a scenario where you have a lot of men that are accused of rape, and now what's happening is, and it's happening in this society, it started with the Me Too movement, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And essentially what's happened is you've basically lowered the threshold for accusations of rape. And when you lower the threshold for these type of accusations, or any type of accusations, you're going to have a very, very totalitarian society, and that's a significant issue or problem.
Exactly.
I wouldn't go extreme to totalitarian.
Let's go.
Rebecca, Heather, just so we're going to go to Malcolm, then Heather. Malcolm.
So, one of the things that I'm trying to figure out is that, Trump didn't help himself. Let me first say that. Like, he didn't help himself. But, in a vacuum, yeah, what he did was stupid. It was bad and all that. But then when you actually look at it in totality, that this man is already going before a city that hates him, number one, in an area where the Band-Aid has essentially been ripped off by Alvin Bragg's, bringing charges against him, and now you've got this woman suddenly coming out in this situation, which let me remind you, back in the 90s, Trump was not a hated figure by any stretch of the imagination. Let's be honest. So, when we look at a lot of these things, and the fact that they don't have any concrete information that we can really use is the fact that, Trump wasn't taking a deposition seriously, and that, sorry, I cut out. Sorry. But that Trump wasn't taking a deposition seriously, and that's what they used as a preponderance of evidence to lean in the other direction. I just don't see how this is going to affect them, mainly because it's diluted by the shenanigans of those 34 allegations of campaign finance fraud and business fraud by Alvin Bragg that are seen as spurious by the larger majority of people. Like, to me, it's not so much as to whether or not anything occurred, because again, we don't know that. That's lost in the ether. This doesn't really do much.
I'm just going to play devil's advocate here. I'm not saying I agree with this, but couldn't somebody make the argument that the biggest reason why E. Jean Carroll didn't bring the case against Trump was because he used to be likable and used to be liked? I would say not likable, liked and popular, and that's why she was afraid of him. Whereas now, he half the country hates him or something, right? So she felt like emboldened to be able to actually finally speak out. Isn't this an argument that they could make?
Very much so.
It's a very strong point.
Yeah, that's a really strong point. Maybe, but then again, there would be more opportune times to do it rather than just after the.
When did she make those allegations? Was it after he was president? I guess
2019, I believe.
Yeah, 2019. It went through the court.
Could have did during the campaign trail when all those women came out. If she was one of them, I mean, I'm pretty sure that would have been a great time, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you're right, Ian. It could have been as well. She realized that people don't like Trump, but she thought it was a good chance to make money.
Yeah,
it could have been. Yeah, it could have been both. It could have been both. But you do good consider it's both are possibility. Yes, Layman.
Yeah, of course, it's possible.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Although
it's possible.
I'll provide a little pushback to that, though. Wouldn't the Trump hatred arguably be higher in, during his campaign, basically, when you had people literally saying he was literally Hitler, not, around the time where he would.
I think there's many factors. I don't like it's just too many factors on a personal level. And obviously, I'm guessing we're all not speaking from experience, and that's just a guess. But there's too many factors at play for someone who's been sexually abused to come out. Are they in a relationship? Are they more confident? Did they see others come out? Did they read a story that triggered them like, fuck this, I'm going to come out? Could be anything. Could be they spoke to someone that, hey, you come out and I'll protect you. Or unless it's assuming that it did happen. Now, if it didn't happen, as Sleman said, there could be a whole different story. It could be people that are targeting Trump coming to her. And no, that happened. You know, she made the allegations back in 2019, before the recent witch hunt happened. But you could say the witch hunt started even back then. People came to her and started preparing back then. That attack on Trump, and you know, they're trying to find different things to pin on him, and that could be one of them. So both stories are plausible. I'm not in a position. I'll go to Heather, then Rebecca. Heather.
All right, thanks, Mario. So it's interesting because I have a personal experience as far as like I personally know a woman who falsified charges against one of her boyfriends at the time, because I grew up in Massachusetts, and Massachusetts is one of those states where, you know, like the victim or the quote unquote victim is always believed, right? So you could literally walk into a police station and make an accusation and they'll go arrest whoever you're accusing. And one of my best friends, her sister was absolutely nuts and actually did just that and had her boyfriends arrested. So like when I've seen firsthand people use a system that is intended, right, to protect victims, but it becomes weaponized. Now this like my best friend's sister was in like subsidized housing. She didn't have a lot of money. She was like basically like trash, in other words. And so if you think, right, I'm not even as famous as Trump, but I've been to a million events, CPAC, Turning Point events, and there's a million people that have asked for a photo with me that I have no idea who they are. I might have had a full-blown conversation with them and I'll never remember it. So one photo honestly means absolutely nothing. And if you have a corrupt Justice Department and a corrupt FBI, right, that has facial recognition, they could scour every single photo that Trump has ever had with anyone and then hunt down somebody who's willing to accept X amount of dollars in order to do whatever. And if you think that this stuff doesn't happen, you're naive. I mean, when you're Donald Trump and you have what Elon Musk calls unelected world leaders that sit on this globalist government trying to dictate how the world's run, and they have control over certain regions, they have a lot of money, they have a lot of resources, and they're waging a war against Donald Trump. There's a lot of money that can buy people to do or say whatever you want. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened. I'm saying that's a possibility that people can't like write off. And our Justice Department and our political system has been weaponized against people, and we've seen plenty of evidence against that. So this whole like we have to buy the story of the victim in every single situation is it's almost like a disservice to like Soleimani said, like the actual victims. When we raise or lower the bar for things like rape and sort of make it a free for all where we're going to believe you every single time and not ask questions and not.
It's not so. Heather, I want to jump in because you're making it out. You gave the example of Massachusetts, and you said that anyone could make a report, and they'll go and arrest a person, and it's a free for all. Anyone could make those accusations. They'll go arrest. I just searched that particular point, and I want you made a lot of valid points, by the way. But so I want to push back on this one. So probable cause is needed, and there should be enough evidence before someone's arrested for sexual abuse claims. So I'll give you examples. Victim statements. Statements from the victim detailing the incident of sexual abuse, including any physical evidence such as injuries or DNA evidence. Number 2, witness statements. Statements from the witness who observes the alleged abuse or have information that could help corroborate the victim's account. Number 3, physical evidence. Any physical evidence that could help corroborate the victim's account. Number 4, digital evidence. Any digital evidence that could help establish a pattern of behavior such as text messages, emails, and social media messages. And number 5, audio or video recordings that may exist.
No, so in
security
the
cameras or
like
victim
in
cell
the
phone.
situation
So
of
I
my
just want to.
friend, it wasn't
I'm not.
sexual abuse; it was physical abuse, and she basically like had a scratch on her arm that she gave herself. Walked into a police station, said he did it, and they went and arrested him.
I can't talk about that particular guy, that anecdotal experience that you've had. So, anyone could, I'm sure someone could come up right now out of the whatever 1,000 people listening, could come up and say, yeah, I was actually sexually abused and beaten up. I went to the police department and they didn't believe me. No one got arrested. So I'm sure there's going to be
can I do that? Because
individually.
that's actually the point I've been trying to make.
Yeah, of course, Rebecca. I'll let you jump in on this one. So I just want to mention that, and also on the other point, Heather, and the same way I pushed back on Tira, and I'll push back on you now. Everything you said could be true. There could be a witch hunt against Trump. Unelected officials with a lot of influence, a lot of money, that are working in the background to get these to paint Trump in a certain with a certain brush before the next elections. That could all be true. But also, the allegations themselves could be true. Like, they're not mutually exclusive. Both can be true. I'm not saying either are. I just don't know. But yeah, so Rebecca, I know you probably have a different take on this, and then we'll go to Tira and Michael.
Yeah. So I have 5 quick points here. I was trying to share this, and I don't know how to pin things, but the instructions that were actually provided to the jury in this trial, I've linked to in the comment section here, so they are available. The jury was asked whether or not they thought that Miss Carroll, based on the preponderance of evidence, had been raped by Donald Trump. They did not choose to find him responsible for that particular thing. The next most serious level of that is the one that he was found liable for, and that's for sexual abuse. They could have said no to that, and then on the third act said that Mr. Trump forcibly touched Miss Carroll, said yes or no to that. So it was actually the second most severe extent for sexual assault that he was found liable for, based on the jury instructions that I've posted. So it's the rape question was there, and they did choose not to find him liable for rape as it's phrased as rape. That's why the ultimate decision came for the second most severe of the 4. The second one is, I kind of want to echo Terry here a little bit. The likelihood that women don't report rape, from my own personal experience, it is so great. And, we have all these personal stories as if they should negate the entire body of evidence to the contrary. Not that anecdotal evidence obviously doesn't impact us personally, but it doesn't negate all the data and the science and the research. I reported someone late because I felt guilty and I was ashamed. And it basically was he said, she said. And unironically, to the bane of my existence, he later actually claimed that I was harassing him by telling people that he had done that. So that absolutely does happen. The third one is that just because she did not come forward in the 1990s does not mean that she did not tell people. There seems to have been a lot of debate about, why didn't she report it back then? Well, she did, just not publicly. She did tell people at that time, as Tira mentioned, credible witnesses who came forward and said, yes, this happened. I remember when this happened. So she did tell people when it happened. She just didn't go public. And those are 2 wildly different experiences for people to endure. Most rape victims don't want to have to be drugged through a public trial at all. I have no idea what motivated that decision ultimately, but that's up to speculation, or maybe she's answered that question. I don't know. We're also not questioning. That's why there's a trial. So this idea that we are just prosecuting these poor innocent men without any questions is completely false. We had a trial. That's why there's a trial. That is the questioning. That's the opportunity to present opposing evidence, and he failed to do so, at least enough to the point where it swayed the jury of his peers. And I have to, on the 5th point, just say, if we're going to be talking about the weaponization of law enforcement, y'all make my paranoia seem like it's just, garden variety, with thinking that the whole world's in some kind of global conspiracy. A lot of people don't like him. Yeah. But this was a woman who did tell people that she was very close to at the time. And instead of debating whether or not we think that her motives were whatever they were, the fact is she just won, and a jury agreed with her.
Do we know the names of these witnesses? Do we know who these witnesses are?
We do.
Yes, we
Mario's
do.
posted about a few of the names of the witnesses. So, oh no, he hasn't posted. He's about to. But Brick, just want to come to you in terms of what Rebecca said in New York. So that Trump posted about this as well, and he essentially said that he would never get a fair trial in New York. Do you think that's fair or not?
Well, I think I think it is probably more accurate than not. Let's say it's more likely accurate than it's not accurate, using the preponderance of evidence standard. Certainly, it's an area that's more
Where does he
liberal.
get a fair trial? Name a city where he gets a fair trial.
That's an interesting statement. I've thought about this, and not in regards to this case, but other ones. And like, if we're going to use political affiliation of the electorate in a given area as a metric for whether or not a political figure can get a fair trial, what would we set the standard at? And like maybe something where it's not greater than 60-40, maybe that might be something, and at least that would approach it. I don't know if it's really possible. To get a fair trial as a conservative let's say in DC, for instance. We'll say DC.
Just
I'll
a
throw
quick
it out
question
there.
on that. But what is New York in terms of percentage?
I'm unsure, but I believe that it is north of 60% Democrat based on registration of
Well, so
voters.
here's the thing: is
Isn't
people
where a
need to.
trial is held based on the location most often of the crime or of the alleged
Yeah, they
offense?
are.
And that would be New York City.
That's a dilemma. I understand it's a constitutional right, jury of your peers. So the
I mean,
defendant
there's
in
no
this case,
way
the
somebody
defendant,
like Elon Musk, for example, could get a fair
yeah,
trial in San Francisco in
right.
a
So the
civil trial
defendant,
about a tweet, right? It's
To
nowhere
answer
near
your
there.
question, New York,
the
Manhattan,
Oh
right, is
wait,
where
that's right. He had
the
that
case took
trial and
place.
was
Is
he won. I guess it was
86.4
fair then, right?
Democrat, 12.2 Republican. So it's vast majority are Democrats in Manhattan.
Sorry, say that again, Ian. I think there was a few
Okay,
people
yeah.
talking when you said it.
Yeah. In Manhattan, Manhattan County, New York, 86.4% of people voted Democrat in the last presidential election, and only 12.2 voted for Republican. So it is overwhelmingly Democrat. That means like 9 out of 10
You only
people
need
are
51.
Democrats.
Well, then you
Yeah.
also have to think who's sitting at the courthouse, right? Whether it's the clerk's office or whoever, when this case is put on their desk and they're told, hey, you have to select, whatever software or program they use, you got to select 50 jurors. Of those 50, I'm just spitting out a number,
yeah,
but you have to
I
bring
don't
in
think.
these numbers. Who's sitting there at their desk choosing those people that become the jury pool? Right, because they're the
That's
That's
not
just a
gatekeeper
how that
The
works.
lawyers
of who's
do.
That,
allowed
The
to
I
yeah,
don't
get
that's
lawyers.
believe
The
not
that.
how that
lawyers
works.
do, Heather.
Listen,
The
it's
lawyers do.
Just one person at a time. Sorry, go ahead, Tira. There was
so
like
let me
about four people
just
talking.
speak to this. First of all, when you said this about the state is against him and that we're getting the DOJ and all these people, this is a civil trial. Okay, there is no state action involved. Okay, she brought a civil case in court. People do it every day. The DOJ wasn't involved. None of the political people were involved. The Manhattan DA was not involved. Nobody. Okay, civil case. Number one. Number two, when you select juries, okay, you do not sit there and go like, oh, who do we want? Whatever. It is a standardized automatic process. They send out citations basically 6 months in advance. They tell you have to show up on a certain day. It's random. It's luck of the draw as to whether you are put into the voir dire pile. In other words, the group of people who are going to be asked questions.
Basically, if you're a
Yeah.
jury member, you don't even get to select your case.
Right. Well,
you
sit there. Right.
It's like you're just pre-selected for a jury in
that's
general.
right.
It could be any
That's
case.
right.
Correct?
And sometimes yes,
Yeah.
but then you're asked specific questions about that case. Do you know anybody who's been abused?
Right.
Right.
They
Yeah,
do
but
the jury.
if
what I'm
you
trying to say,
know,
Heather, you are
can
wrong.
can totally rig that. I'm
No,
sorry, but you can totally rig that.
rig that. What happens is that
Rigging aside, the probability once they know the case is
the
just,
probability
come
is
on.
that somebody knew that they had opinions about Donald Trump. That is true, but that's true in many cases. They're asked
Think
whether
about the
they could be
state.
fair about it, and you can believe them or not. But that's not exactly rigging, okay? The lawyers are allowed to ask questions. They are allowed to say this person is prejudiced. This person had a sister who was raped. It's not fair. Blah blah blah. And this is the process. We go through it in every single trial. You can say that people just didn't like him in Manhattan. I understand that, but to suggest that the entire process was sort of rigged by the mechanisms of justice is a little silly. And I want to say one more thing. The two people she told were Lisa Birnbach, who was a very well-known writer, certainly in that era, and Carol Martin, who's like one of the first African-American news anchors I think she was on NBC. I'm not sure. She told them at the time, these are in fact credible people. Thanks.
Tira, in terms of that, I mean, would you accept that in terms of the jury, there was an 86% chance that somebody on the jury would be someone who voted against Trump?
I'm sure that there were many people who voted against Trump on the jury, but the assumption there is if you voted,
well, 86%.
no, who knows? But what the assumption, it might have been 100%.
No, that's wrong, Suleiman. I'll tell you
what
why.
I'm saying though is it doesn't really matter because the assumption underlying what you're saying is that people who voted against him would automatically find him guilty of this, and I'm going to reject that as a certainty. Let's just say.
Normally, it's not certain, but normally in the situation with Trump, because he's been embroiled in what the media was calling at the time credible allegations of sexual impropriety and sexual assault earlier in the election cycle, these people have that ingrained bias. So that's what I'm not arguing the merits. Here's the thing. I'm not arguing whether or not, he did it or did not. I'm just saying because there are all these factors that cast doubt, I don't know how actionable this is because, again, people will not believe this, or they're not going to believe it, but there's no way they're going to think that the process is 110% straight laced because of all the extracurriculars.
Joe,
But
go
that's
ahead.
not
Joe,
that's not fair
one
to
second,
the
Rebecca.
judicial
Rebecca, I'll
process.
go to Joe.
Are there any of these trials that can be straight laced, or they're just all false?
I'll tell you what, if you find me a trial that doesn't have a person that has national appeal and a polarizing character that has been ran through the media for the past, I don't know, what are we on, like 9 years now? I can't even remember at this point. I'm old,
Malcolm,
but that's been ran in the media for that many years.
He makes a
His
good point, though.
His presidency was the lowest amount of trials he had in the past 30 years. He had a trial every 3 days. Well, he had a court case every 3 days for the last 30 years prior to being president. This is a slow time in his period. This was time off. I don't think people understand that. And it's really disheartening listening to
Are you going to really do that to a
these
president,
people
though?
because I think people who are very in favor of Trump should just drop the mask and say, I don't care. I don't care if he's accused of rape.
It's not that we don't necessarily care; it's that you can't care.
Let me
Joe,
finish, Malcolm, please.
Okay.
Right? Because
fair point.
Hunter has a laptop. He's guilty, right? Although no one can prove the chain of custody, he's guilty.
There's evidence
Dude,
no one has a chain of
against
custody.
Trump.
Can I finish, Heather, without you interrupting every person on this panel? Right? Hunter has a laptop and he's automatically guilty, although nobody knows the chain of custody. Right? Trump is guilty if you're on the right, if he gets accused of something. But when he goes to trial, the left comes up with 1,001 excuses. You guys want a bull in a china shop who's going to do damage. You could care less what he's charged for. You can care less of the videos that you've seen. You can care less that he lied to people for 2 months about COVID, that it's just the flu and it's going to pass over. You could care less because what you want is change in America and you believe he can do it. But drop the mask. Don't sit here and make 1,000 excuses for this man. That's
it's
all I'm
almost
asking.
impossible, Joe.
Can we
But
also
you do see.
There's too many
Okay.
damn fires. There's too many trials, and you guys are saying nope, no smoke.
There's too many out. Okay, but there's too many pictures of Hunter Biden on the laptop. If we're going to use that as a measuring stick,
We're not talking about
like I don't even want to do
Biden.
this. You're the one that brought it up, Joy.
Guys. I know it's exciting, but let Malcolm finish, please. Go for it, Malcolm.
No, I'm just saying, unfortunately, the events that preceded have made it impossible for us not to, even if we're trying our darndest not to have not to look at this with any air of skepticism. Come on now. All of this,
you
all
should
of
have
the
skepticism,
just extra
100%.
we had, and that is all I'm saying. I don't know what your beef is because I'm providing
Trump. We should also question Trump, and people.
We do trust. No, well, we don't have to because we have the media doing it for nonstop. We don't have to.
This isn't a witch hunt. There are political people who will flame.
Did I say it was a witch hunt, Joy?
No,
Joy, did I say it was a witch hunt? All I said was
everyone here. You're the only one who said I don't know. Who is apparently from the right. You are the only one I've heard from the right so far saying I don't know and being honest about the situation. Everyone else is making 1,000 excuses. I know one woman who made an excuse and claimed it was rape, but it wasn't.
I'm not making excuses.
Come on.
That's
obviously
that's still
a witch hunt.
disingenuous, though.
The lawsuit is being bankrolled by a Democrat operative who previously bankrolled the New Knowledge scam. Reed
Okay, a new
Hoffman is the one
conspiracy.
bankrolling.
Once
It's
again,
not,
that makes it
except
impossible for us
it's
to not
true,
look at
Cello.
this.
Can we
Except the
please
problem
stop?
is
What is going on, guys? I mean, I enjoy the debate, but I'll have one person at a time. Let's go for Mike because he was talking, and then I will go to somebody else. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. So the problem here of trying to dismiss this as a conspiracy is that I brought up an empirically verified data point, which is that the lawsuit was bankrolled by Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn founder, who is a serial Democrat operative. I mean, this would be the equivalent of Peter Thiel bankrolling, a lawsuit, or the Koch brothers was a favorite whipping boy in previous times. The bankrolling a private rape case. And Reid Hoffman previously bankrolled New Knowledge. New Knowledge was the fake cybersecurity firm that got busted and actually kicked off Facebook for creating fake Russian bots that then were mass subscribed to Roy
Mike,
Moore's
didn't
Twitter
Trump try
account
to bankroll an
in
investigation on
November
Biden in Ukraine?
2017. And
I'm
then
just
they were
wondering.
busted by Facebook. So Reid Hoffman is a guy who is a major Democrat operative, a billionaire funder of scams in the past, and you've got this 30-year-old lawsuit that he personally put up the lawyers for. And by the way, New York as a jurisdiction, we're presupposing legitimacy here. New York is the jurisdiction that targeted Steve Bannon. New York is the jurisdiction that targeted Douglas Mackey, the meme maker. New York is the jurisdiction that just recently indicted Trump. The idea that we're treating a New York court with any air of legitimacy, I personally believe that states should get together and effectively declare a kind of safe haven from rogue courts in New York that are being used as essentially a litigation and criminal indictment factory. I think this has now reached such an existential layer that anyone involved in politics at every level needs protection from New York courts at this point. I don't assign the threshold. No, I don't
No. Let
assign
me
the
respond to
threshold
that because
legitimacy that
Mike
others in this
brought some
debate do.
stuff to my attention that I didn't know about LinkedIn and this connection. When I was actually featured in 2000 Mules, which if any of you have seen it, it's basically a documentary that explains the illegal ballot harvesting that happened at the drop boxes. True the Vote, an election integrity watchdog group, and myself, like we all were in this documentary. LinkedIn, the day after the premiere of 2000 Mules at Mar-a-Lago, LinkedIn was blacklisting and banning the accounts of myself, of True the Vote, and of anybody that talked about 2000 Mules. It became a censorship campaign. And whether you agree with 2000 Mules or not, do we not have the right to put that content out there? And the fact that he's saying that this lawsuit right now is funded by somebody who's apparently the chair or whatever of LinkedIn, and that LinkedIn actually waged a censorship campaign against the distribution of content associated with a documentary on election fraud right after the day after its premiere. I mean, those are several red flags, and I'm just now connecting those dots on this space because I had no idea that this man was associated, the man funding this lawsuit, I guess, was associated with LinkedIn. But I know my personal experience was after the premiere was I got banned off LinkedIn. So there you have it.
Okay, guys, can we
Right, let me
get
go to
back?
Rebecca. Rebecca, go
Yeah,
ahead.
off the
You
like
should label that a
conspiracy.
fiction. You label it a fiction, and LinkedIn would let you play it.
Okay, so
Rebecca, go
I
ahead.
wanted to go back to a point from a while ago before we go down the conspiracy route.
Breaking story from Elon Musk. He just confirmed to Jack Posobiec that Twitter streaming is coming back. So
Great. Can I continue?
Ian, what do you mean by what do you mean by coming back? Like how did it work before?
You could broadcast basically Periscope videos to Twitter. It wasn't properly integrated. There was a lot of bugs with it. The quality was crap. So Twitter streaming is coming back, and according to Jack's tweet, right, this is what Jack proposed to Elon Musk, and he said coming. He said, bring back Twitter streaming, launch Twitter Live apps for Roku, Fire, Apple TV, etc. Become the greatest video platform in the universe. And Elon replied, coming. So
do you think it'll be monetized in any way or
100%. You know, it's probably going to be like Twitch where you can actually send in tips and subscriptions and stuff like that. So I have no doubt about it.
What do
Yeah.
you, based on your
Okay.
experience, what do you think the ET? We're gonna come to you in a second, Rebecca, because what it is the space about
Yeah,
both.
chill.
Whenever we have breaking news, we always like go through it quickly and then go back to the point. So, just one last question, then we'll come to you, Rebecca. Which I've kind of forgotten now. What do you, based on your experience, what is the ETA on that? Do you think, Ian?
I would say a couple of months, 2 or 3 months. That would be my my guesstimate, because that's been the process so far. You know, you'll say something's coming, you'll say next week. Turns out it's 2 weeks. But usually when it announces something like this, I would say 2 to 3 months. And Twitter has gotten much of its infrastructure back in order. You know, I think the first order of business when Elon first took over was to cut a lot of the not just the employees, right, but like the uselessness that they had in the code, streamline it, trim it down, get rid of the useless servers. They're spending a lot of money on, you know, backup servers they weren't even using. So they got rid of all of that. So it looks like that's done. And, you know, Twitter is stable, relatively speaking. And so right now it's all about building new features. So I would say stay tuned.
Looking good.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Rebecca first, but I know Tony M is excited about these changes as well, so we'll go to him after. But go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, I want to hold my breath on that. So I try to keep to the relevant points, but we're hopping around from one kind of conspiracy to the next, so it's a little difficult. But the conversation that really stuck with me, that was very disturbing to me. First of all, I think everyone here should read up on how our judicial process works, whether it's criminal or civil cases. Each state is different. You have like Louisiana, that is a civil state for its criminal statute. It's very different. But the suggestion that Trump should not be sued in the jurisdiction in which the alleged assault occurred, or that the defamation occurred, is concerning, because it seems like the people who were saying this in this group think that you must have a 50-50 political balance within a jury, or you must have overwhelming Trump supporters. And I can't help but ask, how the hell is that fair to the victim who's suing? You want to stack a jury with Trump supporters, people, I mean, who have here
Mario.
repeated more like conspiracy theories than I can even count, and
Mario.
refuse to listen to evidence.
No, I think the
I think
idea is
this
that
is
you want
addressed
to
to me.
make it so
So
that
should
his
can I respond?
political enemies aren't paying people to falsify rape allegations. Nobody wants Trump to not go to jail if he actually raped somebody. What we don't want is we don't want the system to be weaponized against him, which is what can happen if you have a jury of 80, 90, whatever percent, right? Like, you want it to be a fair justice system, not just for the victim, but for the person being accused. Because in America, we have
It was
innocent until proven
representative. The
guilty.
jury was representative of the district in which the alleged offense occurred.
Yeah, except
Which is
there's
how
a
the
couple
legal
problems
system
here.
works.
Yeah.
Hold
well,
on.
Yeah. So
can I agree with Heather for a second and explain why? There's weaponization going on. Okay.
Exactly.
And what's happening is people's opinions are being weaponized against the justice system for partisan reasons. Okay. The bottom line is that these processes are established everywhere. And when you live somewhere, and Trump had the choice, he could have lived anywhere. He could have been anywhere. He lived in Manhattan most of his adult life. Okay. When you choose to live somewhere, you choose to be judged by those who live there if you're charged with a crime or if you're sued in a lawsuit. And that's how it is. This whole idea that you should be, that defendants should be able to pick their jury is insane. Okay.
No.
It's
See,
literally
that used to be
insane.
the case. No.
It
So
happens
let's
occasionally
explore
if
this.
there's an
Let's explore
extreme
this.
situation.
So
let's go to Mike. Mike, go on and
because I
respond.
think Rebecca was sort of trying to sort of angle at me in that response without naming me, and I understand sort of the motivation
It wasn't
here.
actually about you at all, but okay.
Well, that was the point that I made, so I'll respond to it.
Yeah, I'm not sure who
and
else.
first
Your
of all,
point is very
Brick said
nihilistic.
60-40, so it must have been Mike.
It's not nihilistic. Right now, and I don't think I'm alone in feeling this,
Well,
the
it's actually
actual threshold, no, I'm going to talk now. So the actual threshold legitimacy, the perception of legitimacy of courts of law in certain jurisdictions has now tilted so far towards the perception of illegitimacy that I think a lot of everyday Americans, and especially elected political leaders, feel some need for protection against long-arm jurisdiction and trumped up charges in kangaroo courts where you essentially have no way to defend yourself because the game is rigged there. Now, this is something. Now, imagine if rather than New York City, there was a case brought against the Bidens at Mar-a-Lago, or
or let's say against a whistleblower in Florida,
or some podunk, yes, or some
Hey,
podunk
Mike, how about a better
prosecutor
one? How about a better
shop
one?
that ended up
say
prosecuting every major member of the Biden family, every major figure in the national security state, and it was some random, prosecutor's office in Alabama that was just using some sort of long arm jurisdiction, like wire fraud, the many of these charges, like the Douglas Mackey case. There's so
but
many of
this
these
wasn't
attempts
long
to do
arm.
so.
Look, this was
No,
not long. This was not a
but it was a
long arm
30-year-old
jurisdiction.
case being
That's not
bankrolled.
long
It's
arm
a
jurisdiction. I'm
civil
Yeah,
sorry.
but
case, not a criminal
That's
case.
the
direct
issue
jurisdiction.
is
It
though,
happened in
everyone
Manhattan.
knows what
There's
this
no
is
long
though.
arm there.
Guys, you keep talking over each other. It's getting a bit annoying. Let Mike finish, and then you can come
Yeah,
back
seriously,
on.
speak one at a time. Like you get your, you'll get your voice, your chance to speak. Let the other guy cook, right? Let them cook, and then you can destroy them, because it's very hard to listen to multiple people speaking at the same time. Like you can hear each other, we can't hear either of you. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Mike, you just need to unmute your mic, bottom left.
Yeah, great, thanks. So just this last point here. The problem with Rebecca and Grant's arguments is you guys got busted. The state attorney general of New York ran on indicting Trump. She didn't run on justice, and then within justice, Trump may or may not be guilty. The state attorney general of the state where all this is happening ran on a platform to indict the person. So the
This is
fact that
not
all of this is
we're not
happening,
talking about the
I
criminal case,
understand that,
though.
but we're talking about the courts of law within the state here. And the fact is New York has become a litigation and a prosecution factory for politically trumped up charges that nobody thinks has any legitimacy, and they're right.
Mike, he
Okay,
lived in
so
he
now that
lived
you're
in
done,
New
hold
York.
on.
Where do you
Now
want
that you're
him to
done,
be?
I've got to respond. Okay, thank you. I just want to, because basically all you do is allege, and then you have this wonderful logical fallacy. It's called the no true Scotsman fallacy, that nothing is good enough, basically. It's not a real court because it's New York. They're too political. The bottom line is there's a reason why New York is the financial capital of the world, because it actually has one of the better functioning court systems. That's first of all. Second of all, the long arm statute, that is not applicable here. When something happens in New York and you get tried in New York, that's called regular jurisdiction. For your information, I've actually been through something like that, where someone made a bunch of crazy false allegations in Arizona, of all places. And of course, we defeated it and got judgments calling it baseless, groundless, and in bad faith. Okay, this is not such a thing. Civil courts do function. This is just sad. It's sad to see grown adults sitting there with their fingers in their ears, their hands over their eyes, maybe both at the same time. I think that takes a lot of work, but even sadder when things don't go your way because it's partisan. But these are just
Grant, this is
facts. A court
exactly
makes
this
a
is
decision for
Buddy,
exactly
good
the
reason.
projection is screaming
And
off
I'm
the
going to tell
page
you
right
right
now.
now, if you guys think, look, I lived on a street that O.J. Simpson moved into right around the time that, I was like moving out of that neighborhood where I grew up. And O.J. lost his civil trial for murder, right? Did that have an impact? Yeah, it did.
So sorry, guys.
Okay.
Sorry, Grant.
Sorry, what does O.J. Simpson have to do with
One
this?
second, guys.
Because
Mike,
it's the same burden, the civil trial.
sorry, guys. Maybe Grant, you can't hear me. Just some breaking news from Elon Musk, and Elon Musk has said that he wants to be clear that they have not signed Tucker, and Tucker will be subject to the same rules and rewards as any other content creator. So rewards mean subscription and advertising revenue shares, which is the same for every other creator. So he's saying that there isn't some exclusive deal with Tucker. Ian, what's your thoughts on that?
Fascinating. Happy to hear it. Fair game for everyone. There's a level playing field. I actually like that, because a big one with Twitch, is that they have few creators like Ninja or Hassan who have like exclusive deals, right? And it kind of biases the platform towards them, as opposed to, well, actually not Ninja, they kind of fucked them, but like a number of creators on that platform clearly are having their views pushed towards them, right? So like Amaranth, actually, pretty much better example. And so I'm happy to hear this. This means that he'll have to play the same game as everybody else, and that they're not going to bias one person over another. Like your quality of your content is what matters the most. And obviously, Tucker is one of the best. Has run some of the best shows on TV, so I don't think he'll really have a problem. But it's good to see that. So yeah, I'm happy to hear it. I just want to know, though. I'm curious as to why he chose Twitter instead of anywhere else, given that this is now a fact, right, that he's not signed any deal with Elon. What did Elon tell him that long-term, benefits is he going to get out of this, right? Because I mean, like, look, Tucker's turning down hundreds of millions of dollars that he could gotten from Newsmax or Blaze or anywhere else to sign up for Twitter. That means something, right? And it's more than just free speech. I mean, there has to be some monetary component, and I'm very excited for what this means for Twitter, for every creator on this platform. So
Ian, any idea what the biggest creator on Twitter earns?
I mean, right? Well, you mean like the most subscribed to, or what?
What like a estimate of like who is the biggest creator on Twitter and what do they earn?
Probably Mr. Beast,
Elon
Beast,
Musk,
and
right?
MKBHD. I think they would have the largest following, the largest subscribers. They've not disclosed though, how many people subscribe to them, but they're huge on YouTube. They got a massive following, so I have no doubt that they're probably they probably have like tens of thousands of subs.
I think that looking at how people's response when I posted the Tucker announcement, a lot of people who don't like Tucker wanted to leave the platform because they thought that Elon had a deal with him. But I think that sort of changes things. If he's just using the same tools as everyone else, I think that's totally fine. Versus like a special deal, I think really biases the platform, especially if he's like the only one and he's like a conservative pundit, far right, as CNN put it, extremist. I think that changes things because I think if Twitter were to do a deal just with him, especially if they weren't announcing anyone else, I think that would be a very bad look for Twitter in terms of bias. And I think the other thing that's kind of interesting, if Tucker's posting videos on the platform, community notes is an excellent tool for that, and it would be interesting to see, especially some of the people watching him are going to obviously be huge fans of his, some are not, and it'll be interesting to see what the community notes say and also just the comments. But also, I mean, if it's just all behind a paywall, subscriber paywall, I guess that's not going to play much of a role.
He did. I mean, Elon mentioned community notes and how that'll play a part. So, in the recent post, but for me,
but it's not in the subscription model, I don't think.
Yeah,
I just want to say I do agree with her though that I think if Elon's gonna offer some sort of deal with Tucker, like as far as like a pundit or whatever talking point goes, that I think like in terms of free speech, like if you're gonna be paying someone to be here, that's a little different than them just streaming their show and getting subscribers. So I do actually see what she's saying from an honest, non-biased journalistic standpoint.
But from Tucker's perspective, why would he agree to this deal? Like, if he's been offered hundreds of millions from people, so why would you agree to a deal?
Maybe he really does genuinely believe in this Twitter like free speech thing. I criticize Tucker, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have some good intentions.
There's another possibility on that too, on why Tucker would do this, and you have to look at it from his perspective of being told what he can and can't say, what truths he can reveal, like what backstory he can talk about. Maybe what he really wants is editorial control. And if he signs on with another organization to become part of their platform, he's simply going to be bound by another set of restrictions. Now he has a studio in each of his homes. I think he has 2 studios that he broadcasts from. He works from home essentially. I think the producer that just dropped her lawsuit against Fox with regards to him, who he never even met. That's how remote his work style is. So he's perfectly suited to be able to put up whatever he wants on Twitter or any other platform. And if he does it here on Twitter, he doesn't have to answer to network editorialization about what he can and cannot talk about. So you have to look about that as a possible motive. It might not be just the money. He figures if he goes here and does what he wants to do, people who will gravitate towards his stories will come to this platform and he'll get his reward there. I don't think he's purely approaching it from a profit maximization standpoint. I think he probably has enough money that he can live comfortably right now. But I think that he seems more interested to me in actually getting a story out and having editorial control and never having to deal with the situation that he just got done with at Fox again.
But with Rumble, couldn't he have signed, like Rumble would have paid him a huge amount. He could have had that free platform to do what he wants there.
Well, possibly, but I mean, even look like when Spotify signed Joe Rogan, and there's intense pushback on that. I mean, that's the thing about Rumble. He'd be signing with Rumble, so then Rumble would be subject to censure or pressure from other groups. If he just comes on Twitter as every other account holder using all the subscriber tools that are going to be made available, then there's nothing that you can't pressure Twitter about it because he's just a user. It's not a deal. It's not an agreement. It's not a partnership. So, maybe I think that's definitely part of it. It's different than signing with Rumble.
Right. And I was going to say, and if you did the math, I think Musk was making millions of dollars on subscribers. I think it was some crazy number, like 12 million a month that Musk is making from his subscriber count right now.
It's not that high. The math was off, but
the math was off. Okay.
Yeah, the math was off. It's substantial, but it's not that high.
Right. The idea, though, that if you could have some fraction of that while not giving up exclusivity, even the $100 million that Mario referenced from the Valuetainment folks was set over 5 years at $20 million a year. So if you could bring in several million and then not lose exclusivity, that could be a good deal financially for Tucker as well.
So, Dr. Gorka, thanks for coming. We would love to hear your thoughts initially about the Trump case earlier on today.
Yeah, thank you. So I know that the usual voices are going to accuse me of conspiracy theory, but the facts of the case are very clear, and anybody can verify these while I'm talking. This is a case that was only made possible after the governor of New York changed the statutes of the state to make something that was beyond the statute of limitations prosecutable in a civil case. So number one, this thing is transparently political because this case could not have been brought unless Kathy Hochul actually changed the law of New York, number one. Number two, you don't have to take my word for it. You can look it up. The key bankroller, the person funding E.J. Carroll's case, is Reid Hoffman, as has already been mentioned, the billionaire founder of LinkedIn. The second piece of incontrovertible political evidence that this is motivated by animus against President Trump. And then thirdly, the quality of the individual concerned. This is a person, and again, you don't have to believe me, but I have posted on my social media today. This is a woman who, in an interview with Anderson Cooper on CNN, actually said on camera that rape is sexy. This is a weirdo. This is a kook. This is a useful idiot and meat puppet that is being used by the likes of Kathy Hochul and by the likes of Reid Hoffman to create another political vector of attack against President Trump. And if you think any of these things are not statements of fact, tell me otherwise.
A big one.
Hey guys, I'm going to drop out. I really can't be party to attacking victims of sexual assault. That's where I draw the line.
We're here to debate both sides, so if you can't handle it, it's no problem. You can leave.
No, I'm not going to be a part of that. Thanks, though.
Fine,
Bye.
No
Bye.
So
look, I want
no,
to
to
point
be,
something out
I
really
think
important
Slayman, I just jumped on. Just want to be clear. Rebecca didn't say she doesn't want to debate it. She said she doesn't want to be part in attacking victims of sexual assault. So my response would be, the debate is whether she is a victim or not. So I don't think anyone's attacking victims. So just to be clear on that, that's a way to clarify it. Slayman, instead of just saying bye.
but the thing is that your argument doesn't work because according to the argument, because people use this argument, you can never question victims. So essentially, when you're questioning them and say that they're victims,
we do have due process.
So they're saying that you're attacking them.
It's literally a trial.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to say I'm just clarifying that the debate is whether she is a victim or not. No one's debating whether women should be, it's okay to sexually abuse women or anything like that. So just to be clear that the argument,
So I want to go back
to
Gorka's point there, though, that this guy is directly connected to LinkedIn. And if you're going to overlook the fact that after 2000 Mules premiered at Mar-a-Lago, My account was freaking
We got
blacklisted
that.
on LinkedIn.
Okay,
True
we
the
heard
Vote
that.
was
We already said that.
blacklisted on
Point.
LinkedIn. But I'm saying, like, there was a organized effort after 2000 Mules premiered at Mar-a-Lago to censor the content of that documentary on that platform. This is the same man that is
Wait,
apparently
how did you publish it
connected
on
to this.
LinkedIn?
Wasn't it
How
on
did you?
all platforms, censored on all platforms?
No, it wasn't. It was trending number one. It was number one on Amazon under movies and DVDs for over a month. So no,
Well,
Okay,
it
that's
was
not the
so
not.
same kind of platform. That's not a social media platform,
Okay, whatever you
Amazon.
want to say. But they
yeah, but
hire
LinkedIn isn't.
influencers to rate their project, but it's not a social media platform. Whatever you want to say. The point is, you're ignoring the point that the man funding apparently this freaking, like rape allegation against Donald Trump was also a man in control of a platform that censored a documentary that exposed election fraud.
Back to
Okay.
the point of our conversation, Sebastian Gorka earlier said that this case only came about because of the state legislature of New York, but actually there was a defamation claim along with sexual assault and rape allegations, and that defamation claim arose from something that Donald Trump said in October of 2022. So this was not solely because of the New York legislature. There was actually a second count,
the
and it
rape
was independent.
accusation could not have been brought. Could not have been brought. That's a fact.
Yes, no. The defamation allegation could have been brought, but not the other charge. So half of the charges today could have been brought, no matter if the legislature acted or not. And Donald Trump was found liable for defamation with malicious intent, given punitive damages for doing it maliciously, etc. Just want to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, congratulations, though, right? You indicted a ham sandwich. I mean, that's the equivalent. The threshold issue here is what's going on in the state of New York. I mean, this is a jurisdiction that literally removed Rudy Giuliani's entire law license to practice in the state because he represented the Trump campaign in a lawsuit in New York. You can't even practice law in New York and be Trump adjacent without running into the state bar administration trying to screw you, let alone
It's
get
like
a
all of a
fair jury
sudden,
trial.
it's like all of a sudden, if you try to defraud the public and lie all the time and say malicious things about people that are lies that destroy their lives, for some reason people don't like it and they hold you accountable. It's
Whose
terrible.
life did he destroy exactly?
I don't know if you heard, but a certain writer who sued him lost her job.
You have no name. Thanks.
Yeah, that's
So,
not why
so
the
this
bar was revoked. The point is this idea that we're pretending that New York is some, that we need to respect the legitimacy and just say, oh, well, the jury found it. Oh, well, the judge. No, this is a jurisdiction where you can't even practice law without your law license being threatened to be revoked. And Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City, had his law license revoked simply for representing Trump in a civil lawsuit. So
No, because he lost his
need to
mind.
respect.
He lost his mind and lied.
Because he
exactly.
lost his mind. Yeah,
he lost his mind and he became a liar.
Right. Okay. So if some podunk, prosecutor,
that's right, lawyers
decides to say that you've lost your mind, then you now are going to see
the you're a lawyer, then you lose your license. Yeah. Boom! It happens.
So you think a jury cannot be neutral at all?
All right, guys. There's like 5 people talking. Catherine, go ahead. Catherine,
here's
Bob.
the thing. Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, regardless of how I feel about Trump, as a jury member, I can look at at the facts of the case, and I can in a due process kind of situation of this lawsuit, and I can look at that, and this jury selection process would have been where both lawyers who were present decided on the jury, and the jury looked at the facts of the case and decided this woman, as yes, I saw the clip, and I kind of tend to agree that there was something off about that, but also people can be insane. It doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that nothing happened to them, and people process things in different ways. But one thing about her, for example, is that after the incident happened, she told her friends, or she told some people about the incident. So it's not like she, this law came into effect and now she's suing because she can. This is an incident that was recorded in some form. There's some record of it long before that. So to say that a jury, it's like, well, you can't respect any kind of decision that a jury comes to in the state of New York because it's against a conservative, that means that and what happens to a Democrat in a state that's, a red state? Do we not then respect
Here's a
them?
question. Here's a question. Just a simple question about just
Sure.
the judicial system in the last 2 years in America. Or no, let's say the last 100 years. Find me one example of an individual who was charged with a misdemeanor, and that misdemeanor was contempt of Congress. And find for me any instance prior to Peter Navarro where that individual wasn't simply arrested and robbed of his freedom and put in a strip search cell in the DOJ main building, but was also leg shackled when he was arrested. Find me anyone. I don't need to have a Democrat. Find me anyone who was strip searched after being leg shackled for a misdemeanor of contempt of Congress. And then I'll believe you that the justice system, the juries, the FBI, and the DOJ in America is just hunky dory. I'll wait.
Okay, so at this point, so if
Look,
there
I've
is
got a
a
boat,
level of
and I'm going to find it. Look, I'm going to find that person in my boat. Wait, I caught a red herring. Sorry.
Okay, well, I don't have an answer for you, Sebastian.
Bingo.
And as you know, but I will say, even if there exists some injustices or some unfairness, which may be the case, I'm not going to say that there is a perfection in the system. Do we then throw away the entire system?
That's absurd. That's absurd. An imperfection on a misdemeanor contempt of Congress charge to be arrested, leg shackled, and strip searched. To you, that's what, a fly in the ointment? Are you kidding me?
No, but I mean, there's a lot of injustices that happen within the legal system. This is
And
not
you think that's an accident? You think that's not political?
Right. I mean, some of it can be political at times. Some of it happens for other reasons.
For other reasons, of course, it has nothing to do with the fact that he was assistant to the president. Nothing.
I'm not talking about just that specific case. I mean, there are many violations of people's rights in other situations as well. I mean, we don't have
about that. This discussion isn't about the flawed nature of the U.S. judicial system. It's about
let's do
political perversion. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, in the political situation, and I agree there are some political cases like the one you're alluding to. However, does that mean that there can never be a fair trial? I guess that's the question. Is there never a situation? Does that by default make every accusation that comes forward false?
I think the jury was fair.
I think you're a congenital liar and a bullshitter who went 180 when it was his own purpose. You
exactly.
Went 180. You went a 180.
I told the truth. I decided to tell the truth, and you don't like it.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, because if I'm a bull,
I trust people who don't go 180. Okay?
So tell me what I bullshitted about. Show me some proof that I bullshitted about. You can talk all you want. Sebastian, show me one proof. We're here and live on Spaces. Yes, I won 180. I won 180 to tell the truth. I stopped drinking the Kool-Aid. I won 180, stopped drinking the Kool-Aid and told the truth and backed everything up. I have all the receipts to back it up. You only talk. Show me something. I've showed them. Take a look at the impeachment. Take a look at his impeachment. Show me some proof. Show me some proof.
Guys, just one at a time.
I've showed them. Take a look at the impeachment. Take a look at his impeachment. Show me some proof. Show me some proof.
Guys, just one at a time.
Let me show you some proof.
Show me. You called me a bullshitter, so show me some proof.
Admitted
what did
it.
I bullshit? I said assuming I'm a bullshitter. Show me some proof.
You just confessed.
How did I confess? Show me some proof, Sebastian. Back up what you said.
I'm not interested in having
what did I bullshit about? Tell me one thing that I lied about.
Right, sorry guys. You know what it is? I think you two can hear each other, but no one else can hear you. But anyway, I'm going to move this back to Trump. because there's no point going into a like personal issue on this. So, Dr. Gawker, specifically, before I go back onto Trump, I didn't get your thoughts on the Tucker deal. What's your thoughts about the Tucker? Well, it's not even a deal now, but Tucker moving to Twitter.
Look, I'm very. I disagree with Tucker on a lot of things. We still maintain cordial relations. We've been texting with each other for the last couple of weeks. I'm excited that he's getting a platform back. The fact that he got 72 million views in like 3 days on his one video is exciting. I think he should be allowed to speak. The only question is, the announcement from the Daily Caller was that he will be doing his show on Twitter. I just don't know how he does it. As I discussed on this platform before, I've twice had contracts with Fox, and it's very clear if you're still under the effect of the contract and you're still being paid, you have a non-compete. So he's getting paid $20 million for the next 19 months. I don't know how he does his show without getting a lawyer to break that contract in court. So, more power to his elbow. I still don't understand why Fox did what they did, given the amount of money they've lost, not only with the settlement, but also with their stock price. I'd like to see his show again because it's the only monologue anybody tuned into. Nobody tunes into Fox of an evening to listen to Sean Hannity's monologue or Laura's monologue. It was his because he's a journalist who's been doing it for 25 years and he writes good monologues and he covers subjects that nobody else at Fox had the balls to do. But how the heck he's going to do it on Twitter or any other platform legally, I don't see it right now.
He actually, it wasn't there an Axios report about how he's actually trying to he's holding the Fox in violation of the contract, right?
Yeah, no, they've said that he's going to take, quote unquote, he's going to war with Fox.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I hope he wins. Yeah. I think he's got a good case. So hopefully he's got some.
Look, the non-competes are. We've discussed this before here. They're problem. I've signed them, of course, because I'm in the media, but they're problematic because they can be attacked in a court of law. We'll see how good his lawyer is.
Can I just bring up a fact, Ian, before we get too far away? Sebastian brought up the fact that I've seen him do a lot of times where he, name me someone else who's been shackled and strip searched. There's people that have been shackled and strip searched for not paying a parking ticket. This happens all the time. All juveniles are strip searched and
contempt of Congress
when they go in court. Automatically, juveniles are. So you bring up these obscure facts that, of course, people don't know. But a quick search on Google, you just put leg shackle for a misdemeanor, and you're going to see thousands of them.
Right. That's why Peter Navarro on a misdemeanor contempt of Congress. He's a juvenile. Stop deflecting.
I didn't say juvenile. I said there's thousands of.
That's probably just because the police think he's an asshole. He was
wait a minute, though. Hey, guys.
The high quality of contributions from Grant Dickhead. Yes, we get it.
Dr. Gorka was very specific.
One or the other.
He was very specific when he mentioned that. He said someone who was found in contempt of Congress. He didn't ask for juveniles or people who've been pulled over for speeding tickets. He was very specific about somebody who was in contempt of Congress. And so finding other examples of people who were put in leg shackles and strip searched means nothing regarding his statement.
He asked for it. He asked for an example, and recently he came on here and said, "Hold on." He recently came on here and said,
"Oh my gosh,
I won't come on here because people are calling me names," and then he just calls Grant a name. I don't get it, Seb.
No,
you attack him, you call him a dickhead, but then you come on here and say, "I'm not going to come on here anymore because people call me names."
He asked for an example of somebody else,
and I gave it to him.
No, you didn't.
Call Sebastian.
He asked for an example of somebody else who was
Grant Lambert got arrested on a warrant for not paying a parking ticket, was leg shackled and strip searched.
Do you at this point really not understand that he was asking about people specifically who had been cited for contempt of Congress being shackled? Not everybody in the galaxy of people who have been shackled. He
literally said, I won't even name me anyone in the world. That's words of exact words. Name
for a misdemeanor. He said for a misdemeanor. He said anyone for a misdemeanor.
A misdemeanor, not just a misdemeanor, but a misdemeanor contempt of Congress.
No, he did not. He said for a misdemeanor.
Permission to BTFO you later by playing the recording back. Do you grant me that permission?
1,000%. And if I misheard, I'll say.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Good. That's settled.
So let me
I don't
go
understand
clear
why
up.
there was this discussion anyway. We were talking about Donald Trump, and Dr. Gorka, you moved the conversation, I think, to Peter Navarro, which is your perfect right to do.
Because
But I
we
thought
were
we were.
talking about the judicial system. You were actually giving generalizations about the judicial system. That's
I
why.
said nothing, sir. I wasn't even talking before. So I don't know who you're speaking about. Maybe Kat.
The woman I was debating.
I see. Right. That was Kat. That was not me. But thank you for confusing us. So listen, in terms of Donald Trump, you might say that the case against him was funded, etc., by someone with an animus and a bias. You can say about the law, but what you really can't say is that the trial was unfair, because it wasn't. Donald Trump did not present a defense, in effect. We've talked about this on this stage before you came in. Donald Trump's only defense was basically his testimony through deposition, and his deposition was poor at best. So in terms of
saying that a jury in America has never made a mistake and every trial is fair, are you seriously saying that?
Are you saying this trial was unfair in and of its inner workings? That's what I'm asking you.
It was politically brought by Kathy Hochul and by the founder of LinkedIn.
But sir, was the case itself, when it was being handled, once it was brought to court, was it handled unfairly, or did Donald Trump just basically not put on a defense?
You do understand in American law you don't have to. You do understand that, right? That's our right.
I am actually a retired lawyer. I probably understand
so why are
this
you
as
bringing
well
up
as
a
you.
stupid point?
I'm not bringing.
You don't have to bring a defense.
No, you don't.
It is incumbent upon the other to prove your guilt.
So here's the thing. His deposition was poor. He said he had never seen her.
According to you.
According to the jury.
To the jury.
No, because the jury can be wrong. You believe juries are perfect. Do you believe juries are perfect?
You're not really addressing my issue. So we had Jean Carroll's testimony. We had two witnesses who were contemporaneous who said that she told them at the time. We had two other women who testified saying Donald Trump had engaged in similar activities. We had a psychiatrist. And on the other side, we had Joe Tacopina's cross-examination of Miss Carroll, which was not the best, I think. And we had Donald Trump's deposition. Now, I don't think this was an unfair trial in that sense.
But that's your opinion.
Donald Trump has all the money in the world.
What if I say this to you? What if I say, tell me that you can prove that this didn't happen, that this was that this was a politically brought case, that there was, and the people on the jury who said he committed sexual assault and defamation hate Donald Trump. Prove to me that that could not be the case as a scenario. Thank you.
I cannot prove that, but you cannot prove that this was then a poor case. You can't. Wait, sorry.
I got a breaking thing from Elon Musk. He says with the latest version of, I'm going to read it out, okay, because it's kind of important. Not related to any of this in the chat here, but hey, people want to know. So with the latest version of the app, you can now DM reply any message in the thread. So if you're in a group chat, for example, you can, actually reply to people. But that's not the big news. The big news is that the release of encrypted DMs version 1.0 will happen tomorrow, or should happen tomorrow. This will grow in sophistication rapidly. The acid test is that I could not see your DMs even if there was a gun to my head. And coming soon will be voice and video chat from your handle to anyone on this platform. So like WhatsApp, basically. So you can talk to people anywhere in the world without giving them your phone number. So he's bringing that functionality on here. You might even see a video in Spaces very soon. So that's exciting stuff.
That's huge. Except that is that why he attacked WhatsApp this morning?
Yes, that is precisely why. And now we know.
Sorry, Tia. Go ahead.
Back to Tia. No, I'm just saying that you can feel that the jury was politically motivated. You can feel that they didn't have a case. You can say what you can say. At the end of the day, there was evidence presented. A jury felt that the evidence was sufficient. And in my judgment, there is literally nothing that suggests that they didn't view the evidence in this case. This is more or less a he said, she said case. And he said was not as credible as she said with certain other witnesses. That's what they saw. They did not say rape. They did say sexual assault or abuse. So they clearly were looking at these charges and felt that she hadn't proved one element. And I understand that you're saying that somehow this jury was tainted. It's possible. Anything is possible, but you don't have any proof of what you're saying, sir.
Neither can you say that my theory is disproved. Thank you.
Fine. So you can say your theory, and I can show you a court ruling and a judgment.
Yours is an opinion,
But
just
wait,
as much as mine.
do we not have a court system? Like, do we just dismiss every court system because it might be politically tainted? Like, is that where we're at?
Who said that?
It's Catherine.
No, who said that we're going to dismiss the whole court system?
That's what Mike Benz has been arguing all along.
But that's what you're sort of saying, because you're saying this is my opinion, this is your opinion.
Patterns. I'm talking about concrete cases and fact patterns, things that are not disputable. Who funded this court case? What this woman said about rape? What Kathy Hochul did last year? These aren't matters of opinion. These are facts.
Yeah. What does that have to do if he sexually assaulted her or not?
Yeah, nothing.
That's a fact also. And he was found guilty.
An opinion of
he was found guilty.
If you look at her clip up above, she said there was nothing sexual about it. If you look at the clip that's in the nest, I mean, she actually says when being interviewed by Anderson that there was nothing sexual about it.
But the fact of what she says happened, or is that he assaulted her. This is what the jury. That's what the jury came through. Now, Sebastian, to your point, this is not a fact. This is what the jury says is most likely happened. And as Tira said, this is a he said, she said, and the jury believed that her statement was more likely to be true than his. But that's what we go by in this court. In the legal system. So
well, that's the way it's been. But I think the point that I've been trying to inject here is that I think that we are now at a point in this country where there have been so many of these abuses weaponized against basically a political insurgency to quash it, that there needs to be a kind of collective renegotiation, given how much the perceived legitimacy is rightfully undermined by this sequence of clearly political prosecutions and lawfare being launched essentially by one side against the other. And if this was happening on the other side, I don't think anybody in their right mind would think you guys wouldn't be screaming bloody murder the same way.
Can I ask you what this collective renegotiation consists of, sir? Mike, that was to you.
I'm happy to keep going, by the way.
I'm sorry, could you not hear me?
He's just basically saying if anything happens he doesn't like, he just wants to say, I don't have to pay. I don't have to deal with it. I can close my eyes, cover my ears. And
not good enough, man. Not good enough.
I can answer that. I'll take a stab at it. It might be something as simple as this. You could petition that your client has a political stature that might lead to bias against them, and then without a change of venue, have some sort of procedure by which the political affiliations of the jurors could be more closely approximated to something neutral rather than the current 80% registration in Manhattan for Democrats and 12% for Republicans in the last, not registrations, but the last voting pattern. So maybe it's something like that, where not that it would have to be 50-50, but that maybe, you have some independence and you have whatever. That's just a possibility, because I think it's inherently unfair to the person making the allegation to have to move away from their venue strictly because of political affiliation and bias. But that might be something. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but it's just a possibility.
So, Brick, we have always taken the position that a jury of your peers is sufficient, correct? We assume that they are good people who are telling the truth in their voir dires, that they are not lying about whether they can give a fair verdict. That's always the question asked, regardless of what you think or who you voted for. And I'm sure they asked, or maybe they didn't ask, but regardless of your political affiliation, etc., can you give a fair verdict? Now, that's always been at the heart of our system. I understand that you're now suggesting that people are maybe not lying, but not able to divorce their political affiliations from their judgment, which is sort of what you're suggesting, correct?
Well,
and I don't think that's going to fly, because I don't think we have any evidence in court cases, frankly, that that's the case. I just don't think there's evidence in court cases.
I'm not saying it's definitely the case. I'm just saying you could make the argument that there'd be an appearance of possible bias based upon political affiliation. I'm not saying this is.
Well, why are we only protecting politicians? What about regular people that are convicted every day for crimes they didn't commit? What do we do about that?
Okay.
I mean,
all right,
that's what jury is there for.
No, this is silly. This is silly, because both sides should be able to agree on something rather fundamental here, that the more political a case is, and the more politically tilted a particular jurisdiction is, the more suspect the outcome is always going to be.
Exactly.
That is just the nature of the world. To just pretend that New York was not slotted into the Biden column in 2020 before a vote was even cast, and then he's being tried, the most politically divisive figure in the country in the last 100 years, if not its history, is being put on trial in the hotbed of the section of that state which tilted the entire state against him, and to just say, oh, how can you question the integrity of the jury? I'm not saying that the jury got it wrong. I wasn't there. You weren't there. None of us were there. But to say that people on the right are being unduly suspicious given these circumstances is either disingenuous or incredibly naive, because as well as I do.
I asked this before. You weren't here. Where would he have a free trial?
That's a great question. That's a phenomenal question, because it's a fair thing to throw back the other way, that if this was held in Florida or in Texas and he was found not guilty, everyone would assume that this was political. Unfortunately, the nature of the world, based on the fact that our overlords here have made us ripping at each other's throats and assuming that whoever you vote for is your team, and whoever's on the other side is against you. And we see that play out in these spaces, even where at least it's relatively calm compared to the rhetoric elsewhere on Twitter. But I can't tell you where Donald Trump, the most divisive person, could get a fair trial.
Yeah, if Hunter ever goes to trial, it'll probably be Delaware, and people will say, "Oh, look at that! Look at the jurisdiction. That's where his dad's from." Like the same thing's gonna happen, and they can pick any state, and the same thing's gonna happen. That's the problem.
I guess that's
the
why
problem.
they call it a jury of your peers, right? Because they're people that live amongst you, like Donald Trump did for all of his adult life until 5 years ago or 6 years ago. He lived there. He's from Manhattan. If he didn't want to be judged by people that lived in Manhattan, he should have moved out a long time ago.
Oh, really? Are you done? I live in New
that would
York.
not have worked because the
Donald
case
Trump is
was
not my
brought.
peer.
The case was brought in New York.
He committed the crime in New York.
He committed the
That's
crime
what
in New York. They could not,
exactly.
no matter where he was, that wouldn't have worked. Did he actually request the following a change of venue, by the way? I'm not aware that he did in this particular case. Did he?
He is in the criminal case.
I don't think in the criminal case, maybe, but I don't even think he did in this case. So maybe he should have tried that. Wouldn't that have been, according to what you're saying, at least try?
Well, you see, that's the whole point. In a trial, all of your due process is exercised, whether you take it or not. So if you decide that you want to try to change venues or transfer judges or whatever, you make the motion. That's your chance. Once you get to trial, all the pretrial motions are done. All that's left is presenting it to the jury and then making a decision. And there's a lot of challenges of what you show to the jury in real time, but that's the process we have. So that's it. It's like sitting here after a trial saying that the venue isn't proper. It's like saying that, somebody hit a grand slam to win the baseball game, but the pitching mound was in the wrong spot. It's too late. It's done. It's in the books.
That's a ridiculous comparison.
Will take care of the rest. That's it.
That's a ridiculous
That's
New York
there's
two
levels of some very difficult, gnarly crime procedures.
No, but that's
right?
how it works. Listen,
wait.
That's how it works in the law. You're done. His chance to listen.
We're not talking about the question of the law. We're talking about the question of the court of public opinion. Obviously, under the law, he's been found liable.
Process. All that should matter is, did he get due process? Did he get due process? Did he get the chance to ask for another venue? Did he ask for another jury?
What does that? Grant? What does that? What does that do with the court of public opinion with respect to all the elements I laid out 5 minutes ago?
I'll explain it. Your public opinion. I'm not talking about the court of public opinion, but your opinion is that basically any trial would have been unfair to him in Manhattan, right? Is that correct?
I believe that. Yeah, I don't think in that jurisdiction.
Is anyone else having audio problems, or is it just me? I can only hear like half the speakers here.
Yeah, Mike, I'll drop you down and bring you back up. Sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I mean, the bottom line is, in a civil trial, you have the opportunity to challenge all of that, and Trump did, and he had the money to challenge it. If he didn't, then even he thought it was fair. Sitting there nitpicking nitpicking the detail here, detail there. unless there's some actual fundamental error that was caused by it being in Manhattan, like he's not going to get the case overturned. There's a
And
lot of
also,
things that
juries sit through trials that are like very like you have some of the worst elements of criminal crime, right? That juries sit through and yet somehow reach a verdict. When we talk about people, we are presented with far fewer facts. We don't deliberate in the same way. We don't sit through the trials, right? So I mean, it might not be a perfect system, but what do we go by in terms of innocence or guilt? We have a system. If we don't think it's fair, we might want to change it, but right now, do we go by the trial of social media, or do we go by the court system,
No, the
right?
pattern of political prosecution in New York is so abusive at this point that the threshold legitimacy assigned to it has to be questioned. If this was a trial in Pakistan, I don't think people would say, "Oh, you know what? We have to just assume that everything is on the up and up." And yes, well, you got your due process. You'd say, "Well, it's Pakistan, and Pakistan is politically broken. Look at the way the entire government is divided between the elected ring and then this whole military sort of side." You'd say it's not given the same legitimacy that we typically have assigned to the West. The issue
Mike,
So
right now,
what are
the
some
terms of
what are
engagement,
some things
the
if you
terms
were
of
a
Mike, can I
engagement
juror?
ask
now
you a
are
question?
so out of whack, and it's only happening on one side. If this was happening on the other side, if there was some rogue Florida court, if say the prosecutor's office in Tampa, Florida, under DeSantis's nose, was just going around and had self-declared that prosecutor was going to arrest the Bidens during his campaign speeches, and then took, say, Hillary Clinton on some on some accounting error, some alleged accounting error, and then stacked 136 years
Okay,
of
I
charges.
get what you're
The
saying, but
entire
so in other words,
thing,
if you
its
make up a lot of
legitimacy
crazy
can no
talk, then you
longer be
sound like you're
afforded.
really serious. Is that what you're
but
saying? Because you sound like really like crazy and you're spouting about one conspiracy every 5 seconds,
Oh, you
but
mean
that
the ones
doesn't give you
reported
any
by the New York Times?
legitimacy. So
You're
listen,
talking about Reid Hoffman funding the lawsuit. That was when you guys
no,
first
no, no.
introduced the word
I'm talking
conspiracy, and
about
the
the things that
problem
you just
is
said.
that's widely
Look, the
reported
string
and
of crazy.
factually
Look, you see,
unassailable.
look,
So
Mike,
your
you're good at
problem is
repeating
you
the
try
same
to use
words,
words like
but you're not good
conspiracy
at
instead of
saying
actually
anything
forming
meaningful. I'm
arguments.
done.
No,
This is
What's
not a
your
debate.
argument, Grant?
Guys, you keep talking over each other. Mike, do you want to finish your point within 30 seconds and then let Grant finish? Go for it, Mike.
Yeah,
Thank you. I
Grant,
mean,
go
I
ahead
just
and try to
listen.
make an
Thank you.
argument.
Let me finish. It's
Saying the
very
word
simple.
conspiracy is
Let
not
me
an
think. Let
argument.
me. Okay.
Cite
You know
something.
what? Conspiracy is the threshold of the things you just threw out there. Basically, Mike, your job is to just lie and repeat one phrase. Okay, I get it. Reid
Not
Hoffman.
an argument, Grant. Make an argument.
That's an actual argument. That's all you're doing, buddy. Okay? You're not making any sense. You're just
Your
saying,
argument is
oh,
the
we're
word
like
buddy. That's
Pakistan.
good. Impressive,
Listen,
Grant.
you know
I'm
what?
sure.
The bottom line is, Mike, you gotta show up here with some actual facts, or just go home.
Actually, I cited
Okay?
the facts. For example, I
I
was the one who
cited the
brought up the
one
fact
fact.
that it was
Woohoo!
Reid
Dunning-Kruger
Hoffman who
effect
was
in
funding the
effect.
lawsuit, and Reid Hoffman is fresh off funding another scam of fake Russian bots. And by the way, and that was a
And
conspiracy
none
too,
of it
wasn't it,
proves
Grant?
anything because it's actually already
Actually,
accounted for.
that's
okay.
The
that would
trial
be a
attorneys
preponderance
discussed
of
it.
evidence suggesting
So,
a political
Mike,
operation.
it's
Mike,
already
can I
Okay,
ask
gone to
you a
Mike,
trial.
question?
Mike,
Can I
I
ask you a
think,
question to Mike?
Kira,
sure.
Please, Mike. If
come at me, brother.
and I hope no, I'm not going to come at you. If Hunter Biden gets investigated, it goes to court in Delaware, which I really hope he does, because there's an investigation that should be done, and hopefully we can put this thing to bed. But if it goes in Delaware, what are you going to say when it's in Delaware? Are you going to say the same argument? It's not a fair trial because they're Democratic and they're going to vote in favor of Hunter. Like, what's the argument going to be there?
No, I'm reserving judgment on that. I don't know. I don't know about the
He's gonna
courts of
wait to see
Delaware in
what
this
what,
because
what the
you don't have the
decision
same
is.
situation. No, I'm going to answer the
Right. If
question
he's
that was asked of me
guilty, it was
here.
good. If he's
No,
not guilty, it was
so
bad.
you asked the question, so wait for the answer. The answer is, and I think you'll like this, I'm actually reserving judgment. I don't see Delaware as being a litigation, lawfare, and prosecution shop in the way that New York has become. As I said, New York is the place that has indicted Trump, that has indicted Bannon, that has done the Douglas Mackey case, that removed Rudy Giuliani's entire law license for bringing a civil lawsuit. This is a litigation and lawfare shop. It is essentially a jurisdiction gone rogue that ordinary Americans now need protection from. I can't say the same about Delaware.
Mike, let's go back to Giuliani for a second. His license was suspended. I don't think he was completely disbarred. I believe there are more process to be going through. And it was suspended because according to the aptiv and the complaint, and he was given a full opportunity to discuss this, he lied in numerous court filings. And as you know, lawyers cannot lie to courts, okay? Now,
what was the alleged lie?
That's not true. That's not true.
That's a
were about
fact.
lies were about
No.
election fraud in numerous cases.
See, there you go. Right. That is actually a highly subjective determination.
Mike,
there was
you
more
can't
than
just
that.
call that
There
a
was
lie.
more than that. Sorry, he lied to the tribunal, the bar tribunal as well, and that was one of the findings when they suspended him.
No,
I know.
No.
Yes.
See, so here we go.
Yes.
Here again, what you're doing is you're taking something that is a subjective determination and just
They
sort of
made it.
by
They
patina
made it. They're the
giving it
subjective
this sort of cloak of
determiners.
objectivity. No, it's not.
I actually covered
This
this
is the same
story.
jurisdiction that uses the phrase election denier to presuppose that the entire thing can't even be litigated, that the mere act of bringing the litigation is itself a form of lie. That is,
Mike,
it is presupposing, it's basically foreclosing on the possibility of even making the argument.
Mike,
Grant.
Me. All right. Well, this is Joe. This is the following program. Yeah,
okay.
I want to point something out to you. Okay, I'm fairly strongly right leaning. I covered this Giuliani thing when the story first broke. I'm a New York attorney. I practice in these courts, and I'm telling you that I looked through his responses when the charges were first brought, and Giuliani did a piss poor job of defending them. There were better defenses than what he could have put. There were better defenses available to him that he did not avail himself of. I'm telling you now, I went through his responses line by line, and I was like, I don't know why he didn't say this. I don't know why it is that after these charges were brought, he still continued making the same claims without having any evidence to support it. So I'm telling you now, while I do think
because he lost his mind.
Isn't that different than a lie, though? You're saying he's making claims that are not supported. Now,
trust me,
that is
the weight of the evidence is a subjective
determination.
You
cannot
this
make
is
a
a
claim
totally
when you have,
fresh innovation to deprive someone of their entire license to practice law because of a disagreement on the perceived weight of the evidence.
You have
but this
to have
is how
some
the Justice
basis.
Department is now being.
Right, guys, let you all three people speak at the same time. Kira, make your point, please.
It's horrifying to listen
Mike,
to.
I hope you can hear me. I'm not sure you can.
Yeah,
Mike,
we can hear
you. Kira.
Yes, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, fine. Listen, you cannot make a claim without having in a legal filing without having a basis to make it. Okay, so you can say they're making these judgments, etc., but he basically was not able to assert a basis for making any number of his claims, and that's part of the problem. A lawyer can't just say anything. You can't just say the sky is pink because I think so. Okay, you have to have something that backs that up. And Giuliani, now maybe he had defenses here. I don't know. I haven't followed it that well, but Giuliani did not have that sort of evidence, and that's why his license was suspended. I don't actually know the status. Now he is also being considered for disbarment in DC. Sure, absolutely.
Look, I've got a document here that's really important. It's called his suspension document. I'm just going to read from page 5. And the title is Uncontroverted Claims of Misconduct. The start is only uncontroverted claims of misconduct may serve as basis for interim suspension. So that's it. Anything that he didn't controvert, that he didn't put forth evidence to controvert, that was in violation.
Listen to me.
You guys are making objective claims of reality that are highly disputed.
Mike, please let me finish my
the
point
weight
from
of
before.
the evidence. Okay,
Mike, please let me finish my point from before. Okay, do I believe that the process was initiated against him on purely political bases? 1,000%. Anyone who thinks for a second that the state of New York would have gone after Giuliani if he was making similar claims on behalf of Hillary Clinton back in 2016, and that he would have been suspended or faced any sort of sanctions from the state of New York is either a fool or a liar. So it was commenced on purely political bases. That being said, once it was commenced, there was like a dozen different claims against him, and he only bothered refuting like 4 to 7 of them, and the other 5 he left completely uncontroverted, even though he had ways of controverting them. So my point was, I think he sabotaged himself on one level or another, either intentionally, subconsciously, or through negligence and stupidity. But one way or another, once that political process against him was started, he basically begged to be suspended. I went through this line by line, and that's what I'm saying. You're right that it was political, but at the same time, once it was started, he could have done a much better job in defending himself if he really actually gave a damn about getting competent counsel.
You're making the exact same argument that Tira made earlier about Trump's defense in this present litigation that he just got, slapped with on this Jean Carroll case. This is the exact same argument that essentially, didn't try hard enough, regardless of whether or not the case itself had merit. I think any objective observer would look at that and say, geez, the system is rigged against me, and I'm going to be judged essentially by folks on whether or not I can walk the tightrope walk once it's already rigged. I don't think that's a fair standard. I also have a law license in New York. I'm scared of what will happen in this highly politicized environment. I don't think this is happening in other states.
Well,
and so when
Mike,
Joe
tell
asked
me
about Delaware, the fact is I consider myself to be an objective person. I know I've got my own partisan biases, as everybody else does, but I don't see Delaware, which is basically the mostly known for being the sort of corporate home for corporations and LLCs in this country. I don't see that as being a major litigation lawfare and prosecution shop for political persecutions. I will reserve my judgment if there is a Hunter Biden prosecution there.
Mike, let me ask you a question. What happens when Trump and Giuliani get indicted in Georgia? What are you going to say then?
I need to see the claims in the case. I don't consider Georgia to be the same sort of prosecution factory that we see in New York, and so I don't come into it with the same sort of presupposition about a lack of legitimacy. I would basically treat that as an individual case and see whether or not that has been basically ginned up in the same way that the prosecution appears to have been with 136 years of stacking charges for something that's essentially an alleged bookmaking error. That's the allegation for the current case against Trump in New York.
Well, what's the issue with the current case? Like, as an objective observer of that case, if you were on the jury, why would you vote no in that situation?
Why would you not vote to give Trump 136 years worth of jail time for?
It's not
for
136. I'm talking
No,
about
you're talking about the case today.
Yeah, I'm talking about the case today. What if you were on the jury? Why would you, as a jury member, would vote no? What's the
that's
what?
too
Where,
easy.
what's the
Is that really
there?
the question you want to ask? Because
that's the question I want to ask you. Yeah,
because it seems like a totally bullshit political
it
claim.
seems like
for
a
the
total
exact
bullshit
reasons that
political claim.
Sebastian
It's
laid
not a
out in
factual
such vivid
argument.
detail that it actually, someone even dropped off the call because they couldn't respond to the litany of points that Sebastian brought up about this. Chief among them, you have the fact that you had the governor of the state essentially open the door to the lawsuit through essentially changing the statute.
I'm talking about
what the jury was given, Mike. Yeah, not who funded it and not why it happened, but what the jury was given.
Basically, Mike is saying he would vote on his political beliefs and not on the facts or the evidence.
No, the evidence. I don't see the evidence. For someone who can't even remember the year in which an alleged rape occurred, and this thing happened, 1997 or something? I consider that to be a bullshit political claim. Okay, thank
Trump
you.
couldn't remember his own wife. He thought Marla Maples was E.G. Carroll. So I mean,
why is it being funded by Reid Hoffman, the same guy who funded the
keep
fake
going
Russian?
So you can't answer the question.
Yes, because Kira, there's a very good reason that I do this, and that is because there is a threshold consideration of credibility of the accuser here, which does not pass the smell test, even if it was sitting in a sterile hazmat suit. This thing stinks to absolute high heaven, and anyone who doesn't have their head screwed off knows it.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is you can't speak to, and you will not speak to anything in the trial that was given.
The woman went on live TV and said rape is sexy.
You know what? That was very confusing.
So, yeah, I don't find her to be a credible witness. So if I was a member of the jury, I would vote hell no.
That is somebody's struggle.
Trump turned around and said that he could just grab any woman by the private parts whenever he wants because he's famous.
That's not relevant.
And I don't think he did it. I think that was locker room talk.
Actually, that was relevant. That was actually in the trial because it was in his deposition and it was raised at the trial. Yes.
That doesn't.
Yes,
but that doesn't
I find
mean
that to be not true. That's my personal
But
belief.
even Trump agreed to it in his deposition.
Beliefs,
Something
Mike.
30
You're not
years
going
old,
off of any facts.
bankrolled by one of the top Democrat operatives.
Sorry, that wasn't me who muted. So whoever was.
It was Mike. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry, everyone was speaking. I just jumped on, couldn't hear anything. Mike, go ahead. What are you saying?
Yeah, if there is a case to be made, it's got to be stronger than this. This is, and by the way, this is something that has been done to Trump time and again. And this is something that during the 2016 campaign, there was a ton of these totally unsubstantiated rape claims that were brought against Trump. In fact, Trump even showed up, I believe, to one of the debates with some of the rape accusers against Clinton, almost as a sort of show of how weaponized this was on one side. When I'll leave that at that. Suffice to say that if you're going to bring a rape case, it's got to be stronger than something 20 years old, bankrolled by Democrat operatives, shoot in by essentially a
Mike, I was really hoping to hear something a little bit more concrete from the actual like from the point of view of a juror, not from the point of view of like that case shouldn't have been brought in or it's political. Like I'm actually somewhat open to hearing a rebuttal of that particular case, but it's not the fact that it's 20 years old. Okay.
Kat. You're
my name is
expecting
Catherine,
some
but
long
also,
soliloquy of evidence-based rebuttals, but the evidence brought was not
the
sufficient
year
to
is
pass
not.
the threshold of credibility. It's as simple as that.
A year is not necessarily relevant. A person doesn't necessarily remember the year.
I think if I got raped, I would know what year it happened.
No, that is I think you know very little about what the circumstances of such things. So I think that isn't. I'm not.
You know what Jean Carroll went through?
No, I don't know exactly what she went through. No, but but people deal with these things in very different ways, and it takes a very long time for some victims or survivors to process these sort of things, and it takes a long time to speak. One thing that does play to her advantage in terms of a legal case is the fact that she told some people right away, and I think that does lend to credibility.
They testified.
I gotta correct everyone on this.
Everybody watch This Happened to Brett Kavanaugh.
I gotta correct you guys on some of the stuff you've been saying. Okay, so Trump, right? And this is both regards to Trump and Carroll. Okay, so this is not a one-sided thing. So Trump never said he could grab people by the pussy. He said that people of high status are so powerful that those people could essentially walk up to a woman and grab them by the pussy. Right? Whether you agree with that or not, that's what he said. He didn't say he did it. Okay. And secondly, Carol never said that she thought rape was sexy. She never said that. She says that some people believe that that rape is sexy. Okay, they think rape is sexy. It's not. So let's be accurate here and let's be precise in what both of them said or didn't say. Okay, let's not attribute stuff that they never said. Okay, all right.
I wanna just mention a point that you first. There's two pretty cool corrections, Ian. That was an impressive way to jump into the discussion. It's one of the good ones you've done. I do want to go back to something.
One of the many good ones, Ian. One of the many good ones. Let me.
We'll watch it. Listen, and learn, Slayman.
It's actually Raymond Zeno. Like he gives me all the
Slayman. So Mike mentioned something that you mentioned earlier, Slayman, before I had to jump off on a call, and that's about rape victims not remembering the years. So while I was on the call, I was just looking up different studies, and it's not uncommon. So different studies show that it is not uncommon for victims of rape to have difficulty recalling certain details, such as the exact year of the assault, especially if the incident occurred many years ago. Trauma can affect memory and make it challenging to remember certain details of an event. Now, obviously, I cannot relate my experience to those people. I've looked into this in the past as well, because so on a personal level, and that's something I've discussed a lot with people close to me, I don't remember the majority of my life before, let's say, post-university, before I launched my first business. That's how a big chunk of my life I generally don't remember. I'd say about 70 to 80% of it. Now, I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. I just don't remember. It is what it is. But I started researching it, and it's actually not that uncommon for your memory to subconsciously kind of remove bits and pieces from your mind to remove certain bits
Just
and pieces from your
knowing
memory.
a number
So I think for you,
people
Slayman, and
experience that. Yep.
and I know Mike, you just said it as well, but I'm mainly targeting Slayman here. For you to say, Slayman, this alone is enough to show that the allegations are false is unfair. Now, if you want to say that shows the allegations could be weak or weakens the allegations in some way, I think this is an objectively fair statement. Okay,
Mario,
I
you're
gotta
Mario, you're 100% right, because it's not one thing or the other. There's a lot of things that happen and lots of facts that you have to look at. And what Mike and Solomon are trying to pick out one flaw in the whole thing. The facts are that the jury sat there through the whole trial. The defense got to put on the trial. They got to cross-examine the witnesses, and the jury got to choose, and they made a decision. And we have to live by that decision, because that's the way the jury system works in our country.
So yeah, Mario, just to come back on you. So yeah, you can't say anything for certainty for sure. So yeah, the way you phrased it, yeah, the way you phrased it, I agree with. But I so just to add to what you're saying, because my point wasn't that you have to deny it completely. But let's be clear. For a case, I believe you have to deny it completely, and I'll explain why. Yeah, you can go through trauma, possibly. You possibly may not remember the year. Obviously, we need to look at these studies, the veracity of it. If these were like liberal leftists who were doing these studies, was it, there's a number of factors that need to come into these studies. Like, I don't agree with this idea that you have to accept.
No, you don't need to do that. Like, I mean, anecdotally, I've known a number of, I know a number of rapists, and they don't remember these kinds of weird details.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's a woman telling you from her perspective, isn't it? But my point is,
what'd you say, Ella?
Well, let's hope it is, because otherwise, there's a lot of guys who are being raped. I mean, what did you just say?
Yeah, it happens to guys too. This is not about just women.
But really, Suleiman,
I didn't just mention that they were women.
Suleiman, rape has nothing to do with politics.
If a woman is going to make let me
clarify. It's got nothing to do with politics.
If a woman is going to make a claim, and she is going to accuse a man, whether she's lying or telling the truth, either way, she's going to give it from her own perspective. So even someone who's lying is telling somebody else, they're going to be like, oh, guess what? It's hard. I can't remember, this type of things. So she will be making that statement. And what I'm saying to Ian is, of course, I'm not saying that the person who told him is lying, but I'm saying that's her perspective. It may be that she's lying. You just don't know. So what I'm trying to say...
on that point, right? I mean, and this is not directed to you, Sulaiman. I don't think you said this, but I think there are some people in the panel said that she doesn't, she said it wasn't a rape on Anderson Cooper's show. That's not at all what she said. So what she said was that she doesn't see herself as a victim because she wasn't forced sexually or ravished, and she said that she felt that the encounter itself wasn't sexual. She didn't feel like that, right? So in her mind, like, it could have been a rape on his part, but she didn't feel that, like, for her it wasn't like sexy, right? It wasn't sexual. It was more like a physical violation, like something that she didn't want, right? So it wasn't a very sexual thing. And you can actually watch that clip on YouTube, as well as a bunch of people on Twitter have
thanks,
yeah,
Ian GPT.
I've not watched it,
Slayman, I want to ask you a question.
Even in terms of what you said, that just doesn't even sound like a rape. But I'll watch the video.
Can I ask you a question, Slayman? So you also, another thing you said is, and you've made that argument in previous spaces, that the amount of rapes, the false allegations of rape that are made is very concerning. And what I pushed back, and I'm going to give you some numbers, I said, yes, it is concerning. I think that the rape is used to kind of bring people down, especially people in power, and it shouldn't be surprising. But the amount of rapes that go unreported is a significantly bigger problem. So I'm like, let me look at some numbers, because that was my initial thought, and it made logical sense to me. Let me look at some numbers. So according to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, only about 80% of rapes go unreported. And that's in the US. So 80% go unreported. Then I'm like, all right, cool. How many rape allegations turn out to be untrue? So based on various studies and reports, the estimate is about false rape allegations anywhere from less than 1% to as high as 10%. So the highest there is about 10%, and the lowest is below 1%. So both are an issue. Yeah, of course. I just want to... Just on the 1% to
10%. No, I'm not going to make a statement. I'm asking you a question about your own study. So, in terms of 1% to 10%, when was that result? When did it occur? So, was it a false accusation that happened where the person pulled out before trial? Is it a person who pulled out after a police report?
This is not one. This is not one study. These are various studies. So, just an average.
No, I'm explaining to you. I'm asking you a question on your study.
You explain to me, or asking me a question?
Yeah, asked you a question. So that was the same question. I'll repeat. I'll make it more concise. So when the false accusation, because you're saying that only 2% of cases happen with false accusation, because I know there's
I
data
never
issues
said
there.
2%. I said 1 to 10% as an average between various studies. So when you're referring to me as one study, I told you the average among
Okay.
many studies. I'm
So
referring to
in
one
terms
study.
of what you said, in terms of 1
Yeah,
to
he's
10%,
referring to a meta-analysis, right? It's a systematic review of a variety of different studies. Things
I
that they've
understand
done.
that, Ian. I'm saying, in terms of your meta-analysis, when you say that the study showed between 1 and 10% in this meta-analysis, that the result of it was that there was false accusation. I'm saying the determination of that false accusation, was it at trial? Was it when the police report
You
happened?
can make say so. Your question, I understand where your question is coming from. That same question would apply for rape victims that do not report the assault.
Well,
So
no, it's not. It doesn't
No,
apply. That's
because
the reason I
there's
asked the question.
nothing, they don't report it.
Exactly, Tira. Tira's got it.
yeah, fair point. Yeah. No, I get your point. So, so would you just to go? That doesn't confirm
It
what
does.
I think. What you're going to imply. What you're going to imply is that do you think that the issue of rape? Because I think both are a problem. But my position is that unreported rape is less of a problem. Sorry,
False.
a bigger problem.
False.
Bigger problem than rape being used to bring people down.
Disagree. So that's the
I would
reason why I
agree.
asked you
I
that.
would agree with that, Mario. I would 100% agree with that. Like, there's a
Yeah,
lot of rapes and sexual
100%.
assaults and
I
sexual
don't
battery that
100%
simply does
disagree.
not get reported in schools alone. Right? Boys will molest girls. Does it get reported? No, of course not. It's embarrassing. Right? Boys molest boys. They touch each other in the gym room without wanting to. That is technically
So
a
Simon,
sexual assault.
let me add on to it as well. I'll give you just anecdotal, and I think that will apply to most people on the panel. And again, so anyone listening, I'm not referring to the allegations against Trump, whether I think they're true or not true. I have no idea. And again, I want to reiterate. I've said it and I say it again. I think rape is used to bring people in power, people of influence, to bring them down or to tarnish their image. Now, to go back to the point I'm making, though, anecdotally, just give you an anecdotal experience. So I would consider myself, financially well off. I'm a public figure. And I know a lot more people, especially from the show and prior to the show, I know a lot more people that are more powerful, more wealthy, and more known than myself. And despite knowing so many powerful people that are bigger victims of false rape accusations, and I think you'd agree with that one, the more powerful you are, the bigger target you are. Even being in this position, I still know significantly more people, in this case women, that did not report rape, significantly more, incomparable to the amount of people that I know in my circle of influence that have been falsely accused of rape. Now, how can I determine if it's a false accusation or not? That's a whole different discussion. But it's just very difficult to make the argument, Slayman. And I know we're kind of moving off topic, but this is something we've debated before. It's very difficult. And I know where you're coming from. I think your position is honorable, and I like what you stand for. But it's very difficult, and I think it's even unfair to make the statement that false reports of rape is a bigger problem than rape that goes unreported. I think it's a ridiculous thing.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm glad you know.
What I said was, what I'm saying, when it comes to false accusations of rape and unreported rape, I contend with your guys' argument that the unreported rape is higher. I'm saying we just don't know. If you had to make me give an estimate, I'd say it's probably very similar. But then I've got nothing to back that up, because I know the studies that have happened. The reason I asked you the question is I already knew the answer to the question, because I know that the parameters are much worse for false accusations of rape rather than unreported rape, and hence why the figure has such a disparity. So I've already looked into this.
What about women who don't report their rapes and then they tell you, let's say somebody and they share something horrible has happened to them in the past. I mean, what benefit is there when when they have never gone to the police, have not tried to make money from it? I mean, this happens all the time. Women get raped, girls get raped all the time.
According to a National Sexual Violence Resource Center, 1 in 3 women in the U.S. have experienced some sort of sexual violence in their lifetime.
And it's even higher in some other places, right? Like South America.
Again,
Mario,
what do you mean by sexual violence? What is the
okay? You do this, but Slayman, what you do is every time there's an argument you don't agree with, what you do is you want to dissect every bits and piece, which is good. But we can't make this. Yeah, I know. Which is that's what I said. It's good. I know. I said it's good. I heard you say it's good. But then you need to kind of do the same thing for arguments you agree with, because someone makes a point that you make, you never do that. But let me.
I made the same argument about the other side. Okay. So when I said about false accusations of rape, I said that, look, I'm not saying that that's more. You said, and I said, look, I can't, but if you had to make me guess, and I was very clear that I'm guessing because I know the studies are flawed on both sides.
Do you mind? I wanna do something, guys. We do have three attorneys or former attorneys on stage, Joa. Do you mind if I ask? Because I want to get the good logic, Tira and Doc, to give us their thoughts on. We did have a panelist earlier come in and give an example like, hey, anyone, she made it seem, and she's a great speaker and I've got nothing but respect, but she made it seem like it's very easy for someone to go to the police, to go to the law enforcement and say, hey, I've been raped, and they just go and arrest the person. Then while she was speaking, I researched it, like, no, there needs to be a lot of boxes ticked before that person's arrested. And then they go through the legal process. So I want to ask you guys, in the US, how easy is it for, and because this is a concern of mine, I'm not expressing that concern because Gunnar Slayman is very vocal about it, but it's genuinely a concern of mine, of rape being used to kind of to target someone, to tarnish their image, or even get them arrested. So how easy is it? Maybe Tira, you can go. Actually, Doc, you can go first because you just came on the panel. Doc, how easy is it for someone to be framed for rape, and is it easy to be found guilty, or is it difficult? Like, what is the process, and what's how does it work in the US?
Well, let's distinguish a criminal charge from a civil charge, right? Today was a civil charge, and so that it's easier to convict someone of rape on a civil basis because the standard is 50.1% more likely than not that the person committed the crime. With a criminal charge of rape, you're looking at beyond any reasonable doubt, which is supposed to be a high standard, because we protect freedom first, and it's better to let a guilty person go than to convict an innocent person. That being said, I think civilly it's very easy, and I've been subjected to allegations like that from a woman who worked for a company that I was a partner in, and she was sleeping with the boss, my partner, and they conspired together to get me to resign for a morals clause in my contract, and then we fought for 4 years over ownership of the company. So accusations themselves can carry a lot of damage. It certainly damaged Bill Clinton, irrespective of what exactly happened there. It damaged Justice Kavanaugh. So the accusations are easy to make, and depending on the context, it's relatively easy to damage the target of that accusation, I would say. In terms of winning a lawsuit or making a criminal charge, you need probable cause, right? For the police to arrest somebody, and then the district attorney has to make this own separate analysis if after an investigation, if there's enough evidence there that would allow the prosecutor in his own mind to think that it's more likely than not that he could get a conviction. So I think I have daughters and I have a wife, and so I'm very concerned about those sorts of accusations and their safety. But my personal experience and my professional experience is that it is a relatively difficult road to hoe.
It's I think, well articulated. Let me ask a quick question. Oh, sorry, Logic. I'll go to you. I was going to go to Tira, but Logic, I'll let you comment. But also, I've got a question for you. So in this case, so let's say it was voluntary. Let's say everything that she said was true, but it was all voluntary. That, what's her name, Miss Carroll said is true, but it's voluntary. So, and then part of the evidence, I think Tira, you mentioned it. You said earlier, but then she called her friend immediately after and talked to her about the experience. So I'm not saying this is the case, but out of curiosity, if they did this voluntarily, and then she went the next day and said, look, just as a precaution, I'm going to do this in case it ever comes out, or Trump uses it against me. Or, I'm not going to use Trump as an example, or Mr. X uses it against me because it's not related to Trump. And she calls her friend and says, hey, this happened. Now it was involuntary, just so she kind of hedges any potential downfall. Maybe she's in a relationship or she's married. Like it's for me, it just sounds like very easy to frame, which is a shame, because what if it is sexual abuse? Then it's very hard to prove as well. Do you see the predicament?
And especially when we're talking about harassment, which is such an amorphous term.
What does it mean? What does harassment mean?
I mean, it's really subjective as to what is harassment. What one jury will say is harassment, another jury will think is not remotely harassing, and that's part of the problem here. And the process itself, like I agree with everything that Doc said when he was breaking down between civil and criminal. The process itself is so punishing to someone who is charged with committing these crimes, and they're terrible crimes. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle any of the evils of some guy, some man or woman who commits this to a person and damages their psyche that way. I mean, I think they're terrible human beings, but unfortunately, people lie. Whether they're men or women, people lie, and we saw what happened to Johnny Depp. His life was ruined for 5 years, and the only reason he had that miraculous redemption is because there was so much evidence that Amber was full of crap, and so many pictures which showed that all the claims she had about being punched by a guy with rings and 0 abrasions on her face, some pictures the next day, that she had to be like a cartoon for her to not have lumps the next day from what she described. So much evidence. That's the only way he got exonerated. But he was assumed guilty
Johnny
in
Depp
the
lost
court
a
of public
media
opinion.
defamation case. Look, Johnny Depp lost a media defamation case that destroyed his reputation. Then he sued his ex-wife directly over her statements in America, and that's when things changed. But both of those were civil defamation lawsuits.
No, that's not right.
That's completely
Yeah,
wrong.
he sued a publication in the UK and lost.
Yeah, that's right.
Then
That's right.
she published her story, which
And
hurt
the
his
UK.
reputation further. Then
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
he sued.
UK. That was the United Kingdom, and it really had nothing to do with the accusations here in America. It was brought up as evidence, but it didn't present a legal case against him that provided precedence or evidence within this particular prosecution.
So guys, let me go to Tira.
Hey,
So
everybody,
Tira,
have a great night. I got to
thanks,
hop
Greg.
off. Thanks for
Thanks.
having me.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. So Tira, I just want to go back to the same point that I'm making, because I don't know you understand the predicament that I'm trying to express, because
Yeah.
like as I become, and I'll give you an example. As I become more public, and again, I'm using my personal experience.
Yeah,
As I
I'm just
become
gonna
more
hop
public
off. I'm gonna hop off like for the night. Okay, like it's
all right,
like,
cool.
you know.
Thanks,
All
see
right.
you, man. Thanks a
See you
lot.
guys.
See you,
Bye.
man. So yeah, just to go back to the point I'm making to you, as I become more public, and you know, there's one company I co-founded that's also publicly listed. So there's two things that you should be very careful of. They should be more careful of. Two things that could happen in your life. One of them, three. One of them is any political involvement, running for president or senate or whatever. You've got to be very careful about anything you do, even if it's not wrong, just in case someone uses it against you. So political. Number two, if you're taking a company public, which I was part of earlier, and I could be part of it, I'll likely be part of it again this year from another company, and being more public. And I've got this show, and I've had so many people reach out to me saying, Mario, because I'm a really chill guy, I live my life, and I'm a good person, but I don't really think 3 steps ahead. Like, Mario, you gotta change your entire lifestyle, what you say, what you do, what you discuss, anything. I'm like, no, I don't care. I'm pretty transparent, because I know I'm doing the right thing. They're like, even if you do the right thing, anyone could use this and that and this and that against you. And they started giving me examples, and they started going back to stories of people that got cancelled completely, legally or through other means, just because of the way they were framed. Linking it back to this discussion, how could we, how does the legal system deal with that predicament?
Well, look, first of all, I guess I'd like to say something. Every woman I know, literally has had been grabbed on a train or infinitely worse. And if you were to ask any woman, I suspect you would find 90% of women have something that's happened that they don't talk about or that they feel ashamed about for some reason, because stuff happens all the time. Like I said, talk to me about, well, I'm not going to go into specific details, but there's lots. We hear from our friends. We know these things happen. I guess I understand that there are people who make up things. I get that. Okay. But I equally understand that there are many more things that people just don't.
I'm not sure who muted everyone. You got to unmute again, Tira. It must be all sorts fucking up. I just co-hosted you, man. You already
Sorry,
messed
that was my
shit
bad.
up.
My bad. My
Okay.
bad.
So go ahead, Tira.
So
Go ahead.
I guess I think there are infinitely more cases, like I said, when women feel ashamed of something that they didn't even do wrong. They blame themselves. They do all these things. I don't think it's very often that a woman lies to her friends. Do you know what I mean? Like calls up people and says, this guy just raped me. I find that to be, I'm assuming it happens because there are people who just are dramatic or make themselves sort of the center of their own stories. I get that. But I don't think it's that likely that people do that, as evidence potentially for 20 years later when they're going to bring a lawsuit. I don't think so. I think most people tend to either, if nothing happened, they don't discuss it. If something happened, they're pretty clear on what it was. And there are a lot of these incidents. I guess I'm not answering your question because I don't know that I can, but what I'm trying to say is I feel that there are many more instances of things not being reported. And I also think your question is about the legalities of things. So to me, what Doc said was absolutely on point. It's civil cases different, but criminal cases, a lot of them are he said, she said. I got drunk at a frat party and this guy raped me, and the guy says, no, you wanted it, she wanted it. And these will never go to trial. The guy will not get arrested because there's a reasonable doubt, right? So you're going to need more than probably just your story. You're going to need witnesses. You're going to need maybe physical evidence. And a lot of women will not want to do that for a variety of reasons. Nobody's going to be arrested just because someone walks in and says at a frat party he did this. I mean, that's not likely, right? You're going to
This
need
is more tarnishing an image through media
Yeah,
rather than legal
reputation as
process.
well.
Right. Now, reputationally, are there people who do this? I'm sure. Yes, absolutely. And I think there are people who double down on it. They said one thing and then they change it and they say another thing. It does happen. And I do believe that if you are famous and if you have money and if you're a celebrity, you have to be careful, honestly, because I do think there are people who, not just in terms of sexual abuse, but everything. They want to be near you. They want to get part of what you have. They want to, they want to get their own notoriety. That's life. Unfortunately, there are creepy people around, but that can happen in almost any respect. So I guess, yes. Should you be careful? Are there people like this? Yes. But do I think the bigger issue is women getting molested, raped, etc., and not having any recourse? Yes. Thanks.
I will concur with Tira that a DA is not going to bring a case unless unless they feel very confident. That's why every district attorney has a 90% winning record, because they don't go to trial unless they have what they feel is going to be very compelling for a jury. So in that sense, bringing a criminal rape charge is infinitely more difficult and requires vastly more evidence than just a civil claim. And a civil claim can be on the slightest tether of information and can come down to a he said, she said. And the problem that I was addressing earlier is that once the claim is levied, if it's a public figure who is being charged, everyone tends to assume that the victim is speaking truth. And I think that those are the cases which are more likely to have a false claim when you're talking about the accused being the accused being someone who's famous, because it's an opportunity for some of the weirder people that Tira identified to see their name in lights and claim victim status in the eyes of potentially millions of people.
Can I just say real
I just want to come back on that. So for me the issue is this. I don't. I mean, I accept. Obviously, Tira. I know she'll be telling the truth about what she's experienced. That she knows so many women who are saying that this happened and so on and so forth.
Well, I have the same experience as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and you got the same.
I get my ass grabbed every time on the train.
Yeah, and Doc gets grabbed all the time.
It's women and pretty guys like us that have to deal with that on a regular basis.
Yeah,
exactly. Sleiman, I know you can't relate.
Suleiman cannot understand that, obviously.
I can't.
I took a jab at you.
You're right.
Tira, Tira, I just took a jab at you. I love this so much.
No, I can't.
This is the highlight of the day.
No comeback. I mean, I agree with Tira. So the point is, it's not something I can, provide my own experience with or anecdotal. But it's good. It's not good to have anecdotal. You can't be in a scenario, and this is a narrative that basically all women are abused, all women are raped. And what does that then mean? That gives you the psychology that all men are abusers, all men are rapists, and essentially this is the huge problem you've got in society. That's why I said at the beginning, yes, there are women who go through rape or sexual.
Why does it give you that psychology, Suleiman, that all men are abusers?
Well, it's every single woman. Literally, you guys are
but it's some men.
Catherine, I wrote it. Catherine, I wrote a note. This is such a silly argument. Don't worry, I'm gonna crush him. Let him finish. I wrote a
Thanks.
note. I got it as well, Catherine.
Yeah, don't worry. You try and come back on it, right? And the other point is what everyone essentially really wants is they want to decrease, and that's what's happening through these cases and through after the Me Too movement, which is actually another example of the destruction of society. You basically got a scenario where you want to lower the threshold of rape, and so only by lowering the threshold of rape will you then start getting these convictions. And so essentially, that's what you want, a totalitarian, draconian
Wait,
society.
what's lowering the threshold of rape? What do you mean?
So
okay,
I'll explain it. So for example, what your argument is, oh, guess what? We don't have evidence of being raped. First of all, like, why are these rapes? Really, the question should be like, why are these rapes happening? Why is this situation occurring? But anyway, that's a separate issue. No one will ever
So
deal with that.
Catherine,
But
yeah. So
in addition to that,
okay, go.
in addition to that, when you're like, oh, guess what? There's not enough proof. It's his word against hers, and there still should be recourse. What you actually want to do is lower the threshold. And as much as bad as Weinstein was, in what it was in what happened.
Shit, don't get us cancelled. Continue, but don't
Okay,
get us
I'll
cancelled.
I'll leave that point then. Okay.
Okay, I didn't know where you're going with this. I have no
That
idea.
was going somewhere
I
interesting.
just saved your ass, Slayman.
No,
But before
let him
you,
talk. Let him talk,
I will.
Mario. Why are
I
you
will.
silencing
Let
Slayman?
me. Okay, hold on, guys. Let him. I'll let you say what you want to say, Slayman. But let me respond to your first 2 points. Well, there is, this is an uncensored platform, and I have many co-hosts, many people that want to be co-hosts as well. So there's no shortage. All right. So you made 2 points, Slayman. The first one is you made it seem, and this is you do that. This is a straw man argument where you just kind of put words in our mouth. You said the first argument you made is that all women are raped means all men are rapists. And that's where Catherine jumped in. So Catherine, when he says something stupid, don't ask him a question to elaborate. Just crush him on the spot. So Slayman, one man could rape 10 women. So it could be 10% of men that are rapists and 90% of women that are raped. And I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm saying all women, and no one said all women are raped. Now, no one's really creating that sentiment either, but the statistics are pretty concerning. It is improving, though. Now, the Me Too movement, I haven't looked into it as much as you have. There's, of course, a lot of flaws in it, and you've pointed some of those flaws, but there's also positives out of it, because it is, despite the flaws, it is giving strength to women to speak out when there hasn't been strength for a long time. Now, again, I'm speaking out of ignorance here, Slayman, so maybe it's easy to be able to rebut that. But I think that the flaws in the Me Too movement, of course, allows people to abuse it as well and people to be cancelled. So it's pros and cons, and I want to mention both. And last one, you said everyone wants to decrease the threshold of rape, which leads to a totalitarian regime. I don't think anyone on stage said that they want to decrease the threshold of rape. I don't think that will even encourage women to speak out. I think there's other things we could do to encourage women and men to speak out against sexual abuse.
Well, one thing that we can do is encourage women, for example, to not feel shame and report these incidents when they happen early so that they have the rape test kits,
I think this will help a lot. Exactly. Yeah. Now let's watch Slayman. Are you sure you want to make your, I don't know what your statement is about the Weinstein
thing? I agree with Catherine's last point, actually. So that, because then that is not decreasing the threshold. So that is a solution without decreasing the threshold.
Yeah.
Because if women were to, if the thing is you should report when it happens, you report immediately, get the test. That is, I prefer that rather than 10 years after the fact, or in this case, 3 decades after the fact, basically claiming that something happened.
But you have to understand, like, I just want to know what your understanding of this is, because it is a difficult thing to process. There's a reason why these women often and men don't report these things when they happen, right? Like, it is, people deal with a lot of shame. It's a radical act. It's a traumatic experience, and it is very difficult to come forward. And the act of the rape kit is also very invasive, very intense. So, it does take women sometimes, that, and men, include men because it can happen to men as well, that long to process. So I do have, so the idea that, people often dismiss the fact because it's like, oh, that person took that long to come forward. But, you do understand that that's sometimes the case. I mean, hopefully we can increase, the opportunities.
And Catherine, on the same regard, I can give you many anecdotal stories of men who've been falsely accused, both famous people and like normal people. There's a recent incident, and I never like anecdotal, but I guess when we keep on using anecdotal,
go ahead, give us a couple.
There's anecdotal on the other sides as well. Like, for example, just recently I had it was my brother's friend, and he was driving, and they obviously had some girls in the back. They'd been partying or whatever it may be, and then they basically got pulled by the police because he was obviously driving, unfortunately drunk, and the women were basically also
Okay, that's a good start. Good start. Go
yeah,
ahead.
it's not great. It's not great. Obviously, he did something wrong. He's a young kid. You know what I mean? These kids, these Gen Zs. What can you do about them? But the point is, essentially, but then because the women wanted to get out of trouble of that, they basically accused that he'd kidnapped them. They'd accused that he was, he was sexually assaulting them, and so on and so forth. So let's be clear.
But he's innocent until proven guilty, right?
Well,
So they have the burden of proof.
But Catherine, what he's saying is that
yeah,
even if you're found innocent, the
Wait, were those people charged, Suleiman?
The boy was charged, yeah.
The boy was charged. No. Were they charged for sexual assault or rape or kidnapping?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was charged. Yeah.
He was.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah, in the UK.
That surprises me.
Yeah. So the reason I'm telling this story is because there's many such anecdotal examples. So my point is this: first of all, I agree with Catherine. The threshold shouldn't be reduced, so that would be a way of dealing with the issue. In terms of what I said was, Mario, if you guys are basically, because again on this panel, nearly everybody's like, oh, nearly every woman I know has gone through this. So many women I know have gone through this. You're given the perception that nearly every woman is being raped. Now, yeah, you're right, Mario.
No.
There could be a scenario where one man is raping, I don't know, like 50 women, right? But when you're given the scenario that nearly every woman has gone through this, you do then give the psychology that actually who's the perpetrator? It's a guy. And so then even if it's not every guy, a woman suspects every guy. And that's what the byproduct of that is.
Yeah,
but women don't suspect every. That's a ridiculous statement.
I know. This is what I'm dealing with, Catherine.
I don't walk into a room and think every guy's going to.
No, hold on. It's just Catherine. This is. I just gave you statistics, man. A third of women have been through sexual abuse. Now, how is that determined and stuff? I think a lot of us would agree, and I don't know how many women you speak to.
I don't believe that stat. Fake news.
For God's sake, because of course, any stat that goes against your argument you don't believe, and you want to sit there dissecting. But a stat that supports your argument, you state it.
Mario, I think an important aspect. I think we talked about this actually in the yesterday's space about immigration, and I think I'm going to say it like this because I think we remember when Ryan was bringing up statistics of women that were sexually assaulted trying to cross the border, it was anywhere between 30 to 70%.
Yeah, but you want to take black people out of the statistics. Do you remember?
No. That's not what his point was. I was trying to say specifically. Yes, that was absolutely an absurd argument that he made. But I think what it goes to, and then I think it's important to highlight. One, I mean, yes, we can go back and forth with the statistics, but I think it shows that there's an underlying issues that unlike other crimes that, let's say, murder, violent robbery, where there is an incentive for people to report it in many ways, unless there's a deliberate fear. But I think at least in Western worlds, for the most part, scenarios like that, there's an incentive for the citizens to report. I think we just have to acknowledge that in sexual harassment and sexual and violent cases of this nature, unfortunately, there is a stigma. And so it's always hard to get specific concrete statistics, but to use that then to say, well, to undermine that rather than trying to find solutions and ways to encourage and to make environments safer, because a lot of these situations that also happen, and I think to the Me Too movement, specifically to your point, Suleiman, goes to is a lot of times of powerful men taking advantage, not only of, yes, there was a plethora of significant amount of women, but also men that were sexually assaulted. And we just have to acknowledge that there's a fear in this. And we can't just dismiss this because there's not.
Let me jump in.
Data.
Also, I've got some numbers. Let me have a good discussion with also Sliman, because I don't like these statistics. So I just got a whole bunch of them for you, and let's see you refute all of them. In India, an estimated 1 in 3 women experience physical or sexual violence. That's by the National Family Health Survey. In South Africa, 1 in 4 women have experienced sexual violence, and 40% of women have experienced physical violence. That's based on the South African Medical Research Council. In Australia, 1 in 5 women have experienced, and Australia is a pretty peaceful country because I come from there. 1 in 5 women have experienced sexual violence since the age of 15. That's by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. In Canada, 1 in 3 women experience sexual assault during their lifetime, and Indigenous women are disproportionately affected. That's by the Canadian Women's Foundation. 2 more. In the UK, an estimate of 20% of women have experienced some form of sexual assault since the age of 16, but that's by the Office for National Statistics. And another one here in the European Union, half of women, or 45%, have experienced some form of sexual harassment, and 20% have experienced sexual violence. That's by the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. And I can continue. 1 in 3 women in the US have experienced some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. That's by the National Sexual Violence Resource Center. So if you say that we're saying things that make it seem that most women, or all women, because you kind of over-exaggerate things to make your point, all women have been the victims of sexual assault. None of us said that.
but the number is extremely high. This is something that needs to be addressed. It is being addressed. I agree with the flaws that you mentioned. Me, you, and Catherine agreed on some points, but it's just important not to kind of take things out of context, things that we're saying. I gave you some statistics, but I will give you the mic. I just want to ask you a question as you speak, because again, I don't want to paint you in a bad way, because I even though I usually do. In this case, I think what you stand for is something important, and you represent something important. But I don't want you to represent it as a bigger issue than violence or sexual violence against women. But I got a question for you. What did you want to say? Because we do praise free speech and speaking your mind. And you want to say something about Weinstein, and we have no boundaries here. So what was the comment you wanted to make? I'm curious to see how extreme it is.
Well, let me make that comment because when I make the other one, people are going to start screaming. So in the first comment, in terms of the stats, look, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that all women lie, right? Even that percentage of 30%, obviously a proportion of that, now I don't know what level of proportion that is, will be women who have been, unfortunately, taken advantage of by men, right? But separate to that, I don't believe that the stats are accurate. You need to look at the parameters of what they believe sexual assault and sexual abuse is. You need to look at who the data set is. You need to look at who's doing the data. You need to look at how the data is being put together. Like, I know what the manipulation. I know the manipulation method and all these things.
Manipulation. This is
liberal,
from.
feminist
I've given you
society.
liberal left. I've given you fucking India, South Africa, Canada, UK, EU, Australia. And you want to put it all under liberal and conservative and politicize it all around.
No.
And the purpose, I said, on purpose, I get you numbers from other countries because I knew you're going to politicize it. I prepared for this, and that was a shit argument. But let's go to Weinstein, man. I think that would be a better argument.
It's not a crap argument. I'm telling you, that's literally what it is. And if you actually think that the basically what happens in the West, and that's why it's so important. That's why do people are so interested in what happens in America and in the West, because all of these ideas do get permeated and transferred over to many other countries. But anyway, in terms of the Weinstein point, what I was going to make was, right? Yeah, hopefully it's not too controversial. Let me just explain it properly. Don't interrupt though, because I'll get cancelled.
I'll make sure everyone's muted. And any applications for co-hosts, please DM me, please, while Simon speaks.
And the reason I need to explain it because people have sniffed this out as well. So look, with Weinstein, the issue was this, right? Like, he was somebody who obviously conducted, evil actions, right? But at the same time, when you look at some of the accusers, it did not stand up. It did not stack up. Like, for example, if you look at the text messages, they were like basically cool with him. They were asking to hook up with him. So I understand that we have to basically paint him as like this evil satanic guy where every single woman who accused him is the good angel, but it wasn't like
that. Cool.
Not every single woman, but some.
One rape.
But isn't the issue here whether or not this is a political operation or whether there's credibility that should be afforded? And I'll just say this one last thing because I got to drop off right after this. The reason that I kept on bringing up the origins of the lawsuit and some of the threshold credibility issues is because the one thing you're really weighing the merits of the case against is there an alternative motive for bringing this that is apart from the merits of the case, that tilt the he said, she said into a very clear destructive motive rather than a justice-based one. And so here, the reason I come back to these origins around the governors opening up the lawsuit possibility, the 20 years or 30 years or whatnot that transpired to bring it, and the fact that it was funded by a political operative is because that says something about the entire thing being a political operation. And when that is lurking in the background, this could have all been avoided if this had been done through ordinary channels. The fact that extraordinary efforts were bent over backwards to be able to bring this, and then there was no effort to actually have that sort of political neutrality, that it basically went through the DNC, which is who Reid Hoffman is, then that to me smells of a political operation. I think it's totally fair to call it as such. So with that,
Mike, would you say, Joe? And I want you to say your statement. I think the good time for your statement, Joe, that you sent me. So I'll give you the mic, Joe. Mike, I just want to kind of just refute two things you said earlier. You said that the lady, I keep forgetting her name, not mentioning the year, is just very weird, and it makes it seem like she's lying. But I want to use the example that Slimane gave against Brett Weinstein. Well, two of the victims against Brett Weinstein, and one of them had witnesses. She didn't know the year either. She just said early 80s. Two out of the three that I looked into, didn't mention the exact year. One of them did. So I think it just shows that it's relatively common to mention the exact
So
year.
that
I want to go
evidence.
back to your second. What?
Can I just please
So the
comment on what
Yeah.
evidence
Mike
of
said?
guilt is
It has
providing
nothing to
weak
do with my
evidence of another
statement.
claim.
Simon, they gave a lot of evidence that one of them didn't, but two of them did. But Mike, just to, and we can go back to that. I've got it in front of me. But go back to Mike's comment. Mike, when you say it's a political hit job, would you just I want to the last statement you said it's very fair to label it as such. Can I change that statement? Would you agree, Mike, that is it fair to say it is very fair to say this is a possibility, but we can't know for sure? Is that a better way of structuring it? Or do you think it's 100% a political hit job and the claims are 100% false? Just want to know your position, Mike, before we go to Joa.
Well, sure. Obviously, in one of these things, you know, I mean, one of the reasons that I'm hesitant to answer that directly is because you've got a precedent being set here. This is something that has been used consistently over the past several years in order to destroy the political fortunes of politically sensitive people. We saw this with Brett Kavanaugh. We're seeing it again here, and so I feel that essentially. I mean, if I were to just answer it, I would say yes, sure, there is some negligible possibility that something happened, but it's so negligible, and it is up against channels that are so extraordinary. That is, if this lawsuit were to be brought under ordinary circumstances, first of all, I would not be able to because of statute of limitations, and even the defamation case charge is basically an outgrowth of the statute of limitations being changed for the sexual assault claim. And then on top of that, if this was designed to look neutral, it would have been through neutral channels, but it's not. And so, yeah, I think it is effectively sufficient to say that this is a political operation. And if it was not designed to be such, it should have been handled much differently. Frankly, the whole thing shouldn't have even been eligible in the first place. But because the state of New York has become such a litigation and prosecution factory for right-wing populist political individuals, this has been railroaded in. And so my position is it was a political hit job.
Can I partially agree with
Joa?
Mike? Please.
Yeah, Joa, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, I agree with the fact that more than likely this has seen the light of day because it's a political hit job, right? Because someone who's a Democrat is paying for this trial to shed light. Does that now mean that they're false allegations? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means he saw a story that instead of giving money to a PAC, which will dig up dirt on another politician, they decided to fund this person to bring light to something that's negative. The same things that PACs do, right? So it doesn't mean that it's false. It just means he saw this as an opportunity to, instead of donate to a PAC, he donated to this trial to shed light on something negative on Trump. So is it politically motivated? 100%. Does that mean it's false? No, it doesn't.
And so let me just make this one last response, and then I really do have to go, which is that I'm highlighting those points, but the totality also includes the other relevant data points. Everyone has seen the clips of this individual on TV not looking mentally stable, making statements that are highly erratic. And when you combine this apparent mental instability with being funded by a political operative, everyone knows the main risk here is that some political operative could persuade someone to simply mouth the words or make the claim, and then the machine will take care of the rest. And when you combine the fact that there's such scant details, the claims themselves are so paper thin, the individual seems completely consistent with the profile of someone who could simply be recruited for such a case. The fact that it was funded by the one of the marquee political operatives for these sort of hatchet job operations. I mentioned New Knowledge before. Plus the governor, plus the governor switcheroo on that, plus the New York jurisdiction as part of a sequence of about a dozen other dirty New York cases. I conclude in the totality that it is sufficient to say that this entire thing is a political hit job. So,
Yeah,
I have to follow
yeah, I
up after.
appreciate Mike.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I do want to just do one quick correction. I said something earlier that I have to correct. I said, instead of saying Harvey Weinstein, I said Brett Weinstein. Thanks for helping me out and correcting me, Slayman. So I was referring to Harvey Weinstein, obviously, which is what Slayman's referring to. Brett Weinstein is an incredible human being that comes on the show all the time, and obviously completely unrelated. But I do want to go to Paul, just on the point that Joa made. Joa, I agree
And
with
by
you. Like
Brett, you
both.
mean Eric, by the way.
Yeah, I said.
Actually,
Oh,
Eric comes up.
Eric comes on the show. Brett is his brother. He's been on the show once only, and I was referring to Harvey Weinstein. Fuck. Joa, yeah, the point that you made is that both you and Mike could be true. Like the allegations or the case could be politically motivated, but doesn't mean the allegations are untrue. Both can be true together. Joe, I'll let you kind of finish off that statement before Paul responds.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's more like I had a flashback as you were talking earlier. Not long ago, Clinton was almost impeached. Well, he was impeached because he cheated on his wife, basically.
No, he
Then,
lied under oath. That's why he was impeached. But okay.
Yeah, let's get into semantics. He was there because he cheated on his wife and he didn't want people to know on TV. Yes, that's true. So he was charged with the case of perjury. That's true. Not charged, but impeached. Then we have a presidential candidate who's paying off porn stars and a doorman because of a child out of wedlock, and he gets elected. And now we have half a panel defending multiple accusations of sexual assault without even knowing the details. Like the progress this country has made morally is insane to me. Insane.
I mean, Joe, we know the details, though, don't we?
I think, Joe, this is interesting because I think it just shows it's just the system that we live in, and the whole narrative of the establishment targeting Trump or targeting other people, which I'm not saying is true or untrue. It's just a narrative, and
the bar
and look what we saw, but the case, but then you look at the case, the previous case, Bragg targeting Trump. That does look like a very weak case. Even liberals are saying the same thing. So that, for example, if you look at that case, if you look at this one, the other one kind of taints this one. This one would now be seen as another part of the hit job just because the last one was so weak. And that was in the argument some made. Like the last case against Trump just makes everything else, including any potential legitimate ones, just seem weaker, just because of how politicized it is. But you make an interesting point, Paul. I'd love you to respond.
Yeah, hi. I think what is troublesome about this case is the theater in which it was performed. So the stats were brought up about it being, like an 80-20 split in New York City for liberals or Democrats versus Republicans. And I've been in advertising for, decades. And what you learn a lot is it's all about appearances and how does this come off? And to the rest of the country that are looking at this, they're going to think that he got railroaded. There could be some truth to what the woman said, but regardless of that, that's how this is going to appear. And I realized that there was a guy who was talking before who said that Trump chose to live in New York City. And because he did that, he knew that he was going to be in this situation where if he got in trouble, this is the kind of jury he would have. And that guy is right. I disagree with his politics, but he's completely right about that. And to me, and I just so you guys know, like I've been all over the political spectrum. I voted for Obama, but I voted for Trump, and I've kind of just swam where the waters go, And to me, there's just something not right about this. And if I was a Democrat and I wanted Trump to get in trouble for this, I wanted to be in a place where there was a more balanced jury, so that I could really stick behind the verdict and feel confident in it. And I just don't think that's what the situation is that we had here.
The case was brought in New York because the action happened in New York. It's not because Donald Trump lived there. Okay. It's because that's where the action.
Right. Perception is reality.
No. I'm just talking about that one point. Okay. Number two is to Mario's point about how the Alvin Bragg case, which I have repeatedly said I do think is not a case I would have brought and is weak, or it seems weak at this point. We don't have an underlying crime that seems that credible or that definitive, let's just say. But she brought this case in 2019, 3 years before Bragg brought his. So, it's sort of like the tail wagging the dog. I mean, you can't blame her for something that happened after, nor should you attach that to her case, which was brought prior to Bragg's case. Um, I I gotta push back still. I don't think, because people, first of all, we don't know. We don't know if these people voted. Not everyone in New York voted. What's the voting? 50%, 40%. I have no idea what the stats are, but they're not going to be 80% of people actually voted. It's entirely possible this jury had 3 or 4 people who didn't vote at all, right? Secondly, the idea that everyone is as politicized as people on this stage and this panel and on Twitter spaces as a whole seems to me is overstating things. Many people are just going through their lives, right? And they're not sitting there like, oh, I hate Donald Trump so much. It's not like that in every household. I think we are hyper politicized here, but I'm not certain that everyone is, because I talk to people and most of them, a lot of them don't care. They're just living their lives. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think we're overstating the effect of, oh, there's a Democrat, and so they must be biased somehow against Donald Trump. We don't really know that they can't be fair. I do, however, agree that people are going to take this as a political case, or they're just going to discount it because it was brought in New York and because they think the jury is tainted, right? I get that, but I'm not sure what you could have done about that, because you bring the case where the facts are. Thanks.
Tira, actually, I wanted to ask you a question on the because you bring up an excellent point about the politicization, kind of like how in Twitter, I think, especially in these spaces, we're all like very involved in politics. Do you think that and maybe tying it to Tucker Carlson coming to Twitter, that it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse? This idea that of Twitter just becoming this echo chamber and just extreme politicization.
It politicized me, radicalized me. I mean,
or radicalized, politicized, whatever the term you want to use. But I just feel like I just feel like you're right. I do believe that Twitter is. We try to frame it as this area where maybe we have dialogue and try to do it, but I think the Tucker Carlson coming on Twitter, etc. It's like almost as this is going to become more and more and more political.
It's an easy problem to fix. Just get someone on the left that's also polarizing, and then you've kind of balanced it out. I don't think that's that big of a problem. And we've seen that we've seen that with Elon getting a criticism for engaging with people on the right. Well, he's engaging with people on the left as well. Now it's more balanced, and then the right is like, hey, why are you engaging with people on the left? So I think Elon is balancing it out well, because you have to understand, we saw when Elon came in, it kind of started shifting more to the right. That's because it was very left leaning. So when he shifted it to the right, and I see it as strategic, but I can't confirm that. But I see it strategic, like he's sort of shift to the right and giving a voice to the people that were, some of them suspended, like ALX, who comes on the show. His account was suspended. Now Elon's engaging with him on a regular basis, as well as others. Well, if you use the Krasensteins, who are regulars on the show, Elon's engaging with them more than anyone else right now, and they're on the left. And their account was also suspended prior to Elon. So I think it's just a balance, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big liberal voice come on the show in the near future, come on the platform in the near future. So strategically, business-wise, if I was in Elon's shoes, I think he's played it really, really well. That's good for us. We're perfectly positioned because we bring both sides together. So when I woke up and saw this news, I'm like, I had a tweet, by the way. So I don't know if you remember, but I tweeted something like, should Tucker come on to Twitter? And I deleted that tweet because I think we tweeted something else instead less than an hour later. So we didn't want 2 tweets in 1 hour. So I wish I kept it because I could just retweet it and say, fuck yeah, I was right. I wasn't, because I didn't expect it to happen. I was pretty surprised when I saw that happen. But that was that's extremely good news for anyone that's using the platform but
if I may, Mario, where I could push back, I think, and this is something that I think we run into issues, is that when we have, and I know Paul raised his hand, and I'll push it to Paul after this, but I think there's a difference between having debate and then questioning facts. And I think the problem we run into is we can't even agree what is facts. And I think Twitter is becoming this space where, and this is kind of where the politicization comes in, where you just reinforce your narrative and you bring people, you can say, well, you bring people from both sides, but if there's not a standard understanding of what facts are,
but this is a whole other debate, because we've had this discussion so many times. Who determines what facts are? Because we're struggling to know what facts are.
If there's no facts, then that's the problem, though.
But then, because your solution, but who solves it? But does the social media platform then act as the entity to determine what truth is, what fact is.
But facts do exist, Mario. Like, for
Yeah,
example,
but who determines what they are?
No,
Like,
no,
who
but
knows?
hold on. Well, wait, Mario. But for example, like, a fact would be something like,
The
Elon
Earth
paid
is not flat.
$4.5 billion for Twitter or whatever it is, right? That's a fact, right? Those are the facts. People confuse opinions with facts all the time. Opinions and unknowns and we should be able to express both, by the way. But a fact, you can do a fact check, and that's what fact checkers used to do at newspapers. Like when I would file my copy as a journalist, I would have a fact checker. It wasn't checking my opinions, it was checking preciseness of things that I would say. And I think that
Mario,
was
I mean, I'm not talking about
let me put a
mainstream media
specific
checking
example. Hold
facts,
on,
but
Suleiman.
again,
Let me put a specific
but the
example.
problem is, Catherine, what happens is what Mario is right, because essentially what really happens is opinions are stated as facts, and then any disagreement is saying that you're going against the facts. That's
And then
really
the
what happens.
examples given, the example, like two obvious
COVID.
examples would be the lab leak theory and the what's the other one? The laptop, the Hunter Biden laptop.
But okay, but I think but and I understand those, right? But then but then more information came out that showed, okay, this isn't
But it was
a
considered fact,
conspiracy
and
theory.
anyone who disagreed was considered like
But
misinformation.
except it wasn't a fact. It was
And that's the
always
point.
a speculation or
No, but my
opinion.
question,
Always.
so Saman,
That's the point Mario's making.
yeah, no, but you sticking up for me just makes my position worse. Let me make my position. So in this case, when you allow a centralized entity to determine what fact is, that power could be abused, and we've seen hints of it recently. It's not that bad. I know people are going crazy, which is great because it shows how
I mean, it is quite bad.
low of a threshold. Look, man, it could be a lot worse. Just go live in China for a few years. But and even
any
China
difference
could
in
be a lot.
China? Both countries locked down.
Oh my fucking god! You can be so This is
but
like,
Mario,
I'm not
but I
talking about
think
lockdown. Hold on,
here's
hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
The man, man, China's another level. Like if you say something they don't like, they just completely delete it. Automatically delete anything referring to a fact, like the Tiananmen Square massacre.
They'll delete you.
Yeah, like this is another level, man. Anyway, but let's not go back down that rabbit hole. The point I'm making though is that the solution that Elon is testing, which I think is the best solution so far, even though it's got flaws, is decentralizing the fact checking, decentralizing who determines fact. Instead of allowing a few people in a boardroom, it's like offering a democracy for fact checking. Instead of allowing the big tech companies, I was doing a tweet last night about it and then I fell asleep, about the amount of influence those big tech companies have. And again, they haven't, if those tech companies use it for bad, they could, like, society could be like so much worse than it is right now. They're not using it for bad. I speak to people at Meta, I speak to people at obviously Twitter, and I speak to people at I haven't spoken to people at TikTok, but I speak to those people. Their intentions are not bad. There's biases there, but they're not like, all right, what evil shit can I do today? But the ability to potentially do this later on is what concerns me the most. And I'm glad we're acting now, and there's so many vocal opponents.
Mario, isn't that a little unfair? I mean, these are the same engineers and big tech companies that basically made social media apps, casinos for little kids with harmful content.
Yeah, of course. Protocol, you can give me.
They knew
Protocol.
the
I'm just saying. Yeah, sure. There's a list of flaws. I know. We can both list a whole bunch of problems, from influencers promoting scams to casinos and that whole industry that drove me nuts. All these influencers getting all these young people to use casinos. Like, there's a million examples we can give. But Protocol, I'm sure you'd agree that it could have been a lot worse. Like, you know, here we are talking. When you go on Facebook, like, they're not there to do bad. There's flaws there. There's biases there. There's sometimes they choose money over doing the right thing. But I'm saying the point I'm making.
The craziest people think they're doing good when they commit their crimes. I mean, they did a lot of.
Yeah, I know.
They,
but
they silenced the entire vaccine, the lockdown debate. I mean, there's a lot of excess deaths and corollary issues we're dealing with, specifically deaths of despair. I mean, these companies can't be trusted. I'll leave it at
that. Okay, exactly. They cannot be. We cannot trust centralization of power. I don't care who it is. I genuinely don't care who it is. Centralizing power is dangerous.
I wasn't suggesting that, Mario, and I agree with you about centralized power, but I wasn't suggesting that. But I also think that we need to be able to agree that there is such a thing as facts, and that is different from opinions. And I think people are having a hard time separating the two, right? Because, like I said, a fact is a statement like, 4.5 billion was paid for this. This person went to jail on such and such.
But how are you going to have facts when the one side claims an absolute monopoly on the facts?
So
you both agree
for
any of their mea culpas, for Iraq WMDs, for the vaccines, for the lockdown, for Russia.
Right, but
why would they have any
This
credibility
is so
when
the
they
point.
can't
Yeah.
even acknowledge the harm they've
So
done?
Protocol, let me give the mic to Paul, and then I'll go to you because it's been a while you haven't been on stage. But Paul, before giving you the mic, so the point I think you both agree, because yes, you can go on one side, which is something that's obvious facts and it's hard to refute. The Earth is not flat. Even that one's fucking being debated. But humans have two legs. That's a fact that no one can refute. And then if you go all the way to the other side, there's obvious opinions like political opinions that are not fact. They're just pure opinions. Now the issue is that somewhere in the middle, and where that line is drawn, and some things could be seen as fact, but they're opinions, or some things that are opinions could be misconstrued as facts. And who determines where that line is and what is fact, what is opinion when it starts getting blurry is what's being debated here. So I think we all agree. And Paul, I'd love to get your thoughts on this before Protocol gives us an educational speech.
Yeah, I was actually going to say something or ask something about Tucker Carlson and Fox News, but I guess this can tie into it with just talking about facts. I think there's been a big issue with that, and one of the reasons why I left the Obama camp and went to the Trump camp is what I saw was a perversion of facts as I paid more attention to the news, and I really got to learn that it was almost 100% controlled by liberals, Democrats, etc., and it was just one-sided. And I really didn't get to learn more facts or truth until I started paying attention to more independent media and just people that said stuff that I'd never heard of, and then I could just look it up myself on the internet. And I was like, I didn't know that existed. That's actually what really happened. You mean CNN was lying to me? This was all bullshit. I mean, it blew my mind. I was like, oh my God, but I was in advertising. I'm very liberal. There are a lot of liberals, a lot of Democrats in advertising. I was in New York City.
Paul, are you conservative now, liberal, or
now? I'd say I'm conservative. As I've gotten older, I've had to manage more things, and I see the way that finances go and institutions go, and I mean it's the perversions of justice, and it depends where you live and the kinds of judges and juries you'll get. I mean it's and like you said, you had your own concerns about as you become more political or a bigger figure or own a company. What do you have to watch out for? What can happen? And with this case that happened, the ruling today is like, well, if Trump, one of the questions I had was, if Trump never got involved in politics, would this have ever come up? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't mean that the woman didn't get assaulted or anything, but
that's a
I
great
think
point. That's a great point. Like this is what Joe the point that Joe was making, Paul. Yeah, like the politics kind of brought it to light. It might have happened, but now it's being politicized. So it is a fact, but it's being politicized. Is it being over exaggerated? Possibly not. We weren't there, so we wouldn't know.
And I think that's dangerous. And I guess I'll have two more points. One being, with any of this stuff, and this is like one of the reasons why, like, even if you are racist, you should be against racism, because it can always be flipped around and turned back on you. Like, well, let's say, the whites are majority right now in the United States, but in 100, 200, 500 years, maybe it's going to be flipped around. I mean, just for self-preservation, you should want a balanced system, because you never know when something can be the other way. And then you're going to be the one sitting there possibly innocent, and you have a jury that's possibly 80-20 against you, and then you're just screwed. I mean, that's horrible. Like, we don't want it to be out of balance like that. But the thing I actually wanted to ask was about, like, what do we think actually happened with Fox News and Tucker Carlson? It was that, did they do a calculation that it was more expensive to keep them on because perhaps the lawsuit against them wouldn't have been settled?
It seems like the most, so you've made a lot of points. On this one there, it just seems the most plausible. I haven't gotten Protocol's thoughts on the whole Tucker thing. Protocol's been a while, but where do you stand on this? Because what I've concluded from all the spaces we did, it just seems more personal and a conflict of a power struggle between the Murdochs and Tucker, and just him having too much influence. That's what it seems to me, but obviously there could be more information that comes out that paints a different picture, and we'll have to wait and find out.
I mean,
that's
clearly it. I agree. I mean, listen, corporate
and Protocol, I'd like to get your thoughts as a liberal and a person on the far left. Where do you stand on Tucker moving to Twitter?
I mean, I guess we'll see. I don't listen. The biggest loss there is that it was a mainstream cable channel, even if it's dying, and he was a good bridge between the elder conservative boomer crowd and the younger, which some may consider a little bit more to the right crowd. So he was a good bridge. I think you're right. I mean, listen, if you look at, Fox News, they didn't have Trump on for over almost a year after the election. His Murdoch's sons, at least one of them, is married to a big Democrat donor. I mean, they hosted Biden in the city, I think it was either in the fall or the winter of 2022, a very large fundraiser. So, I mean, it's clear that the politics in the family is changing. And, look at the board. You got Paul Ryan, you got a number of other multinational corporations sitting there, private equity money, etc. I mean, it's clear that this was more to silence him and personal issues with the Murdochs than anything else. I don't think the lawsuit really didn't even focus on him. So,
Prodigal, actually, I want to ask you, and I think this is a conversation because I agree. I think this is Murdoch versus Carlson, like almost like an unstoppable object versus an unmovable, an unstoppable force versus an unmovable object, right? So now you have Tucker Carlson going to Twitter, and I remember when this happened, the question was, is Tucker Carlson going to become more influential with Twitter, or back then, creating his own platform or whatever? Now it's Twitter, right? So I'd ask you, Prodigal, do you think that Tucker Carlson is going to become more influential in Twitter or less influential than on Twitter based on his time on Fox News, and why?
Yeah, I would say short term, less influential. I mean, it really depends what Elon does with the app. It looks like he's trying to make it all encompassing, and it might be a one stop media shop with longer videos, content, etc. But short term, no, I don't think anybody who's trying to spin this as a win short term. I think they're being foolish. I mean, we'll see. 2 years. You got to give it at least a year or so to see. But no, I don't think. Listen, the people who love him. I mean, I like Tucker a lot. He tends to put stuff out there that would never other people wouldn't touch. But no, I think it's a loss short term.
Let me do
Mario,
something. I want to, guys.
Mario,
I want to.
let me ask you something.
Yeah,
One
go
thing
ahead then.
you meant before you get too far, you mentioned flat Earth. If you want a space where everyone's screaming over top of each other, just do, are flat earthers Republicans or Democrats, and then you'll see everyone not want to claim that theory.
Let me do this. To wrap the space, I'm gonna ask the co-hosts the following. I'm just gonna Google the top. I've just Googled the top conspiracy theories. I haven't read them yet, and I clicked on a link here. And I want you guys to also, and Slayman, I want you to rate 1 to 10, and August, you could do it in the comments as well. 1 to 10. 1 being completely untrue, 10 being completely true. Just a number of each one, how true or false it is. And I'm going to read out those conspiracy theories, or what is considered conspiracy theories, one by one. You ready, guys? Slyman and Allsource?
Ready.
All right. So the first one, oh shit, I'm going to leave that until later. That's pretty polarizing one. So let me go to the second one. The CIA had a hand in JFK's assassination. Slyman, then Allsource. Out of 10. 10.
3.
Allsource? Oh shit.
3.
Oh, okay. Cool. The moon landing was faked.
JFK.
The moon landing was faked.
5.
So 1 is like the least, right?
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. So that the moon landing happened. So 1.
Okay. All right. Princess Diana's death was no accident.
10.
Oh my god.
Ooh. 5.
Oh shit. Okay, I haven't looked into this. I didn't know there's a credibility to it. Okay, please don't fuck me up, Simon. Don't you dare go that far. 9/11 was an inside job.
Gross negligence.
8. And I've got an interview about 9/11, CIA's involvement with 9/11 with Ryan Dawson, self-promotion.
All right, I'm gonna make sure it gets banned. It's all source.
I agree with Prodigal. It was gross negligence, so a 1.
Wait. Also, are you saying the CIA was not involved at all?
Yes,
like that they. Okay, I don't know if that's where we're trying to go.
So
yeah, that's all encompassing, right? If they were grossly negligent, if they had a Saudi op to try
I think when the CIA involved means they had a role in getting the hijackers in the plane and they planned it, not like.
Well, listen, Tucker made some sense about building 7.
Let's get the right. Let's go. This could be a lead to a whole discussion. But so also the
CIA was
actually played a role in the fall of the Twin Towers. Slyman?
No, 1.
10.
Oh my god.
8. I mean,
all right. So if anyone does not see Slyman as a co-host,
no, listen. So guys, listen to my interview with Ryan Dawson. We're gonna go into detail.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure it's going to be very objective. I read, by the way, I haven't done it in a long time, but about 10 years ago, I read, no more, 12 years ago, I read the whole 9/11 report. So I read one done by the CIA or the intelligence, can't remember, massive book. And I read the whole book done by a person that claimed that it was an inside job. The amount of sources, the amount of citations in the one done by the intelligence, and the amount of evidence they provided
What
is
do you say about
significantly
Building
higher.
7?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Well,
What about Building 7?
All right, guys. I'm just gonna, don't let me press the mute, everyone, please. But we're gonna do a space on this as well. Whew. All right. Oh, please, Slayman, don't you dare. Mass shootings like Sandy Hook were false flags, so we're faked.
Yeah, 0.
Oh, thank the fucking God.
Same.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let me read the number
one
one.
was the lowest, by the way. I thought
There's
one
a
was
few.
the lowest, but 0.
Yeah. He went 0. All right. Let me read. I'm gonna read the most polarizing one at the end, actually, because that's a good way to end it. Because it's gonna be a bit too extreme. But top Democrats are behind a child sex ring. Oh, come on.
No, it's some Republicans too. A lot of foreigners.
Guys, rate it, guys. You gotta unmute and ring me a number. Slyman, can you unmute or not?
No, so, what's your question? What did you say?
Top Democrats are behind a child sex ring. 1 to 10.
What did also say?
1.
1.
I mean, do you mean just Democrats or do you mean everyone?
Top Democrats. The theory is that apparently top Democrats. So in October 2016, the emails of Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman John Podesta were leaked online. In the emails, Podesta writes about possibly holding a fundraiser, and the seemingly innocuous details.
Let me get to this number.
Became the fuel for the. I'm reading because I don't know. It became the fuel for the wild conspiracy that Comet Ping Pong was the headquarters of a child sex trafficking ring.
They perform satanic rituals and they call it art. Yes, we know this.
Pizzagate. That's what it is.
Cheese pizza, theorists claimed, actually meant cheese pizza meant child pornography. Okay, Slaman.
So I'd say, and this is not just the Democrats because you're saying Democrats only, but like these guys are into this stuff, like Epstein and all these. Like, is that say 6 or 7? 7.
Number
got
8.
An interview
the
about
Earth.
Epstein.
Okay. Hold on. Let me prepare the remove co-host button. The Earth is actually flat.
1.
Negative 5 million.
All right, cool. COVID-19 was intended for population control.
Well, I'd say to change the voting process, but we'll leave it at that.
Bro, thanks, bro. To go. Come on, guys. Slyman. Also, we've got 2 more.
I mean, there's a bit of nuance with that, you see. So I don't think it was intentionally.
I'll rephrase it. It was intentionally leaked to control the population.
Yeah, then it's like 3 or 2.
Yeah, I would agree with that. 1.
Area 51
I mean, those tracking apps came out pretty fast, and the vaccine apartheid. I mean, there was a lot of control.
I'm not allowing you to rate Protocol. I'm trying to help you not get cancelled. Number 10. Area 51 is home to a lot of aliens and government secret, but aliens. There's a lot of aliens in Area 51.
Yeah, they're demons from another dimension.
1.
Also. Okay, so this one is 1, man. But then when you go to the Twin Towers being an inside job or the moon landing was fake, that's a higher rating.
Yeah, and explain why. So for those, there is evidence for it, but with aliens, I mean, there's no substantial evidence for it.
All right. Also, what's your number for that one?
So, just to make sure, we're saying only aliens, right? Is that your question?
No, there's a lot of aliens, not only aliens.
Jim, they can be demons.
I'm gonna go.
I mean, if you're saying demons, can I change my number?
Bro, do you believe in demons? No, Slyman. Okay, good. You don't. Alsos, quickly, number man.
They believe in you.
3. The protocol always interrupts me. It's 3.
3. All right. And then second, there's 2 more. One of them is just an easy one, and then the most polarizing one, which was meant to be number 1. Number 11 is a hidden chamber filled with government secrets behind Mount Rushmore. That's a pretty lame one. I don't care about that one, actually. All right, let me go to the most polarizing one. That one is myths about the Holocaust. The 6 million Jews were killed across Europe during World War II. Despite the fact that the Holocaust is one of the best documented events in history, there are swaths of the population that don't believe it even happened, or they believe the death toll has been enormously inflated. One 2014 survey coordinated by the Anti-Defamation League of more than 53,000 people across 100 countries found that only 30% of respondents thought historical accounts of the Holocaust were accurate. Only 30% of people think that the Holocaust, historical accounts of the Holocaust are accurate. Respondents under the age of 65 were more likely to say, yeah, the figures. So let me ask it more extreme. I'm going to ask two questions on that one. The first one is the Holocaust didn't even happen at all. Slayman?
Like 10, it definitely happened.
Okay, no, so 1, bro. Jesus. All source?
No, like
Yeah,
I
one.
thought 1 means it's fake.
Yeah, so it's fake. The Holocaust didn't even happen. 1.
Oh, like it
It's this story.
definitely
Yeah.
happened. It definitely happened.
Okay. Also, all right, cool.
Yeah, it definitely
And then
happened.
all right, cool. And then the numbers are inflated. Is that true or not? 1 being untrue that they were not inflated, 10 being definite they were inflated.
Yeah, this is the weirdest question.
What, from 6 million, do you mean, or from what number?
I don't know, man. I'm just reading out the survey that 70% of people think that the historical accounts were inaccurate, and I think the numbers were
Wait, so
inflated.
white replacement theory isn't on that list? So that's they've given up on that. It's a fact now.
So this whole argument is really dumb because no one says that.
This argument, hold on. I love you, man. This argument is dumb, but the flat Earth, Diana's death, inside job.
Because look, it's an important one. Where the other ones are like a bit more funny, isn't it? Like for example, no one says that the number is definitely 6 million. So someone like 5.5, 5.2, that type of stuff. So
that's more like intentionally inflated significantly. Maybe.
But if people are trying to say like, oh, the real figure is like, I don't know, like 500,000, like nobody's even saying that. So that's just a stupid argument.
Okay, cool. I think we're all on the same page. Anyway, I think it's a good space. This kind of concludes that we definitely need spaces on topics I thought we don't even need to talk about, like 9/11, which is being prepared. Not doing one on Diana.
The inside job.
We do one on Diana. Also, you have to help me co-host this one because I can't have Slamman go wild if I jump off for a few minutes.
I mean, the clean break memo was very
This one was nuts, man. You got me like
Diana
the
was
worst
killed, bro.
time.
All right, so tomorrow we have
I was
Tucker
hovering
Carlson.
over the block button. Sorry.
So tomorrow we have Tucker Carlson coming on the show to tell us what his plan.
Was that blocked, Catherine?
So we actually have
no.
What's his name? What the fuck did I forget? Joa, what's that guy? Peter Schiff. Peter Schiff's coming on the show tomorrow for the CPI
By
space that we're doing.
the world's ending, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly. Peter Schiff's coming on the show tomorrow. And it's an honor to have him as a guest. And I'm not sure what topic we're covering. The tensions between, or the airstrikes between Palestine and Israel, are they still going on, all sorts?
Yeah, are we going to have any Bitcoin maxis versus Schiff?
Yeah, we're going to do... Yeah, we'll probably bring it on for sure. But it's going to be focused on the CPI data, so probably not. We could do that on another day. I am doing a space on crypto. I haven't done one in a while. I'll do it on Friday. Pretty big space on crypto because I've got a lot of problems in what's happening there at the moment that I'm pretty critical of. So I might see if Peter wants to come on then. Otherwise, no, tomorrow will be focused on the CPI data. And then should we do a Palestinians versus Israelis or the Gaza airstrikes?
So the issue is...
No.
So what I'll say, Mario, just for with the fact, like what's happening. So obviously yesterday, just a quick summary. Israel conducted a strike, killed 3 senior Palestinian Islamic Jihad commanders, and also their family members. 4 children were killed, and other civilians died in the strike. So far, we have not seen any response from the Palestinian, which is actually pretty surprising. However, there are reports on Twitter and other sources that indicate that it looks like the reasoning why there's not have been response from the Palestinians, they're preparing for a multi-axis, like multiple front, one big, response against the Israelis for this strike. Nothing confirmed so far, but we haven't seen anything. But I think a lot of us are expecting something big because rockets have not been launched so far.
Cool. All right. Thanks for the update. We'll see if we should do something tomorrow. You let me know. Otherwise, everyone, thank you so much for jumping on. Also, thanks for moderating the space while I was sleeping for the last 6 hours. And Slayman, appreciate you jumping in at the end, just adding a bit of context here and there, and screwing your reputation up with some of the things you said. No, I appreciate you all, Slayman. Thanks for running the space, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Take care.